เ Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome.
To the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
After MSI, European players have become known for their poppy. But how good are they really? My name is unpronounceable, and I've designed 3 golf courses to bring our players the ultimate challenge. Welcome to GB's Poppy Golf.
The rules are simple. Your ultimate is your driver and your E ability is your putter. Each use of your abilities counts as a stroke. The player with the least amount of strokes by the end of our session is the European champion of GB's Poppy Golf. Mickey, any fighting words?
I think I'm gonna win this. I'm really sad that Yak couldn't be here. Unfortunately, his poppy was too bad. So, yeah, but I'll bring it home for G2 Esports.
All right, well, go ahead with the first shot.
Hole 1.
What's your strategy for this one?
I have a feeling this one I just have to like fully stroke it, you know? That's how it looks like to me, but...
Go ahead.
Oh my god. Bro, it was a full ulti, by the way. Oh my god! It's, it's bugged. Okay, first one is inside.
Wow, you suck.
I'm Poppy King.
Okay, you heard the king. Let's see it. Oh, that's
close,
just
eh?
outside of it. It's not in hole in one.
Okay. Okay, 2. It's fine.
Now, Jackies, how often have you played Poppy? You're a mid laner.
Probably like once or twice in my life, yeah.
I
It's gonna be a bit of a tragedy. Oh my god, I don't know how far it is actually good. Oh shit.
Oh, that's a fully charge.
I mean, let's just try. See what happens. Okay.
And that's a hole in one on the first
Oh
one.
my god. Wait, this champ is easy. What the?
And that is just, I'm gonna full charge it. No way. Just like that.
Hole in 1.
Truly the
Okay.
Poppy goat of Europe.
Hole 2.
Yeah, I'm sick. I'm focused.
Okay, multitask.
Hole in 1.
Okay, let's see if you can do it with this one.
You're poppying
I'm
off.
so good. It's crazy, no?
That's incredible.
That's crazy.
Ooh, is that too far? Oh, it's just outside of range again.
And now it's hard to make E maybe because the wall...
Oh,
okay,
okay, that was actually beautiful. Well
Okay.
done.
It's embarrassing.
Bringing out his driver in an unusual situation.
Okay, I'm just gonna eat it. Okay, it's
Well-
inside. It's inside. Alright, I'm gonna watch out this one.
Hole 3.
If I make this in 1 and nobody else makes it in 1, I'll be at peace. Oh my god! Oh my god!
it's in!
You are goated with the sauce.
I got the hardest one in 1. 3 there, 3 here. 7.
That is indeed
I'm the champion.
So I will try to make it in 1, but...
Pog.
And that's a hole in one for Antonio. In
Nice.
total, 5 strokes.
I'm so scared.
You have to press your ultimate at one point.
Yeah, okay, I know.
Ooh, that's a long one.
Oh no. How do I putt this?
Oh my god, that's out of the push. So that's 3 on this one. So that's actually 5 in total
Good effort,
again.
though. So there's 1 full charge, 1 half, and this one's gonna be just like a short one.
Okay, let's see if you can actually commit to
shit.
it.
I have another try, right?
I mean, that counts as 1.
One.
Nice shot.
And with that, we have found a Poppy Challenge winner, Poppy Golf Mickey. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I mean, it was an expected result, to be completely fair with you. Vizcachi wasn't here to compete, so it was kind of easy. Like, the competition was not that strong this time around, so the bar was very low.
Okay.
But
Thank you very much, Mickey. This has been GB with GB's Poppy Golf, and we'll see you next time on The Rift.
welcome back to the LEC live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. We're fresh off the green and headed into the last 3 games of the regular season. And in the middle of the pack, 4 teams find themselves tied at 2 and 4, desperate to break away from the impending elimination. And at the top of the table, the LEC Classic comes with a twist this week with our match of the week, Fnatic versus G2, where Fnatic find themselves at the top of the table this time. It's a tale of 2 halves, I feel, in the LEC this week, with a clear top 4 and the rest of the teams. Aragon, Odo, Amne, what do you think of the state of the league right now?
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to deny that this is one of the, the closest splits we've had, especially without G2 absolutely dominating everyone. But I don't think the table and the standings say it all. I think there are teams who could be better and higher than they are placed, as well as teams that could be lower.
Yeah, anything can happen, honestly, here.
Yeah, especially with the bottom being so stacked, not having any team at 3 wins and everyone being clamped up together at 2 and 4. I feel like we're going to have an exciting day today.
Yeah, and even when I look at the standings right now, Fnatic, SK Gaming, Team BDS being already qualified to playoffs, that's not the top 3 I had on my bingo card starting the summer, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of had SK Gaming top 4. I thought, I do think that the bot lane was problematic and holding them back, especially getting rid of X and DOS. I thought bringing in a potential new bot lane could slingshot them all the way to the top. So I had them top 4, but I didn't think second.
And
that was a surprise.
Fnatic, so G2, still looking to qualify. Honestly, we started the split by saying who can challenge G2. They will get the playoffs if they qualify today. But Fnatic are the real one, undefeated so far in the LEC.
Yeah, definitely. For me, Fnatic is the shocker. Sure, G2 post MSI struggles. We expected a little bit more from them, but Fnatic has been a little bit under the radar post MSI. No one expected them to be this dominant.
What's with the rest then? Because look at the second half of the standings here. Aragon, Heretics, Vitality, GX, KC, Rogue, Mad Lions are all struggling. It's anyone's game here.
Yeah, I think it's anyone's game, but I do have my eyes on some more than others. I think teams like Giantex, they could have picked up more wins than they've shown. I think it's very realistic that they could have won a game over G2, for example. I remember a really big Baron throw where they had the game fully in their control, and the same goes for Vitality. I don't see the same from KC and Heretics, but I still think it's up in the air.
Yeah, for me, GX is the interesting one because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but outside of in the bottom 6, we have teams that are, 2 losses in a row, 3 losses in a row, a loss in a row, 4 losses in a row, 2 losses in a row. And the only team that has consecutive wins in the bottom 6 is GX. And I think that's primarily due to, their newfound playstyle of empowering Jackies and making him the main star in this team.
I mean, that's the thing. We have this huge chaos middle of the pack teams, but as you said, some of them are rising. GX is obviously one of them. How did Jackies transform, though? Because Aragon, I know that at the beginning of the year, we saw the potential within this player. But as a rookie player, there was still a lot of adjustments that needed to be made for him to shine the way he is today.
Yeah, there was definitely evolution when it comes to Jackies. I think at the start of the year, we saw a lot of playing with him on Setup Champions, setting up Peach at the time. But then they evolved to mainly play around Jackies. I think now playing with the Varus and all these kind of AD champions, they definitely do play around him. Before it was like Nico and playing for Setup and LeBlanc. But still, yeah, a lot of evolution.
Yeah, and definitely, in the previous splits, we saw Jackies have this sort of unique approach to mid lane, finding his own niche champions that are working very well. And I think, as you pointed out, this Varus is working wonders for them. And I also think that the whole team is doing a great job at, drafting towards it and making sure that he's getting a lot of the resources in the game and he can do as much as he can.
I think you can say the same thing around the entirety of GX, honestly, when you look at them, because yes, Jackies is enabled, but I feel like the same thing can be said for the solo lanes overall. When you look at the Antonio on the top lane, he's pretty much playing the same thing we've known him for the LVP. He's bringing in the Malphite. We saw him yesterday, and for me, this team knows exactly how they're supposed to play around this top laner, which fills his role perfectly within GX right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of weak siding, right? A lot of tanks coming in. I do think it's a little bit exploitable, though. I think there's a lot of potential to pick stuff like Twisted Fate preemptively, knowing that he'll play a tank, and then you'll have a good matchup. I think the Malphite was a little bit fake. I don't know, we were talking about it backstage, and going down a bunch of CS, I think there's room for being dove as well after loads of trades from the TF. So, yeah, maybe a bit exploitable, but definitely very good on his champion still.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Vitality try to exploit it yesterday, but at the same time, it speaks true to the team cohesion and their level of team play, where he got set behind so much in the early game, but then he was sacrificing himself. He was giving up waves all to get the carries in Patrick and Jackie is extremely strong and relevant in the game.
We've talked about GX having an upward trajectory and slowly advancing to a playoffable position. What other team do we believe in here in the LEC to make it and find the solutions fast?
I mean, it has to be Vitality. I really do think Vitality have the potential to have a deep run into playoffs, genuinely. I think if they don't troll draft like yesterday, where they're picking 4 squishy champions with only a frontline Tahm Kench and have no engage in OCC, only playing around a Twisted Fate and a Taliyah, they can do absolutely well. Their early game's phenomenal, their macro, their micro, individual laning. I mean, we saw Vetio popping off yesterday versus Jackie's. I think they're the team to watch.
And for me, I was really happy, you know, for Vitality coming into the split. I was like, you know, they're making a big upgrade in the jungle. It's gonna be super great. But then week 1, I was just incredibly sad. Week 2, signs of life again. I was like, it's gonna be amazing. They're back. But man,
yeah,
week 3, it's happening all over again.
Yeah.
You know, the same issues they had in the week 1. Dragon setup before every objective. I feel like they're just getting caught one by one. Their setups are janky. And I just really want the Vitality from week 2 to come back again.
I mean, I'd contest you there. I'd say, you know, that draft, I feel like you had to play 10 times better than the enemy team because you just had so few tools to work with and you had to outplay. I know maybe you disagree, but it was so difficult to watch. And yes, it's really frustrating. I agree with you.
And I also think that, you know, when Karzi is just having such a pop-off split, I think it's a bit... it's not so great to put them on Senna so much, you know, because I feel like even in their losses, he's been having huge impact on all the other champions he's been playing. Sure, Senna can still work, but I just feel like it's more reliable and more foolproof to just put him on, you know, a hard carry.
So when you look at the rest of the standings, of course, we have KC and MDK who are in a really difficult situation here. 3 games left. They're gonna have to step in starting today. But when we look at the first game that we have on our hands for today's schedule, Heretics and Rogue, it looks complicated for both teams because they haven't shown the best signs of life, let's say, in the last LEC games that we saw. But if we can trust someone on Heretics side to be the star of the team, to be the captain of the team, to lead this team, because to me, this is what they're missing right now, who would it be?
For me,
where are we looking at?
It definitely has to be Flakkit, because when I look at Team Heretics, they're also kind of having this slow play style. They're not really doing much. They're relying on, you know, their objective setups and everything to get their leads. That's where most of their leads come from. But I also feel like they're missing some sort of star power. I think that every single time where Heretics has been doing good has been off the back of, you know, Jankos on one hand, but also Flakkit being empowered.
Yeah, I think Jankos' lead in last split it spoke wonders, but there was also another thing. I think that's just cohesiveness and identity and what you want to do. I just remember yesterday, at a specific grub play where Trimby was engaging 4 versus 5 at a grub fight, and then Wunder was TPing bot. It was just the most discoordinated play that I've seen from the team, and it's just not looking that great.
And it's not going to get easier for them because they have Rogue today, and they have Fnatic and G2 on the last week of the LEC. So for me, if we want to see a glimpse of hope on the side of Heretics, they have to do it now.
Yeah, definitely, because especially for a team that is struggling, you're going into the last week of your potential season. You need this win also for the confidence, you know, because you're facing 2 giants in the next week, and you know, you need signs of life, especially from a matchup that is perceived to be quite easy in the form of Rogue.
And now when you look on the side of Rogue, let's see if they can show something. Jiniro is standing by with N-Rated and Blue Knight in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game interview. Over to you, Ginny.
Thank you so much, Laura. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the interview where we have Blue Knight as well as Unrated from Rogue. I really appreciate you guys joining me this time around.
I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here.
Awesome. I love the energy already. I want to start talking about Summer Split so far and the expectations that both of you had for the roster coming into this. I'll start with you, Unrated, and maybe Blue Knight can pick it up from his perspective.
We managed to have a really good run towards the end in last split, so our expectations were comparably higher, obviously. We thought top 6 is definitely doable and something we should achieve and should aim for in the first place. I think we have quite underperformed in a lot of matches. When you see how we played versus SK towards the end, it felt like we were a bit different team than we are now. It's not about decisiveness, I think it's just a lot about bringing performances from scrims into stage.
I think with our roster, we stayed the same from the last split because we believe in that this roster is the roster that can make it work. And I think it's really important that even though we had a rough start now into split, we keep together and keep that trust, because now the next 3 games are actually the really important one versus direct competitors, and we can make it from our own gameplay. I think our own gameplay will be good enough, and we should take the confidence in this practice that we bring it. Yeah.
I want to talk about the next 3 games that you have coming up, and what are you looking to change in terms of bringing that gameplay from scrims onto the stage?
I think it's just in scrims the atmosphere is maybe a little bit different. It's like you have more of a go for it attitude, and I think that's what we want to show today. Just show that we can go for things as well, and that we have these spots on stage where we can maybe. In the past, we went 50-50 and it went to the other side, but now it can go for us, and we need to like maintain this pressure up ourselves that we can perform, and yeah.
It's not only about pressure, I think it's a lot about composure. I want us to have this one win where we basically have a knot untied and then we're unleashed. And I think that is the moment that we're missing right now, that we just have the feeling no matter what we touch, it's a success, rather than us doubting things that we know are working. And this is currently the state we're in, I think, a little bit. And yeah, this can fix itself over literally one game where we have a good performance and everyone feels like we're back up on top, like how we were used to playing before. And yeah, it's just a matter of game by game right now.
And when it comes to heading into a game and finding that confidence and finding that inner, let's get unleashed and just like go full send it, how do you manage to achieve that with players?
I think every player is very different. They need different things, but as soon as they're in the game, we can't help them anymore. So for me, it's until the last second, I'm with them every day, every night when they want to talk about matchups. We can play 1v1s. Like yeah, but it's like also all league related. Like we play mid lane matchups. We played. We looked at provis together. The team's looking at provis together. We tried to spend the time together about League of Legends, and then all this time will accumulate. That in the game, this trust just is there, that we can make a snap decision and win.
Also like the understanding of what we do, how we do it, what champions work as which tools, and how to actually use them. I think that's just something that needs a little bit of clicking that is not yet happening.
Yeah, that click.
Yeah, something to click. Well, hopefully it does this time around. You guys have 3 match days left, and it's not necessarily do or die, but there is still like a bit of a position where this eventually will happen.
Every game counts.
Every game counts, indeed. Thank you guys so much for the interview. I really do appreciate it for the insight.
Thank you very much.
And Casters, Hysterics, and Broxa, you guys take it over.
We will indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the casting desk to open up our very extraordinary day, the last of the week. My name's Hysterics, and yes, I'm with Broxa today. You're an absolute giant. You are a big celebrity. There's people down there in the audience, by the way, already spotted him. We're like, yeah, Broxa, absolutely. I'm here with a world's finalist. Man, I can't even get out of gold. So next to you, I'm completely insignificant as we go to this next game.
Well, I appreciate the confidence boost at the very least. I feel pumped and ready for some casting now.
Hell yeah.
And I like one thing they mentioned in that interview.
Yeah.
They said, we want to see more aggression, we want to be proactive, play like we do in scrims, and I really hope that's what we're about to see. I want action.
You and me both. Again, we talked about Rogue and Team Heretics, and we're going to talk about something called star power here as we get into game. But first, let's open with draft, and then we can remedy on what gets these teams across the lines and we start cutting off for playoffs. Now, double jungle ban, 80 carry ban here for Rogue on the blue side. Skarner, Rumble, these are first pickables. Broxa, what else am I missing for first pickables right now that seems too good to leave?
Well, a champion that we've been seeing a lot in the jungle particularly is Ivan. Yankas has already played it one game, could be something they're looking at, either picking or banning. Outside of that, yesterday we actually saw a lot of mixed first picks. It could be the likes of a Talia perhaps, it could be a Corki, a Tristana, and right now a lot is open, so draft can really go in many different directions.
And globally as well, as we approach 14-12, I mean, you already said it, really nice hit there. The Ivan gets locked in. We've seen other things like the Kai'Sa, the Tristana started coming to EU as well. Corki's still up and available, which even though it's had some minor nerfs, people are still hitting on as well. So we just have to see the priority for Team Heretics now that they've lost that Ivan.
Yeah, really curious to see what they're going to do. Yankas will have a lot of options into the Ivan, and they could look for prior picks and other roles here, potentially something like the Talia we already spoke about. Tristana mid is always going to be really strong. Sometimes if teams don't want to end up blind picking in any role, they can just take a support, like you always say for the Nautilus or Leona. But it's up to them. Do they want to pick that counter to Ivan now, or do they have priors in other roles?
I love the support discussion because, a lot of the time we see Brom ban in response to things like the Leona, right? Maybe setting up for the red side third pick here as Varus gets locked in and taken away. It is going down the bottom side this time as quick response. I mean, Larsen back on that Azir that we know him for.
Yeah, so far no massive surprises in draft, but one thing I like from Rogue is they already have a lot of scaling with Ivern and with Azir, so bringing some power in Renekton in the lane that you can really play around and that can set you up for success in the early game is really important. Whereas on Heretics, Tristana and Varus are both aggressive picks. The question is, again, do they want to take this cryo support with Varus? That does seem to be the case with Rel. Very, very strong 2v2 already.
You did give us an indication. I like it again because you're adding engage tools here to the aggression that you just labeled from Team Heretics. But now as we go forward, we need to look at what's not being taken. And no jungler here for Team Heretics so far. We're looking at Rogue. No bot lane here for Rogue as well. We're going to start labeling out what needs to get taken away from Team Heretics first.
Well, Heretics need to decide if they want to remove some of the supports or AD carries from the side of Rogue. Leona is being taken away. If they want to continue banning supporters, could be a Nautilus, perhaps an Alistar. And, well, for Rogue, do you...
Jungle?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you may want to consider banning some junglers, right? Because Vi is gone, Sejuani is gone, Skarner mostly played top, but even that is a jungler, and Jankos may have to dive pretty deep into his pool. The thing is, there's no like actual counter to Ivern. That's why he's considered such a strong pick right now. Maokai is always a stable and strong team fighter. There's something like a Xin Zhao perhaps, but yeah, no matter what Jankos goes for, it's never going to feel that great.
I'm trying to think because, again, we've seen a lot of, Nidalee jungle priority as well, and Jankos is the OG Nidalee from EU as well. Does this pair nicely in hand? Do you need more setup? Like, I guess going up against Renekton, I got a lot of questions when such a strong pick that players deem strong, by the way, in quotation marks, is still left up open.
Well, in theory, I would absolutely love a Team Heretics Nidalee here, especially Jankos Nidalee. Perhaps we can see a couple of zoning spears and analyze those. But on a more serious note, they're going to have a lot of pressure in mid and bot lane with this, a lot of setup for the spears as well. But then at the same time, no matter if we look at Western or Eastern League, Nidalee just hasn't been showing up recently. It seems like a bit of a bait pick, and it can work, but if you do go for it, you have to play super aggressive. It's very punishing if you mess up at any point.
It's kind of crazy that we've come off an MSI finals, it's shown big, and then everyone's like, oh yeah, no, I'm going to do that as well. And while that is the imitation, while that's what everyone's trying for, there's another pick going around at the moment as well with that torch first item. Jankos pulling up an AP jungler, so we're added a bit more scaling into the mix of Team Heretics.
Yeah, Kato similar to Nidalee, very hard to execute, but not as punishing because, like you just mentioned, you do have the scaling element, and it's also worth noting that while Ivern will have shields and heals, like even if he goes Redemption, Moonstone, the damage from Katos is going to be massive, and he's always going to be a high threat, not only to one target, but to every single player on Rogue in team fights.
We have Ezreal, we have Azir on the other side as well. For the side of Rogue, I mean, they've got some squishy carries here too, so it'll be about how some of those engage tools work and how we set up for the fights. Meanwhile, for Team Heretics,
yeah, the question is really how do you want to round out this team comp? You're most likely going to look for some kind of front line. They were hovering, choosing between Malphite, Sion, and Ornn as well, and I think in this case, which direction you go is not going to change things too much. With Ornn, it's a little bit extra scaling oriented. If you can get to late game, get free core items, get your Ornn upgrades in, you're going to be very, very strong. We also did see this matchup yesterday in Rogue's game then, where Finn was playing the Ornn side and it didn't go particularly well against Adam. So we'll see now if he can destroy the Ornn.
In reverse, Finn's had a bit of a struggle in the past couple of weeks. He's been solo killed a couple of times on both sides of this matchup, but as we get into Summoner's Rift, just a reminder, as both these teams sit near the bottom of the standings, Rogue wouldn't be out with a loss here, but it would be so hard to make that playoff run. It'd be so hard considering when there are so many games left to be played for Rogue to secure themselves. For Team Heretics, a win here would do better than that. It would push them to 3 and get them out of this little rumble in this bottom side of standings. Remember, it's only G2 who is sitting at 4. Everyone else, 2 wins. Mad and Rogue sitting at 1. So, as I said on desk, middle of the standings right now are very beefy. We're kind of trying to find our identity and our, I guess, the strength at the end of the split.
Yeah, and I think the teams are as well. Like right now we're looking at 2 teams that are known for being rather passive, and we spoke about it earlier, the fact that they don't have any real X-factor, aggressive player that can make things happen. It feels like everybody is kind of playing weak side, and that leads to very slow games with very little action. Now, it looks like Team Heretics is trying something new to get things started. And ultimately, not the greatest trade of all, support flash for jungle flash, but they do get some deep vision in the enemy jungle. It is 130, meaning that while Trimby... oh, it's actually a full swap, I'm not paying attention.
No, you're okay, you're right. After the engage, so Jankos starting topside.
Yeah, so we push Ivan out of the jungle. We can see Markoon here trying to walk back in, recognizing his walls are being taken away, but ultimately it's not that great as an Ivan being in a swap situation, because at this point you have to wait about 40 seconds to pick up a camp after marking it, whereas Jankos can just quickly clear camps one after the other. I'm mostly surprised about Heretics wanting to go for the swap here with Varus and Rel, because they're so strong in the early game, and normally you can really, you know, take an advantage of the 2v2, especially versus the likes of Israel. That's what caught me off guard. But here, I think more than anything, it's just about getting a great start for Jankos and setting your cards up for success.
And you can see while Finn is matching it on the bottom side for Rogue as well, he's waiting in this brush to see if anyone's coming to collect. Anyone's looking for the wave as well. Marco now getting that cross map that we talked about, and when we talked about him having to wait a bit, I'm curious to see what Jankos can do now at level 3, level advantage, using that timing as he's spotted out by a ward.
Yeah, so the thing is, Jankos, he cleared the full blue side. He took Raptors, but then he knows, well, I'm up against Ivan. There's no way he can clear all my camps. I'm just going to go sneak away the wolves, then move back into my top side. And with that, Jankos is already going to have a secure advantage for himself. What I was about to say earlier when the level 1 shenanigans broke out is, these teams need somebody who carries them through the early games, somebody who starts fights and who, you know, brings X Factor, makes something happen. And one of the beauties of this swap for Heretics is that while Varus and Rel haven't been able to punish in the 2v2 yet, they have secured a jungle advantage, but also Finn with the Renekton is the one you need to look at on the side of Rogue to make things happen. And now, being unable to lane against Ornn for the start of the laning phase decreases the chances of Finn actually taking over the early game.
It's a great point, right? Because especially with Wunder, he's such a team player. I think that's the other reason we say there's no maybe overall star power, because Wunder is so great at team fighting as he was on G2. He's such a good role player, is my point. And for Team Heretics, or Heretics, got to get the Spanish translation going as well and get it out of my mind. As you said, it means that Renekton not going to get the standard lane till about now. Bot plating was significant though for Rogue, just as a side note, while the jungle advantage is starting to slide through for Jankos, who holds that level lead. There is a bit of a lead down towards bot side as Comp was able to get a bit of a plate share that gold around. We'll have to see if it means anything in the grand schemes, as of course it was plating for the top side in response for Team Heretics as they now go to standard lanes.
The downside of the invade for Jankos is also that his second clear is going to be a little bit awkward now. You can see Markoon moving out to his top side with wolves. Grom spawning almost immediately because Jankos cleared him right away. Whereas right now he's in the phase with no camps.
Spyro, what?
I mean, that is aggression.
That was aggression.
It's some kind of aggression.
And he W'd, he then flashed for it, but he didn't have ult to push him back or get the extra damage. So first blood will just go to Markoon, who I think slaps him for one.
I think this is one of those moments where now it looks a little bit foolish because it wasn't particularly close to working. But hey, he tried to go for a big play, and you gotta respect that.
I like the Broxer positive, you know, angle as well. No point laughing when you go, well, it's his angle, isn't it? And you know, in this early game with that early kill as well, I feel like takes a lot of pressure off Larssen. He's able to TP in. Spyro, remember, burnt his flash, and now the TP is gone as well. As Trimby tries to roam mid to recover. It's a good moment for me to ask you, Broxer, you know, what the setup is here as supports try and get involved in mid and try and get their pace going.
Well, you can see that even though the dive failed, now mid lane is in a pretty tricky spot for Larssen because the wave is pushing back towards Swyveru, and this is the timing where Jankos and Trimby want to either put some pressure around mid by ganking him or invade the enemy jungle. One of the downsides of having Ivan here versus Karthus is that Karthus is much stronger in the early game, and with setup, they should be able to win fight. Sia just hit 6 though.
Ignited, gets a shield, but yeah, doesn't even need it, does he? Larssen just gets that range, and big whoopsie for Team Heretics through the mid lane a second time. They're punished once again.
I think generally they're having the right ideas in mind. Like Swyveru goes confident and tries to get the solo kill on the Larssen.
There's that ult.
Pretty low.
Wait for the flip. Root caller, beautifully done. He buffers it, but still, they're going to get the range to the flash from Zoelis as well. The dredge line makes it so, and now Larssen is going to be hand-fed a second time. Finn absorbing pressure on the top side in the meanwhile, but this is a disaster early game for Team Heretics, who are now down 1,000 gold.
It's such a shame. I think I think the timing that Heretics were looking for initially was, hey, Larssen is on a wave that's slowly pushing towards us. He's going to be overextended, so if we bring Jankos and Trimby there soon, we'll be able to gank him. Now, they recognized that they were not able to go for the gank with Solus and Marcoon covering, but instead of dropping it, they ended up looking for Raptors, not realizing that Larsen had an XP advantage, hit level 6, Spyro was unable to follow at all, Trimby dies, Spyro then doesn't recognize he needs to back off, and while some of these ideas in theory are good, they're just not fully on the same page and don't recognize the windows that Rogue has. I think sometimes when you're on a pro team, it's pretty easy to get caught into what do I need to do, what plays do I want to do to win the game, and you forget about the responses coming out of the enemy team.
You know, remember again, this was the rookie. This was a replacement for Perks when this team didn't work together. And now as I look at that, Wonder's going to get flashed on, burns his own, but even with the breath out, he's getting ranged at, and one more auto, a Mystic Shot almost connecting. Comp can't finish the deal.
Wow.
Wonder's out, but the map is now burning. And Broxah Rogue is set up in this early game despite the jungle difference. We didn't even get to talk about compositions and what they do, but I can tell from what you told me in draft that Team Heretics aren't happy that the early game is going this explosive against them.
Yeah, I think from a drafting point of view, both of these teams have a fairly good scaling. Like we're gonna see the Ornn outscale the Renekton in like late game for Renekton pressures early. Both junglers scale very well, mid scales. You're gonna see scaling from both sides of bot lanes.
I like that word.
But it's worth pointing out that early game is so important for both of these teams because that's where they usually struggle. And a team like Rogue is known for being passive and not finding those aggressive moves.
True.
So if you put them in this position, where instead of being proactive, they just have to respond to your plays, they're actually in their comfort zone. This is the style they're best at. And playing a comp that scales so well into the game, that's also fairly easy to execute with the front to back, like Nautilus and Renekton going forward, Larsen and comp just sitting back and getting Ivan shielded, everybody staying alive.
True.
This is pretty much Rogue's bread and butter, and I think they're going to be pretty scary from here.
I like that you use the word reactive. It really defines what Rogue, I think, has been for the majority of this year, right? With the top lane change that's come in halfway through, with, you know, Finn coming through, I think we've had a bit more proactivity, but I think, yeah, probably least proactive team, and not to take a stab at them, that's just how they play the game. This game, their reaction towards mid has been really good, and as you can see, now Marcoon out on the map with Daisy up and available, maybe just hovering to see if anything happens in the top lane to give Finn a bit of push and a bit of comfortability, while the rest of the map is in a very comfortable position.
I think Rogue has always given me a little bit of CLG EU vibes. You know?
Really?
Very, very slow
Wow,
games, not too much happening, but they're so good at just scaling and waiting for the big team fights to come around. Even when they won in summer 2022, they were amazing at this style.
True.
But the problem is, I think they just bought into it a little bit too much, got a little bit too passive over the years. But now, again, we've seen it from Larsen in the past. When he gets the advantages, he's so good at shutting down the enemy mid laner and creating something massive out of it. Azir has always been one of his well-known comfort picks, and now being up on a Tristana, 1,000 gold already. We need to keep an eye on this guy's movement. Because the thing is, anyone can get an early game advantage, but only the greatest players can take that small advantage and turn it into a lot of objectives and turrets and a bigger gold lead for that team.
I think we can agree on that this year, especially with a lot of LEC teams are going to pause because Spyro might be in a bit of trouble here with Marcoon hovering over, but that ward gives him the information and gives Jankos the info as well to hover just in case it turns into a dive. So as Larsen continues pressuring, Spyro has to back away, his health bar too low, his TP looks like it is up and available now as it turns unleashed, but Rogue getting that same pressure I talked about will now be able to open Dragon, open bot side turret Broxah. It's still just lane heaven here for this team who you said also needs this early game to thrive, and it's good to see that Rogue is still steadily pushing it along.
Yeah, and most of this is really just happening on the back of Larsen's mid pressure. The mid pressure translates into vision in the enemy jungle, and bot prio as well. Like you can do so much, and we see it right here. Like Heretics know they have no way of responding, and that's going to be the challenge for them. How do you stop the bleeding? When do you look for a fight? And when you do, it's going to have to be the right one, because we can see right now the gold just exploded to a 2k lead, which is a lot at 10 minutes into the game. Now, the question is, how does Rogue actually snowball this further? They already took bot turret really early, and we're going to see Comp and Solus moving directly to the top lane, wanting to take more plates. So right here, I expect Rogue to just want to, spend the next 3 minutes getting as many plates top as possible, preventing that tower from falling in the process as well. But in order to do that, they're going to need Larsen's pressure, and he's just TP'd bot lane.
He has just TP'd bot lane, so maybe onto Flacket in the 2v1 as he ult against the wall, springs him back. Flacket tries to win it out, but Markoon survives in the end. We have to see if there's a response play, because TP takes away pressure from the top, but gives another kill over to Larson, who just picked up a Nash's Tooth. Trimby and Jankos have now been here for 40 seconds.
Well, like we spoke about earlier, Rogue, fantastic at being reactive. We saw Comp moving towards top and Finn starting his recall, but the moment they saw the opening to kill Flacken in bot lane, Comp instead goes to mid, Finn cancels his recall, Larson TP's down, and they get a free kill, pretty much out of nothing.
Yep. And
now, the game is going to change a little bit. They're not going to have as much time to play for plates, if they even want to put Comp in top lane to begin with. But who cares? Like, free advantage. You can't complain about that.
Magnustorm going to be popped though in the meantime. Let's see how free it really is. Ignite down on Finn pushes him out of the fight as Jankos now moves up as well, but Daisy zone control at it. Well, Team Heretics will get their push of the wave eventually here, with also Rift Scuttle being taken by Markoon to add maybe a bit of defensive moment into the mix.
Heretics really wants to take down this top turret. They know Larson isn't base without TP available, and they do get away with it.
Yeah.
Again, that's the downside of going for that bot play instead of looking for the macro that you aimed for initially. They're gonna get the lane states right now. Comp moving top, Larson going mid, and Finn going to the bot lane. Worth noting that Finn will have TP available, so if they go very aggressive top trying to get the tower, even the Crocodile is going to be able to join.
So let me ask you, are you still like, despite us talking up Rogue in the early game, and I know that you use the word like, how can they snowball it, and I think that's very smart to ask. Are you still chilling as Jankos? I mean, you got 100 CS, you've been able to farm. The early game, yes, a bit of a disaster through mid, but he's now got Leandries. Jankos' individual lead kind of stayed from that first jungle invade. It hasn't really dissipated, and I know Ivan's going to clear slower, but it does feel like it's a big lead that might count for something.
I think whether or not you're chilling depends on how much respect you have for Rogue.
Okay.
Because as a jungler, it's pretty easy to stay even throughout the early game, but what usually happens is if the enemy laners can take the advantage to continuously push you deep into your base onto your tier 2s, they will not only play for turrets, they're going to start taking your camps. And that Jankos might be afraid of. If eventually Larson, Finn, and Comp start hitting his camps, it's not only Markoon you have to worry about, it's everybody fighting to take your camps. And that's Karthus, that's your biggest nightmare. If you don't get to farm, you're a very, very sad boy.
Yeah, what do you do? It's spoken like a true jungler. Do you do lessons? Do you teach people? You'd be a really good teacher, I think. I know you co-stream, I know you do all that, but I feel like you'd make bank absolutely selling like Jungle 101.
Hey, might need some testing one day, but for
now,
I hope that Rogue are going to show us how to shut down the enemy jungler.
Please.
And like you said, Jankos is very strong right now. Herald is spawning, there's 130 in Dragon, there's some big objective fights coming up, and this is going to be Heretics' moment to strike back. Rogue, with that advantage, should be able to always have pressure, should be able to set up good vision and even secure number advantages. But Heretics has control around the Herald and is looking to force. Recognizes, though, I think pretty smartly that, well, Rogue might be a little stronger than we anticipated. If we don't get the perfect engage, well, better just sit back and wait.
And Larson also level 11 here with 1.5 items. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard, so he can jump in, all in, have maybe a Niski-like moment from yesterday and set up with the team, the TP on the backside. Rocks with the setup is coming in here. This is Finn rolling in.
Finn is gonna look for the back line, looking for Spyro and block it.
Call the Forge God, True Shot Barrage does a lot. That Call the Forge God needs to hit, but it does not. Finn can't find it. Wonder flashes in. Larson, though, still doesn't die. As he goes golden, he stops the flank, but the Cardless ult is gonna turn, burn, and not everything in between. Comp gets the range at the end, but as you look at the fight, it might be down 2 to Heretics, but it could have been a lot worse.
Honestly, that was a very respectable attempt for Heretics. They were so close to getting so much, and if Larson dies there, not only do they get a bonus kill, that's a pretty big shot down as well, but ultimately, they get a kill, a few people die, they also got the Rift Herald, which hopefully for them, they can get more out of. But we see it right here, Finn forces the TP. I wanted you to keep your eyes on the carries. Look at Comp, look at Larson, and whether or not they're going to be able to hit.
Yeah.
We see a great engage from Trimby. Larson gets engaged on immediately. Spyro jumps in and forces a Sonya. And that's one of the big problems for Rogue in this fight. Your Asir is a literal raid boss, but if you're not setting him up for success, and if he can't consistently hit, those fights are going to be a lot closer than you would like.
I mean, as you saw as well, you said it, like Comp and Larson starting the fight with so much damage early on too. True Shot Barrage gets a lot of value. Made it so that Rogue didn't have to worry too much. I mean, a successful fight. I said it could have been a lot worse for Team Heretics. I mean, as the TP comes in over this dragon, They don't want to give it away. The second one here will be smarted down. Rogue still commit Larsen's TP for the play, but at least Team Heretics getting a drag and might slow down the game pace, at least for now.
Yeah, from Heretics' point of view, great read. They saw that Rogue wasn't on point and that they were very, very late to the play. From Rogue's side, it's like once you're late to the dragon, you just have to accept that. You need to give it up, because in the meantime, instead of TPing down, Larsen could have already taken top tier 1, pushed deep into tier 2, and gotten a lot more out of it.
Yep.
And sometimes you just have to, you know, like that's one of the things that are so tricky in League. If you're ahead, you don't want to give up anything, but sometimes if you give up a dragon in this particular case, you can get so much more on the other side.
Force spot though, Dominus going to be used. Wonder's teleported in, and that's a better teleport play. You force them off the turret. What you're saying, I mean, using soft contest, I think is something that's come up a lot in League this year. A lot of the Eastern teams do it, where soft contest, as you say, well, Larsen can find more on the top side. It's a more valuable play. Even if you're ahead, you can use the pressure, you can use your individual strength like this, play the map better. That's why I think a lot of the time, you know, the macro teams of the East play so damn well. I know Gen G are great at this. I know top esports are really good at this as well.
And that's what we need to see from Rogue. But, unfortunately, not what they're the most known for. Like, if you give Eastern teams a little finger, they're literally going to take your
every time you talk about Rogue, by the way,
doomed.
every time you talk about Rogue, you're just like, it's not what they're known for. You're like, you're the most friendly realist I've ever met. Everything is like, it's not what they're known for.
I just want Rogue to push this advantage to win the game.
can.
I think their fans deserve it. Like, they are in a perfect position to win the game. From Rogue's point of view, again, early game is where you usually struggle. You have a comp with a lot of scaling. Even your Renekton, who was 0-0 a while ago, got 2 kills in the last fight. Larsen on a Seer. You have Ivan to peel for him. You have all the tools that you need to win the game. But right now, Heretics are playing really well from behind. This lead was 2k gold. I don't know what, 5-10 minutes ago. Now it's 2.5. Like, there's barely any difference. And they got a dragon. They have 6 Void Groves, so if they get any opportunity to hit towers, that's also going to be very big for them.
With the Tristana as well, I might add as well. A lot of turret sieging capabilities. Mid needs to be next on the agenda for them. They've gotten deep vision coverage down this bottom side of the map as well, and you can see they're using it well to hover between this fog of war of mid, of bot. Now Trimby as well, setting up for the potential engage, and Finn has to be careful.
Yeah, they're looking for him right now. He is fairly tanky as Renekton. Level 11, does a flash available as well. We see the Redemption dropping immediately. Larsen does not have TP available here.
Depth charge in the back line though, and even though Larsen can't join in, it might be okay for now. Rogue, chain of corruption spreading though, as here comes the Requiem. Only a dream for the time being. Turret still falls on down, and the crowd goes wild for that at least, but Rogue's defense couldn't come a moment too soon. As you said, Larsen caught on the sideline. Let's see if he can get a trade. Meanwhile, on the top side.
And it's happened twice now. We're seeing the experience from the veterans of Heretics coming in real handy. They notice that Larsen doesn't have tempo, but still stays top lane. The first time, they get a free dragon, forces him to TP down. This time, they see him top. He has no TP at all, so they get a tier 2 for free and almost even got a couple of kills. And Rogue are gonna have to be careful now. They need to start getting on the same page, because otherwise, Heretics' responses are gonna create serious issues for them.
It's just crazy to me that, like, you take in the global gold that Rogue have been able to get. 3 turrets, of course. First turret Blood was down in that bottom side too. They've been able to get quite a lot of it, but jungle difference is still there because there's a 60 CS lead now between Markood and Jankos. As Baron spawns, Team Heretics hovering around the top side using Trimby to isolate a little bit of vision. And for Rogue, while they do have a fast Baron, it seems too risky now to pull the trigger. Team Heretics are already moving with Hex Gates as well. Makes things a little bit harder to pull off a play like that.
I think we're in a pretty interesting state right now where on the one side both teams are relatively happy about scaling. I think especially if you're Heretics, knowing how far you were down in the early game and knowing you have all items coming in soon. You have 2 items completed for your carries, but if you can get a third, that's absolutely fantastic. Like, if the game keeps going in the same way, Rogue's lead is going to continuously diminish further and further to the point where it really just comes down to best execution and which team can peel the best for their carries. And that's what we need to look out for. Keep your eyes on the mid laners and the AD carries. Because trust me, the team with the carries that can consistently hit, that takes fights in good zones, they're going to absolutely demolish the other one.
Well, I'm seeing 2 items for those said mid laners as well. Flicker Blade picked up in at fight Spyro, and bottom laners, you got a lethality virus, so it feels like he's a little bit ahead. That Muramana soon to be bought, I'm sure, but regardless, Comp isn't a slouch in that regard. Baron is being looked at very seriously by Rogue. Vision is blocked off by that control ward, and Team Heretics have to walk in blind at 7k, 6k, 5k. This might come down to a flipping the game for Rogue Core. The Forge God comes out, Chain of Corruption into the pit, the steal, no! Markoon gets the smite down, but look at the health bars. Larson gets a late ulti, but the Requiem this time hurts him even more. Zoelis is just gonna sacrifice his life. Well, you said it, Proxer. Look at those carries, because Rogue were just looking at the Baron, and Team Heretics were out for blood.
And that's the thing here. I am so happy about what Jankos just did. We're probably having somebody, Lil Bobby and Iron 4, wondering, but Jankos, why didn't you flash in? Why didn't you steal the Baron? Well, Grandpa Jankos was one step ahead. He's wise, he's experienced, he knows that if he doesn't tunnel in the objective, which is plays for the fight, they're gonna win. And that's what happened. We can see it right here. Baron drops low. The obvious call is for Jankos to just flash in the steal, but if he does that, he's in a pretty awkward position to play the fight, so he sits back and just hits with whoever's in front of him, channels the ult, nobody can stop him because, again, he didn't flash forward, and all of a sudden, Rogue gets the Baron, but who cares? You're all gray-screened anyways.
There's some kid at home saying, I'm the Iron 4 kid. I'm the person who's trying to climb out. Thank you, Broxer. Well, as you said, you know, it's a different type of Karthus play, I feel. You're right. It's normally the flash in, die. Okay, we use ult off death as well, but Jankos without the steal, knowing they're going to win the fight. I mean, for Team Heretics, that experience advantage you talk about comes in handy, and now that scaling as well, even though we know it's for both teams, I think gets a little bit more serious on Team Heretics' side since the Karthus still has that lead, taking Dragon by himself. Need to pause. Wonder might be in trouble, but it is an Ornn getting on out as Trimby thinks about the engage, stops them in their track. Daisy comes out. There's a dredge line for the re-engage. Change Corruption for 3v3 for now, but with the teleport coming in, that's Larson on the move. The range is there. He's joined on in as Comp uses his own range. Trimby is just dead. A bit of a mistake as Team Heretics came in to save their top lane.
Bot lane.
Is it a mistake, Broxer?
Well, time will tell. At some point, they're definitely going to have to deal with Spyro because that's a Tristana pushing hard with 6 void grubs taken.
Yeah.
And we're going to see it right here. Sure, you're going to kill on Trimby, but I think ultimately, at the end of the day, you're not going to care if you're Heretics because you trade a kill and a tier 2 for an inhib tower and an inhib. That's going to give you a lot of pressure.
Finn looking for him. Oh, close. He gets out.
Calculated.
Very calculated. Very well done from the mid laner, I feel like, who this game we haven't talked about because of the earlier mistakes. Makes a big play, and you're right, I think definitely worth it.
Yeah, I think this is how you need to play champions like Tristana. You have to be ready to pressure side lane. And eventually, if the rest of Heretics can buy a lot of time, this is exactly what's going to happen. Honestly, normally, you know, Trimby's stuff, it looks very questionable, and it kind of was. But he did buy time for Spyro. He did have the right idea.
Yep. Well, at least you're honest. I think the main thing is that for Team Heretics is they now pick up towards 3 items close to this Tristana with the BF sword, but more importantly, 3 items here for Flakked. They are ready to fight. You can see gold is dead even. 2 dragons apiece, or rather 2 and 1. Rogue picked up the earlier one. They keep taking away some of these resources. Trimby going to use Hex Flash onto Zoelis. He dredge lines out. The crash down not going to connect. Think about a re-engage. There's great damage from Comp. Man, Ezreal's good at the moment, isn't he? True Shot Barrage onto Trimby, and again, might have been caught out, but as they line up for the Ornn to chew him down, Comp has to run around, and Wonder zones off 3 carries, but Team Heretics' health bar on the side has been disrupted by Finn. Wonder flashes over the wall, and they're running as a 5-man unit, trying to poke out and dissuade the advance. They've done exactly that, but you can see Zoelis might go down, but for Team Heretics, nothing more going to be gained.
And right now, we need to see Team Heretics coming out of the map, establishing full control of the topside jungle. The bot inhib is still going to be down for more than 3 minutes. Baron is spawning in 2. And this is what they need to get from it. That inhib needs to secure you full top prior and a Baron. Of course, they're trying really hard to get the mid-tier 1 because that's the first step in the right direction. But for now...
They like pauses. Okay, we chill out. Didn't know Fnatic was playing, but we chill out for the time being. And yeah, it looks like the game state, as you said, for Team Heretics now hinges on these next couple of minutes. You just said it. Rogue has initiated the pause, by the way, so we're going to find out exactly what that is when we get the full update. But it is a struggle. I mean, you already talked about it. You're like, it's great that Rogue got the early lead. It's really good. If they snowball, if they do something with it, well, it was a kind of like a stale mid-game, I think you'd say, or like a stale wind-up to the mid-game. where a couple of mistakes and Team Heretics really pounced and used their vision advantage that they've been accruing as well, thanks to Jankos.
Yeah, this is what it needs to feel like, playing against 4 LEC champions, 2 world finalists. They're not even doing anything super impressive from a mechanical or fighting point of view. It's just all brain. They're rotating so well around the map. They're doing so smart in terms of how to approach these team fights and set each other up for success. And it feels like, again, this is what we complimented Rogue for in the early game, being very good at being reactive, responding to the enemy team. But now, roles are changing. Rogue wasn't able to do anything with their lead to push the advantage further. Heretics now, again, with Baron spawning soon, with bot inhib already being taken, needs to show us that they can do just that.
Well, I'm hearing sounds like there could be a ready coming up soon, so we'll find out on that. A quick question in the meantime. I was posing this before. Who do you think the best EU jungle ever was? Was it you or Jankos? Who is the best EU jungle
what
ever?
What have you done?
Do you think it's you? Who do you think was better in World Finals? Or is that still sore or not?
Oh, sorry. I don't hear you. It's lagging.
Okay, all right. Yeah, sure. Good escape.
I think the game is starting now, please, right? Get me out.
See, I asked this before. If anyone needs context, ask it before. And Aragon comes out, oh, Jankos was #1 in 2019. He was on a #1 list. Like ESPN or something. And I thought, bro, that's like the most unintentional, direct, honest sting.
You know, I trash-talked Jankos one time in my career.
Once.
And it was Worlds 2020 after I had went over the Atlantic playing for Team Liquid.
Yep.
And we had beat G2 in 1 game.
Nice.
And I'm doing this interview leading up to the second one, and I'm being asked, who's better, you or Jankos? And I go, well, me, of course. Then we proceed to get completely stomped, and I got memed on social media for the next years.
I remember.
Never again. Like, that's the learning lesson. Do not trash talk or doubt Mr. Jankos, because it's going to hunt you down real good.
Good life lessons. We're back in the game. Thank you for waiting with us. We come back and Team Heretics use a lot of power to just open up mid. The grub's being shown up. I'll get you out of it, Broxer, don't worry, but I will definitely not forget. As Rogue are now safe at their inner, but you can see Team Heretics hovering around the top side of this map. They've got 1:30 till the Baron. As you said just before we went to that fourth, Broxer, it is about what they can use with this topside pressure with the timing of bottom inhib added into the mix.
Yeah, and right now we're going to see Spyro moving up towards the top lane. Jankos just took his spot side, is going to group with the team, and it's all about Heretics 4-man, pushing in mid-deep. A little bit trickier right now while the Azir turret is up, but it's going to time out soon. Finn is going to try to push bot. It's going to automatically push in Heretic side, of course. And with Baron spawning in just a minute, you need to keep this vision. Ideally clear some of the wards that we see from Rogue side as well. Like, just push them in as far as possible. And the moment Baron spawns, you can burn it so fast with this team comp.
Oh yeah, you got the burn malignance there as well. I mean, all the added AP ratios, plus as you said, with the Tristana 3 items. It's big right now as they siege on 2 fronts. Spyro sits there, spots 2 of Rogue. You can see Team Heretics step up to the plate, try to get some fast pressure. There's the last in play. He tries to imitate Faker, but all he finds is Wonder, who gets the train off before dropping down. Turret stays standing, but Spyro is just like, screw it. If I'm going to die, I'm going to take the turret with me. He tries to rocket jump out. He ulties out for Finn, but he still has flash of his own. He gets a stun down, and for Spyro, maybe it was worth opening up that top side of the map. But in the end, Rogue punish and take down those 2 solo liners.
And once again, we see the macro from Heretics. Every single time Rogue goes for a play, they're simply 1 step ahead. This is one thing that was haunting Rogue yesterday as well. Every time they move forward, they forget to think about the consequences. We see Spyro pushing in top. The moment they go for Spyro, Flacket almost takes the mid tower. And every time, Heretics is 1 step ahead. And honestly, it's actually pretty impressive. You've got to respect them for that. Now, it is worth pointing out that Spyro is still down for 20 seconds, and if Rogue are desperate enough, Larsen is about to TP in, and they hit Baron. We already saw that they enjoy 50-50, so maybe it's time for a round 2.
But I mean, Larsen first has to get into the pit, and he has to TP in, as you said, but he's dealing with the bot wave. Requiem's just been burnt. Wonder's here with flash available, no train, but Rogue is throwing everything at the wall. I'm going to throw the word respect out again, but if Rogue die here, the game is over as Wonder runs in, is taking on the team. He's going to go unstoppable, but there's Larsen's ulti mixed with comms damage. True Shot Barrage as well. It's bypassing, it's turning, it's coming back onto Team Heretics. 3 members left standing there in the Baron pit after it resets, but they can go again. They've even found another. Team Heretics are walking into the jaws of the beast. and Rogue are nothing but thankful.
I don't know if to stand here complimenting Rogue or flaming Heretics right now. I'm a little bit lost, to be honest, but ultimately, very good play from Rogue. In the beginning, we saw Larsen pushing out bot, and when he was needed, he TP'd in immediately. But not only that, Solus on the Nautilus was able to get a lot of picks with the hooks, and they just managed to burn down one target at a time. Having their carries, you know, really having full freedom to hit.
Yeah.
And Heretics, they couldn't really do much in response. They were too split, too far from each other.
Very true. I mean, I'm keen to see her replay because there was no Ornn ult up and available, you know, setup limited. I feel like for Rogue, they're going to be cheering at that when the game started feeling like this, you know, this macro counterplay from Team Heretics keep hitting them in the face. You talked about with top, as we saw with bot, as we look towards mid, that one big team fight. And for Rogue now with Baron, they got 2 minutes to work this out. I mean, look, there's no Dragon up and available, Broxer. Salt points up in 4 minutes 20. We're going to see what damage Rogue can do and how they can push this gold advantage so that they get themselves closer towards a second win.
Yeah, the roles are changing once again, and now Finn actually has almost a 3,000 gold advantage of a full core item on Wonder. He's going to be very hard for them to deal with. It is worth pointing out that both carries for Team Heretics have 4 items, so if they can set them up for success, they might be able to deal some damage. Both of their flashes down, however, they're going to getting poked real hard, so they have to pull the trigger soon or their Nexus is about to explode.
But I see comps damage, I see them poking them down in the meantime, so the same point can be used for Rogue, right? Top inhibitor going to drop as well. Finn now pressuring with the minion wave and Baron coming in. Rogue moving there as a group. Comp is the one I'm really scared for. It's surprising despite Larsen starting this game with such a big lead. So Ellie's caught over the wall for the time being. The poke also good from Flackett. We get the range from Larsen, they push into the base, they're looking for double inhibitor, but isn't too greedy. Trimby goes on in, Wonder sends up an Ornhorn, but Comp only gets nicked on the side. 2 ultis, the big engage tools for Team Heretics are down, and Rogue couldn't care less.
Yeah, they're just going to continue moving from one side to the other. 2 inhibs down, bot lane is the last one left for them to take, and this is the beauty of their comp. Once they group up as a ball, we see it right in front of us. The Ivern shields and heals are so effective, it's near impossible for Heretics to put anybody low while they're just poking and one-shotting any champion or tower that's right in front of them. This is how you need to play Rogue's comp, and they're doing it really, really well.
I love again that, you know, scaling being relevant for both. We're seeing the fruition of what Rogue can do as a 5-stack. The poke's so big, and Comp on his Ezreal once again is playing with fire. He's feeling himself at almost 4 items too. So hard to get near this team that has the range. Azir, Ezreal, Team Heretics to walk in. They take half of their HP just standing
They have to engage. They have to do it right now.
What do they
do? It's the last chance.
I mean, Trimby already burned the ultimate. I think it's up soon, but again, they're getting burnt down. The dredge line pulls Wonder in. He can't do anything. He's taken to the ground. Rogue have opened up triple inhibitor. The minion wave's crashing through top, through mid, through bot, and Rogue on death's door to be taken away from playoffs no more. Team Heretics now sending out the Requiem, but for Jankos, it's a last stand here while Rogue crash on in. Baron's disappeared. It's made the push harder, but they're just running out of options so quickly, and all of a sudden.
Yeah, Trimby is going to have to look for an engage right about now. You have Varus ult up as well.
He gets one.
They are hunting now.
Last breath, he dies. Chains Corruption's there. They defend for now. Twiro thinking about the angle. We wanted a superstar from either of these teams. Team Heretics not going to give it to us, but at least they stop the push, taking down that Nautilus.
I have to say, Rogue has gone for one of the smartest strategies I've ever seen in my life to scheme.
Really?
They had an advantage, but they recognized they didn't really know how to play from a header usage. So they're like, well, you guys don't know how to play with a lead either, so take this advantage, friends. We're going to react once more and take the free win. And since they were in there playing from behind comfort zone, they got the Baron, they're just slowly, well, not even slowly, they're actually rapidly ending the game. And they played the long con from the very get-go. I just didn't see it before now.
Never heard an analyst come on and be like they're in their head to just let them throw.
But it's so smart.
It is smart. I mean,
it worked.
You're not wrong.
This is how we beat the Eastern teams. Just give them an advantage for free and react. It's gonna work 10 out of 10 times. We need to see it.
Okay, well, can't wait to get to Worlds for watching LEC be like, you know, Broxer said we should do this. It'll be great. Never know you can coach three 3 teams at once, but I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be a good time.
With Brox's advice in hand, let's see how Rogue try and end this game. Again, it's come swiftly. It's come off that Baron. It's come also off that base defense. For Rogue, moments ago, they were the ones sitting near their base wondering how they could turn the game around. Team Heretics now the opposite end of the scale as Rogue push on in 3 minion waves. No Baron makes it hard, especially with so much wave clear, but Larson's got range, Comp the same. Surely this has got to be it. I mean, Comp's damage on turrets is big. They get rooted up. Comp's still ranging them massively. They near the fountain so they can go back and reset, but as soon as they do, Rogue will try and end the game.
They're going to have to find a way to go forward soon. Like, they're running out of time. They're just getting poked more and more. And here comes the fight.
And it finally comes through, but they're blasted before it begins. Requiem comes out eventually, but at this point, it's only for a dream. Wonder yanked back in. Zoeli's on the Nautilus, has been clean, and Rogue played the patient game. And in Brox's words, they waited for Team Heretics to make the mistake, with a bit of paraphrasing there, and pick up their 2nd win when it matters most.
It's actually really unfortunate for Heretics here at the end. Like, honestly, the only win con for them at the very end of this game was for a play on Rogue to disconnect. But this isn't solo queue. They can actually just pause if that happens. It's not entirely fair. Like, how are you supposed to come back? They were just too far behind.
Very true. Ladies and gentlemen, you can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Is it Finn, Larson, or Comp? You got any thoughts on this? I feel like it's a Comp angle, honestly. He should check his PC. He's kind of hitting every shot by the end.
I want to honor the coach. Whoever came up with the reactive strategy, giving the advantage away and just playing the long con, I think was pretty smart. No, but on a serious note, I think I think I would give it to Finn. That Renekton had a lot of pressure, and I think he was doing a really good job.
Well, we've got an interview with him after the break, so let's find out if he deserves the key player of the game right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
back to the LEC for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game interview. I'm Ginny, joined with Finn, who have gotten their second win so far of the split. I want to ask you how you're feeling right now, because every single time we speak to someone from Rogue, they say, we have what it takes, we need to translate scrims onto the actual stage, and we just need to get that momentum going.
Yeah, I think the only word that comes to my head right now is relief, in a way. I think that shows that we can still win games and we still have it in us to actually make a run for the playoffs. I think scrims are pretty decent and we really show good things there, but when we go on stage, we really get into our own heads way too much. I think even today we were really ahead in the game and we were still so scared, even though we have like a Nautilus and an Iron Q, we have so many tools to go on them, but we still didn't really pull the trigger. So a bit disappointed in that, but very happy we got the win.
Why do you think you guys get in your own heads?
I think when you lose so many games like we have and you're in a winning position, no one wants to be the guy that fucks it up. No one wants to be the guy that ruins the winning position and like ruins the game for the team. So I think that's the mindset we got to get rid of. I think we got to get back into the mindset where everyone is looking for plays all the time. And I think then we're going to play a lot better, but we're not there yet.
Do you think this win is the gateway into getting into that mindset, because you still have one more week left of games as well?
Well, any win helps, right, for the morale. I think no team has good morale when they're 1-5. I think that goes without saying.
It's 1-5 now.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I'm very, very happy, and I think it's good that we got this win. Very needed, very necessary.
So you still have 2 more games next week on the weekend.
Yeah.
What is the process looking like from today, Sunday, you have a win, off day, and then what's the next of the week looking like?
Well, I think it's just back to the office and start prepping for next week. We have 1 more week, we got to make it count no matter what. I think we got to put in like 200% effort next week. We have to win these 2 games. It's against MAD and GX, teams that in theory we should be be able to beat. So we just have to really, really, really put in the effort.
Well, fingers crossed, and we'll see how that plays out. Thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it. Laura, let's head over to you.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Back to us for the second game. Oh, hi, hello. Back to us for the second game of the day, GX versus BDS. And okay, I have a weird feeling about this game, because if you think about week 1, I would not be excited about this game. But given what GX has been displaying lately, I want to see how far they can take it, Odo.
Yeah, I'm a fan. You know, I'm the GX super fan. They're still my boys. They're going to make playoffs and they're going to do great. But yeah, week 1 was maybe a little bit iffy, but you know, week 2 and now even in the beginning of week 3, they're starting to ramp up and show a lot of good things, starting from draft. Because I think in week 1, there was a little bit of a disconnect between mid-jungle and the rest of the team composition. Some harmony was missing there. But I feel like week 2 and week 3, everything's been coming along quite great.
Yeah, I think there was definitely more talks about how Juhan was becoming underrated, because people were saying he wasn't doing that great, especially in week 1, and then, you know, he started playing a lot better. I will say, I don't think their plan has changed that much, though, and they've gone a lot better at it. And also, they could have won a lot more games in the earlier weeks. I think they lost games. I said this in Ready Check, but I think they lost games they shouldn't have, especially against G2. But yeah, I think overall, just overall improvement.
Yeah, and for me, you know, it really seemed like in the losses they've been having, the things that were keeping them together were their fundamentals, but they were missing this important step with the tools that they were having to close out games and or to like, you know, pull the trigger. And that's why, going back to the draft in week 2 and week 3, everything was a lot more well put together, and they just had a lot more tools to, you know, pull the trigger in the situations that are correctly identified as being good situations.
Yeah, and one last thing, gameplay related before we go on to the drafts, is I think they were incredibly tenacious, especially yesterday. I think yesterday they fell behind early game versus Vitality, and despite that, they kept making plays to get back into the game to the point where they were actually ahead and they won the game. So tenacity as well over the course of games.
I mean, that's the thing. They're slowly ramping up. They went from not closing out games to actually winning games rather convincingly with tools that suit them. And for me, this game that they have against BDS today is the perfect chance for them to see if they can actually challenge the top of the table, Odo.
Yeah, definitely. And for me, it's going to start with the top lane, because Antonio has been, or D'Antonio has been kind of the silent hero of the team, sacrificing himself and finding, you know, great impact with the little tools that he has. But right now he's facing, you know, the top lane tank terror. He's playing blue side against Adam. Adam, you know, notorious for his brutal counter picks into these little weak tanks that are just sitting there looking to farm and everything. So for me, this is the matchup to watch.
I mean, he's the anti-melee guy, Adam. It's pretty rough. I imagine it's going to be absolutely brutal. And the obvious plan is to send R5 to top lane for Adam versus the blind picks. And that is what I want to see from Antonio. What does he have that can be blind picked into Adam, and how can they make that work?
And what do you see? What do you want to see then?
So
here? let's dive into
do
specifics. Yeah.
I do think it's really rough. I think they've got to get rid of Rumble if you decide to BS, because I think Rumble is the main pick that can work well into Adam and beats his entire pool. And also Twisted Fate could be a pick for Adam because he did play it last split, which works well into all the tanks they have to deal with. People might say, you know, Malphite works well into Twisted Fate, but I think it's kind of fake. I do think it's kind of fake. There's a lot of trades that can work and dives that can happen.
Yeah, but for me, still the most important thing I want to see today from BDS is no Cassante, you know.
Right.
Give freedom to Adam. We saw that he's an absolute menace with the Yasuo. Mordekaiser was a little bit. We haven't seen Darius, we haven't seen Olaf. And for me, if there's someone today that you need to pull the Darius and the Olaf against, is the little old tank player over here.
I mean, that's the thing, and it's going to be the first time the Antonio has to play against Adam and his particular champion pool, let's say. And I know that when I talk to top laners, usually they tell me that it's really strange playing against Adam because you don't know what he's going to throw at you in matters of picks, but also in lane itself. So anything the Antonio should be ready for today when it comes to this matchup, because that's the perfect test for him. He's been amazing so far, but this is when he breaks out of the rest of the league.
Yeah, for me, it's just every time you play against Adam, you need to invest bans, you know, because no matter how good your blind pick will be, you know, Cassante, Gragas, even Nar, you know, they're all like weird like blind picks in their own way. But you need to put bans because there's just a lot of top lane stuff happening. But for me, the biggest challenge for GX is the fact that ever since I'm in the studio, they never won a game. And now, if they win a game while I'm here in the studio with the curse, I think they're all well on their way to clutch these playoffs.
I mean, what is the biggest challenge for this team? An old man of the Rift, or one of the best teams we have right now in the LEC, in the likes of BDS? We know that GX are ramping up slowly, trying to clutch the playoffs that they desperately need. The draft is on. What do we think of the first bans here?
Well, it makes sense on brand with the Skarner and the Varus. Jackis has been a menace, you know, and Skarner is the typical. He's the new Cassante of the top lane right now. He's the terror of the game. Renekton ban, I'm not really sure I would like because it takes away one of your blind picks, but at the same time, it doesn't really play into what GX has been showing. They had zero priority on Renekton. They really like a lot more facilitating top laners.
Yeah, I think some important dynamics in this game are as well where you're going to pick into Sheo's tanks, because I feel like they're moving away from the carries at the moment. I think something that's popping up in EU a lot is the Ivern. So that's going to be potentially contested. But Juhan as well, picking with Sejuani.
Yeah, I think it's one of his most played champions, and it just plays very well in the style that GX wants to execute.
Yep.
Good front line, solid engage tools, good synergy with pretty much every lane, and he's not shy from being a duelist in the early game.
Yeah, I do think that if Adam wants to go that direction, I already said it, but the Twisted Fate early preemptively could be a thing. Notice that there are no bans towards something that other teams in the past would do is they would pre-ban top laners and then use 4-5 as well, and you'd have the Olaf, Garen, Darius bans throughout the entire draft. They haven't done that, so one of them's going to bleed through as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And Ice going with the champion that he find the most success on so far in summer with the Jinx. What do you want to pair this with? I'm thinking you want to go with jungle already. We don't expect the Sejuani to be flex here on this side of GX.
So the last 5 games, Labrov has played Rel. I mean, you could pivot and just pick North as
All right.
6 games, I guess.
It's 6 games in a row. It's Rel again. I think he said he just has the best engage in the game, so he loves it.
And why wouldn't you pick Rel when it's pretty much... It's one of these like one-hit wonders where you just slot it into any team comp that you can think of, and all of a sudden you look at that and you're like, oh wow, this looks great, it's a good team comp. Now it gives freedom to all of my other lanes to pick whatever they want. You don't need to engage anymore with this Rel because she is just so strong when it comes to pulling the trigger.
I think Ashe rises up in priority as well. It's still open. It's really incredibly broken. Ashe, Sejuani, you could have done Braum into Rel as well, but Alice is great for the cancel on the dash. But Ashe definitely rises up in priority. I wonder if Patrick will pick it up.
I wonder what Jackis will play here now that his funny Varus is out, because with Sejuani it does open the avenue of Yone Ezreal. Nice. I think it's a really good answer to the Jinx, especially on this patch. You can kind of go toe for toe in the range department with the damage output as well. I feel like I like this approach from Giant-X. It's a little bit more reactionary. And it just gives us also freedom for Patrick. Well, if this Ezreal ends up going bot, because knowing Jackie's, there's always the Oh my god, there's always the potential of it going mid lane, especially after we saw yesterday BTO playing it.
I think with that worry, you might have to potentially ban Yone as well, because it's good into the Talia, because you can sustain through the lane. It also pairs off really well with the Sejuani, so that's always a potential threat, especially since you have that flex potential of sending it mid lane or bot lane.
So looking at things right now, this is what I expected from both teams. Front to back building maybe on the side of GX, and maybe the most BDS comp ever on the red side that they have. What form do we want to see for the rest of the team comps actually? Of course, the Yone taken out of the board here. Olaf, I think it's going to be target bans here on top side and mid lane.
Yeah, definitely Giantex looking for the top lane bans here, because you do have to ban pick your top. But my big concern here is what's going to happen with Jackie's pick here, because Yone is already targeted. I'm not sure if he's even going to go for this melee champion route. I feel like he might be forced into a champion that he hasn't played so far this split, and he might have to innovate a little bit.
My question is also, where's Talia go? Is Sheo going to take it and they're going to go AD mid? And then what AD mid do they pick? Do they pick up the Kai'Sa into the Ezreal once again, or something like this? Or do you pick up a jungle pairing champion with the Talia? Something like Viego, but that isn't really Sheo. Right, so that's the big question where the Talia's going. The same with the Ezreal. And it looks like they're also setting up for top lane picks and blinds. Ornn does pretty well as a blind pick, goes down a bit, but there's that AD mid ban away.
Yeah, I guess they are concerned with this Talia going jungle, which would make sense, because I think Talia mid with the Viego, if I'm not mistaken, that they tried in week 1 wasn't really the best showing for them, even though they clutched up the win. It did seem to narrow their win conditions, so I'm really curious what they opt for in this one.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to kill the flex here and then give R5 top lane, or do they just pick top lane in?
I think they
kill the flex.
Yeah, I mean, they just show where the Talia is going, and R5 top just makes the most sense, because right now there's so many bans on top, and I still feel like, oh my lord, the Darius is open here. So you know, there's always the threat of this. But at the same time, I look at BDS team comp and I'm saying to myself, they could use another frontliner. So they might have to sacrifice the top lane power in the counter pick by picking a little bit of a frontliner here.
You were talking about Jackie's and his champion pool. I think we forgot about secret option number 3, Kai'Sa, potentially playable here.
The Kai'Sa, I mean, yeah, with Corki, it makes it quite an easy matchup for the Kai'Sa. And now this Gragas, I like the Gragas. I think it's a great pick here. What do you think, Aragon?
I think the best picks into it are Gnar and Aatrox, right? Objectively, but then you have the funky counter picks that Adam potentially has. No, please no.
Oh.
No, please no.
I did say I would not want
no
this.
Kayn Igrakan angle, please.
But at the same time, everyone hates it. I know, guys. Everyone hates K'Sante, but it makes sense. You have 3 strong carries in Corki, Jinx, Talia. Guys, everyone is crying, but K'Sante is the best pick here. You need frontline to just buy space and time for your incredibly strong backline to just hit as much as possible.
How do we feel about these team comps, Aragon? On the side of BDS first, I feel like it's the press activate composition, the most BDS composition ever, but also one really, really easy to pull off. But on the side of GX, is this what is going to allow them to break from the middle of the pack here?
I quite like it. I think you have a lot of innate synergies on the side of BDS. You have Talia and Rel set up a nice duo. You have standard front to back with double AD carry for both sides as well. So I do think it will come a lot down to teamfight execution.
I hate GX team comp, to be honest. Like, I'm the super fan here, but there's... Oh, this Kai'Sa's going bot, never mind.
Yeah.
Now I like it a little bit more, guys. Just scrap everything I said. I just feel like it's a little bit of a disconnect with Kai'Sa wanting to jump in unless she's going the AP route. Ezreal wants to stay at max range. It just feels like half of the team wants to do something, the other team wants to just do the opposite. So I'm really curious to see how creative they can get into the game and how they can pull this off.
Where do we keep our eyes on the early game?
I think the Rel Talia is what I have my eyes on. The setup is fantastic.
Mid lane and bot lane,
You think mid lane as well?
Top lane is super sleeper.
Yeah, of course, top lane is sleeper.
Even though we hyped it up, top lane is going to be incredibly sleeper. So for me, all my eyes are on Jackie's and how he can leverage this Ezreal in the mid lane.
Let's see what GX can do here. Everything to prove against BDS. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the casting desk for the second game. We're looking forward to this, especially once again getting shenanigans with the AD carry. What did that sign say? An unban Adams what? Also, I saw a loud jersey in the crowd from someone. Props to that guy. I mean, that's crazy representation, even reaching all the way out here. But as we get into game, I just want to remind you all, BDS already secure, but for Giant X, they're the only team in that little barrel of 2 to 1 wins that are on a win streak right now. They've pulled themselves out of 0 and 4, and it's crazy. Just a quick note, though. If you're a Master of the Rift, do you never miss a game? Well, I'm about to tell you this. Santana's here to reward you. Head over to santanagaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hextech chests and skins. This week's code is RIF15. This is not an ad. This is just me talking to you. Now, Brox is with me to roll me through the start of the game. How natural was that?
That was amazing.
They had no idea what it, you know, they had no idea what I was saying.
So,
but they do now.
We have some level 1 shenanigans here, Hysterics.
But will it complete? Will it start?
That wasn't very exciting.
No, not at all. Not at all. Do you want to run us through a little bit of these drafts? Because, I mean, seeing Ezreal mid is a great place to start, considering that, like, Jackie's did this yesterday as well. We got the Kai'Sa mid. And I think, was it into the Ezreal mid? That was the 80 carry versus 80 carry matchup. And, I mean, similar again, considering that Nuke is on the Corki this time.
Yeah, I think ultimately, if we're looking at BDS's side, first, we saw Rogue doing really well at the end of last game with a front-to-back teamfight comp, just grouping and steamrolling the opposition. This is what BDS is looking to do and what they're so good at. Just scale, get your core items, group up, play front-to-back, when Nuke and Ice are going to absolutely demolish anyone who stands in front of them. And on GX's side, we have a bit more playmaking coming out of the Gragas, the Alistar. Like you mentioned, we have the Ezreal mid from Jackie's, which is something we've seen a little bit with mixed success. Yesterday, when he played against it, he actually ended up getting killed 1v1 at level 2, and now I guess he felt inspired by Vitio and decided to try it himself. So let's see how it plays out this time around. But ultimately, I really love that GX is sticking to this style of just putting Jackies and 80 carries, because pretty much every game that he's played it, he's looked so good and so dominant. And if something is working, there's no point changing it. Just continue perfecting that style. It's a mistake that teams often make, that they want to try a little bit of everything, or perhaps get a little bit too inspired from other teams across the globe, instead of just finding your bread and butter. Find what works for you and just keep perfecting it, keep improving.
Think about the most dynamic styles of EU history as well, right? I don't know if you can attest to this, but 2018, 2019, EU playing its own style rather than conforming to the meta. Like, a lot of the time, these teams try and conform. Like, we see the Nidalee pick coming through, but a lot of teams don't have the individual lane prowess to pull it off. I'm going to pause on that point, because I think for BDS, I was just wondering if this was going to turn into anything. But as the wave gets pushed in and Juhan is now down bot side as well, it is just going to be the applied pressure from Ice and Labrov using their lane state. But I like the point. I mean, Jackie's been so good for Giant X. And the fact that this team is now on a win streak, the fact that this team has pulled themselves out of a 0-4 start, I think not only attests to how good he's been playing this split, but how they're actually functioning together with these new members in jungle and top as well.
Yeah, and recently, pretty much every player on the team has stepped up. Juhan is someone I'm looking forward to follow this game in particular. No jungle bias, of course.
Of course not.
I think both of these junglers, actually, Shio and Juhan, have been playing more aggressive, more proactive, and not only that, but their teams have been really, really good at playing around them and set themselves up for success. Nobody saw that, Shio, don't worry about it. Juhan goes for the top scuttle as well, while they're looking for Jackies, but he's playing a very, very safe Ezreal, and I think rather than looking for the kill,
rather than looking for it,
I'm actually not entirely sure what the point of that was. I guess they secured mental advantage, scared Jackies a little bit, force him on the turret, burn his mana, and let him know that you're keeping an eye on him.
True. Maybe again, Shao just going to try and use that oppression to get something from Juhan. But top side, the Scuttle Crab's already gone and was traded off as Shao slowly picked up that one on bottom. So jungle trading even for now. Juhan trying to get in his face though for the time being. And I'm just looking at the minimap because it's over Raptors that he's trying to pressure him away. I'm not sure what much he can do. He can't back there, that's for sure, as he drops a ward just to get a bit more information from BDS's path.
Juhan generally has the right idea here. Like a lot of junglers that can easily solo Raptors level 1, like the Talia, prefer starting Raptors, doing Crocs, and full playing towards your bot side, because then before you go for your your first recall rather, you can do second Raptors, second Crocs, get a stronger base, get a little XP advantage, which is exactly what Shio is doing to do. Now the counter to that is for Juhan to walk in, contest Raptors and try to push him off, but in this particular case, unfortunately for him, Jackies and Antonio weren't able to secure Prio, and he has to just end up dropping it. In hindsight, it would have been smarter for him to quickly clear his own camps instead.
Yeah, because it's delayed on the back, isn't it? I mean, you can see already Shao's already out onto the map. It's Mountain Dragon to start off as well, which are valuable stats for a team that is going to be running 2 engaged front lines as well. So it's a nice start for BDS if they can acquire, especially with Nuke having the push out mid, and Jackie's just getting autoed to high hell. Both low on mana here, but as the wave's pushing against him for Nuke, with fleet footwork, much easier for him to stay in the lane and make sure that Jackie sets a TP quick smart.
So right now we see both junglers finishing their path on bot side, but because Yuhan went for the Raptor invade, instead of basing and then doing his Grump, he's actually going to be really late. He still has to recall, and Sheo could look for an early play here. Seems like they're actually going to decide to swap, put Ice and Labrov top lane in order to secure the prior Void Grubs that are spawning in 10 seconds from now. GX can try to follow, but with Adam stopping Ignar here, they're going to be very late, and it may be difficult for them to contest these Grubs.
At least it didn't stop Patrick. I guess Ignar's idea there is push him away so that his Q doesn't reach the 80 carry, who is now moving towards the top side, and get a late recall yourself instead. Adam with TP, as already mentioned, now hits level 6 as well, as the push from BDS is just going to be that trade-off. Ice is going to have a bit of free time with the turret. As Sheo is starting this nice and early, the Antonio at level 6 to match in with flash available is thinking about an engage.
If you're GX, this has to work because Adam is just pushing bot lane.
Is that working?
Holy!
That's working!
Deleted.
That's absolutely successful, and that was really clean.
That was a great setup from the side of GX, and ultimately a good play for them overall, but
is it over?
Is there more to come?
Flails out, Labrov's one hit away. Now that Ignar's in, that's part of the engage. The knock up, he flashes, it's matched. Labrov nicely timed. He doesn't just keep picking his rel for the fun of it as mid lane gets a little bit hairy. The Valkyrie on top as well. Jackie's close to dying. That Gatling gun damage. The armor straight, the flash as well. Nuke is close to hitting him. One away. Jackie survives. And blood in the mid game, blood in the mid lane, I should say, is definitely Nuke and Jackie's game.
It's worth pointing out that while all those fighting shenanigans were happening on top side, Adam was just pushing out bot, getting an XP advantage and 2 plates for free for himself. So for GX as a whole, and especially for Patrick who got the kill, that was a great scenario. But for the Antonio, he's going to play catch up for a little while.
Okay. So there is a caveat there. I mean, Adam's individual lead, now that you mention it, 400 gold lead with the plates added into the mix.
The game is even.
Yeah, it really is, even after the play. We'll watch again, because Broxer, this was smooth, I got to say.
Yeah, GX on the timer here. Again, Adam is pushing. They have to make it real quick.
BDS fan, the observers are BDS fans. They had to fast forward that.
Never happened, guys.
We don't want to watch it. Forget it.
No, but Sheo didn't even end up flashing. He didn't expect them to go on him so quickly.
Yeah.
But often, if you're in those moments where you're on a timer, you just have to pull the trigger and go immediately. You can't give the enemy team any time to, you know, prepare an answer to your play.
I just figured, you know, in replays as well, get games going faster. You don't have much time in replays, you know? If you always sped them up, for everyone of us with ADHD, it'd feel great, wouldn't it? Just always going that quick. Okay, got it. Yep, next play. Because next play's happening now, isn't it?
Maybe we should try that next team fight.
Yeah.
See how fast you can speak.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go. We'll run it live. We'll pause now, and then we'll fast forward and double time. That sounds fun. Sounds impossible, but it sounds fun all the same. The play doesn't happen to the bot side, by the way, while Dragon, I believe, was started. That Mountain's still sitting there at 8-9 minutes. And Juhunt trying to make them think that he's still down there.
They know Labrov has no flash. That's why they're looking for this right now. A byproduct of him burning his flash earlier.
Wondering, Jackie's now moving in as well.
Juhan knows he hasn't been spotted yet. It's one thing this jungler is very good at, playing with Fog of War and only showing when absolutely necessary.
He's going to be walking over a ward now, the time being, though. For Giant X, I'm looking at that bot side wave, Broxer, to see what the push is like, who has to respond. Both Ice and Labrov are walking down to match Ignar and Patrick. Sheo's here once again. Remember, he has the Weaver's Wall. He has the range advantage just with that ultimate, if you consider it. Well, he now sits and waits, and still we are just playing like passive League of Legends, waiting for the first person to make the move down bot.
Yeah, if we look at top lane in particular, we can see that Adam's lead is slowly growing. Last time we looked, it was 400, now he's 600 gold up. The Antonio is not in a great position, but he will have TP advantage soon, where he could potentially look for a play on the other side, perhaps around Dragon, if his team decides to go for it. Void Grubs are also up in a minute, and with Yuhan basing here, maybe that's what they're looking for.
Rob in trouble, it's fine. Second skin procced. Patrick gets nothing more.
Base cancelled. After taking that trade, they decide to go for the Dragon immediately.
Nice.
Both teams were really just waiting for this opportunity. We could see both of them just kind of playing ping-pong around bot side, trying to establish vision around Dragon and get some control. But after the Herald fight we saw earlier, GX is simply too strong. BDS aren't able to contest. But with their top lead and with Adam being in this position, they could consider running straight towards the Void Grubs. That could be a moment for them to strike.
Well, again, already 2 picked up from Giant X. There's a bit of plating from Adam. You keep talking about it creeping more and more. And, you know, we talked a little bit about draft. We talked a little bit about, you know, BDS's comp, but what a classic. Every time we watch BDS, what do they draft for? Team fighting. They really like their front to back. And it's funny because, Brox, I think you'll agree with me that the meta is going different places. We're getting a lot of poke comps. I think we're getting a lot of dive comps as well. Like, BDS is still kind of playing their own style. And that's something as well we just talked about, like, you know, that's what makes teams better when they don't conform to a meta, in a way.
Yeah, and we see it right here, like even after the fight goes wrong for them, they're very comfortable. Ice instantly finds his footing, and now all of a sudden he's actually having an advantage on Patrick, despite Patrick having the kill. Right. And yeah, it's just paying off.
Is he going to die? Explosive cast. He's locked in place. Seismic Shove brings him back. The crash down as well. He can't move for the time being. He's already body slammed out, so that cooldown ain't there. The Magnet Storm also used for completion. They pick up the kill, a nice engage, and opens up Ice, as we just mentioned. While on the top side, Adam midway brings that cow back home. It's the slaughterhouse about to build up, as the flip back is also good onto Patrick. An extra turret shot dissuades him, but you can see Juhan's here now that Adam has used that big ulti. Tries to force him away. He ghosts as well for his summoner. But now Giant X have to find something in this top side because they lost so much in bot.
Really well played by Adam on the other side. This is exactly what the Antonio should have done. Just walk back when you need to. Yeah. Don't overextend. Don't give them that opportunity. And Adam here was just simply waiting for his team to rotate to his side as Ice pushes out bot, and soon they can get exactly the wave state they want. Now, we're going to need to see how BDS wants to use this advantage. I know the scoreline is 1 kill to both sides, but they actually are 2.5k gold. And with Ice having an 800 gold advantage, despite being 0-0, they can actually play really aggressive and even look for more plates if they wish.
It's not like mid's that far behind either, so again, not a bad state here for BDS. 2k gold lead. The only thing I will say is that for Giant X playing the top side, Proxer, they got five grubs. Okay, 5 grubs ain't half bad, as we know. I think you asked, were you asked recently if you're on Team Grub side now? Are you like everyone else? Are you just saying grubs are OP or what?
I think right now, if you're on GX, you tell yourselves, don't worry, guys. It's great. We got 5 grubs, but in reality, no one cares, and it literally doesn't matter. Honestly, they should not be in this position right now, but you got to motivate yourself and keep the team spirit up one way or the other. Ultimately, the way I look at it is that if one team has like same amount of objectives, let's say 3 grubs versus 1 dragon, I would take the dragon over it any day of the week. But if you have 2 1 grubs versus 1 dragon, then you could argue that void grubs are actually more beneficial overall. Ultimately, in the objective game, GX have actually done pretty well. They not only have the 5 grubs, they also have a dragon, and if they can look for another dragon here in 2 minutes of time, you know, maybe looking for soul point could be a solid win con for them. The only downside being that most laners on BDS's side, everybody except the Nuke, who's still scaling on the Corki, they're very strong, and it's going to be super hard to take them down in team fights. The upside of BDS's comp is also that you can really only reach and kill the likes of Ice and Nuke if they make any major mistakes. Like, you're going to need to find a flank with Alistar, with Gragas, a clean Sejuani ult. Otherwise, the front to back is just too powerful.
Again, maybe Ignat's got a big job amongst that as well. I feel like that point reigns so true when, you know, for Ice and Nuke playing in a front to back, it just seems like home. You know, for this team, this is how they've played their comps for the longest time, it feels like, as BDS now approach themselves in the Rift Herald, trying to set up that said front to back. Everyone's here. Nuke's catching the topside wave. And for Giant X, as they move in as a 5-man unit to try and zone them off in River, Adam is there to react first.
Nuke is taking a base quickly, going to be TPing back in a very, very strong position. And this Corki has hit level 11 as well, and right now that's really what BDS are waiting for. Ice has the advantage and will be able to get mid prio. And if BDS manages to play this out cleanly, it should just be a matter of time before they either get the Herald for free or set up a good fight around it. Because again, it's all about the carries and whether or not they can protect Ice. If he's well protected, if Nuke is well protected, they're simply going to have way too much damage for GX to keep up.
Like Ice as well, the spacing on this Jinx historically has also been great. Good seismic shove here onto Ignat. Pulls back to half HP, and that might just also seal the deal. As you can see, Nuke walked to top lane, by the way, to respond to that wave that Patrick pushed in. And now that Patrick is gone, Herald's just going to be started and taken for BDS. So really nice patient play here in this early game from this team. This team that is striving to be in that upper echelon. I mean, 5-1 right now. you can see why this team is looking a lot cleaner. The start of the split, I had a lot of criticism for them because Broxer, they were, I think they got away with a couple of acts of murder in some of the games, but you know, again, great play here with Herald now being spawned top and the inners under threat.
This was actually really well planned from BDS. You could see on the minimap that they were pinging both Dragon and this tier 2 all at once. So they predicted in advance, hey, GX are about to go for the Dragon. They want to play for soul points. So we're going to immediately push down top, pop Herald, get tier 2, recall, and then get control of bot side of the map. And this is exactly what we expect to see from a top team. This is what we're missing in the last game between Rogue and Heretics. Not only finding good plays of your own, but predicting the enemy team's response and then still being one step ahead.
And I mean, with their reset timing as well, they don't lose too much. Bit of damage onto mid, but far from anything serious. Gold moves to 3k, and again, despite losing that Dragon, as you said, there's some of those smart decisions where you're like, well, we're going to be able to fight, no problems. I mean, there's Jinx almost 2 items on the Corki just about for Nuke as well. I see a Cassante that's 1,200 gold up. Like, I don't remember Gragas getting, you know, that much of a disadvantage in any of the lanes I've seen in this 1v1. But again, with how BDS played the early game, you can see Adam got so much advantage. And I'm worried, is he going to be killable, Broxer? That's the new question I have.
I also want to point out, it's easy to look at this game like, oh, the Antonio is so bad. Why are you not doing better versus Adam? But really, he ended up sacrificing himself in the Herald play to set his bot lane up for success and give the first blood to Patrick. So really, I'm more worried about the fact that bot lane got that advantage and they still managed to accomplish nothing. Because he took a risk doing that. It worked, and now we're still losing on both sides of the map. And that's why GX are having so massive issues right now. On top of that, oh, wait.
Pause, Glacial Prison going to be there. LeBron lockdown taken out. Okay, Patrick given another one. Another lead set up by the likes of Giant X's Engage.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice opening from GX, and really that's all they can look for right now, being 3,000 gold down. Look for somebody who's out of position, and then be ready to strike immediately. With Alistar, with Sejuani and Gragas, you have so much hard engaged, so if you pull the trigger immediately, it's very difficult for BDS to respond if they're not prepared for it.
Now, the True Shot Barrage just flies through. I mean, BDS, even off the back of it, it looks like Giant X were going towards top, and then mid just opens up. BDS take it. Just as we're complimenting Giant X for the pick for the all-in, they use a lot of tools, and BDS are like, okay, we can take this for free now.
Yeah, again, they are so good at, you know, just not allowing the enemy team to get an advantage. This is why they've always been one of the top teams in Europe ever since they came into the league, and we say it time and time again, this is the team that, you know, is the gatekeeper for the bottom or middle of the pack teams to try to get to the top. And if you know, cannot be really, really solid, dominant, if you can't use the advantages you're given, it's so hard to take down BDS, because at this point, if the game is even, or if they're ahead, they're not going to give you any breathing room. We see right now, they aren't even spiking yet. Soon, we're going to have 2 core items, an Ice and Nuke. Dragon is up in 2 minutes, and this is really what they were working towards. They're okay with giving up 2 Dragons to take a 4k gold lead, because they know that at this point in time, if they play well, GX are never going to get another Dragon this game.
Because by that time, it's going to be Infinity Edge for Nuke as well. By that time that Dragon comes up, we're going to have probably close to a 3rd item for Ice. Probably not there yet. Doran's Blade might have to shift out of the inventory to see what we get next. But still, the point remains, there's a lot of strength that's coming up in this next objective. Especially when I'm looking at some of the BDS carries that we've been highlighting all game long. Jackies might be in trouble. I mean, he's just trying to take this 1v1, but I don't even think the jungler needed to be here. Sheriff for the backup. Weaver's Wall is used, but a minute 30 till the Dragon. He'll have that up again before this next fight comes through.
The sad part about this is, I am sure BDS were told coming into this game, guys, you know what the biggest weakness of GX is? This Jackie's boy, he's very good, but he gets caught a lot in side lane and mid game. It's been happening a lot. It's the one thing that's holding him back from being an absolute top mid lane in the league, and man, did they take advantage of it. Not only a kill, but also a free tier 2 as a result.
Happens again. I mean, as you said, it's just kind of what we started knowing. Both yesterday and last week as well. Can have really massive impacts on the game. Can snowball out of control, give Giant X a lot to hold on to. But against a top team like BDS here, exposed, now for 1 death only, but exposed all the same. And with that kill going over, as I said, Sheo's ulti is going to be up and available as Dragon comes up in about 35 seconds, it seems like. As you said, they're not going to be given over to that 3rd one here. It feels like BDS are holding this game in the palm of their hands as Jackie's going to TP early as Giant X trying to secure the 3rd.
Well, they know that things are only going to get worse and worse from here into BDS's team comp, and they want to try to establish control of Dragon quickly, because if BDS has to face check them, that might be an opportunity to look for the flank and get a good fight.
Yeah.
But if BDS gets a group and just play their front to back, they have absolutely no way of ever reaching ice.
So we're going to be burned by BDS, by the way, and that comes in Nuke. 5 members now moving into position for Giant X. Like, this has been a win streak and a half. This has been great for them to bounce back in this split, but going up against the top dogs, it feels like a very different experience. Already such a big gold lead as a precedence against them as Nuke misses the big one. Giant X looking to start this off as their health bars are healthy, but Adam is Frank the Tank. This guy is a double watt fridge running into Jackies now. Cares not. You know, with the water dispenser as Juhan just throws the ulti out. Ignar with a big flank, though, is huge. But Ice spaces it out, gets the first reset and gets excited. And now Giant X can't touch him. The mega big Inferno rocket bomb thing is thrown out. And on the backside, Adam throws out his big bomb with his 2 rockets in his hand and throws them down. 3 already dead. Shao runs in for the next. Jackie's Arcane chips away. Seismic Shove doesn't need to connect because the fight's already done. Dragon's denied, and BDS take the gold with it.
And right here we're seeing one of the big differences between a top team in the league and a team that's struggling. GX, they were looking for the fight. They thought they had control immediately, but they didn't realize that at some point, once BDS is just freely walking in, they have to cut their losses and just run. If the fights are not perfect, if they don't create any sort of advantage, whether it's a flank on one of the carriers here, Nuke, or Ice, or, you know, a number advantage, it's not going to work out. Ignar actually does look for the flank here initially, ends up failing the combo. Ice still has the flash, but even if the combo lands perfectly on Ice, nobody's going to be able to follow, and it's just so forced and so hard for them to execute.
Adam chases down the last kill. You're right, it's just so hard. I mean, look, as we watch past that play, you know, there's something I tweeted out yesterday watching Giant X's game, Broxer, and I said, you know, I'm so excited for this team. I think they can make a deep run if they make it to playoffs. Now, I got ratioed, unfortunately, because Forrest came in and said that's cap, and it was very offensive to me and both of the team. This game is not giving me much legs to stand on, especially against a team like BDS where, you know, I came in today quite hopeful this could be a banger, but BDS are silencing them at a 9k gold disadvantage with Red Bull Baron power play up for the taking even in a bot side.
There's a TP coming in.
I mean, I was just looking at it, hoping
Last
for the
chance.
best, but look at the
Ice
flip
no
back
flash.
from Adam. Ignar about to get exploded. Patrick's up next as he gets excited. Antonio's like, what do I do?
That's awkward.
Even the Shy would come in and be like, bro, we've already lost the fight, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I think ultimately GX had the right idea again, but the execution just isn't there.
Adam's just running past 4 turret shots, gets flicked back. Ice, the repercussion of it, but it doesn't matter. Jackie stands there to deliver. I mean, BDS, this is clinical. This is what you want to see for a team that is about to run up to 6-1.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke is still playing around with Antonio.
Look
Just
at him.
having some fun in the jungle.
Oh, he's dead. Nope, Nuke's not dead. Nuke's dead. Nope, body slam. Wait, barrel roll. Okay, Nuke's dead. Nuke is dead. That's nice. The base is broken, though. So we're not exactly going to call Worth as just a quick note that Uber Eats are delivering the match of the week with Fnatic G2 next. That's what we get hungry for again, I think, as, wait, the Antonio just got ulted. Adam is now looking to flick him back. Shao's here. The Antonio is dead. All right. Light little fairy clap because, yeah, BDS now with that move up to 11k.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal, really. We saw Adam getting a small lead in the early game and just taking full advantage of it, absolutely blasting the Antonio from that point onwards. Ice fell behind, but him and Labrov were able to get him back in the game pretty easily. Nuke has just been chilling with Scaling and Corki, but I think Shio is what we haven't really spoken about. In this matchup, as Thalia, if you have a really good and efficient pathing, and if you cycle your camps well, if you play for objectives and ganks at the right times into the likes of Sejuani, who has a significantly slower clear, you should naturally get a really big advantage. And wow, he really has. He's up 4,000 gold now, 3 levels up in the jungle. And this is the beauty of Thalia. That's how it should be played. If you can manage to have a good early game, eventually you'll get to the stage where you can take camps from the enemy jungle as well and just create another threat in the jungle. This is what a lot of people expected to see with the AP jungle changes as well, but it's just rare that as a jungler you get enough resources to actually get the ball rolling in this way, so props to Shio for making it happen.
I feel like we saw it yesterday as well. I mean, Shao on this Thalia pick, even yesterday against Jankos and Karthus, it felt very impactful. And seeing him on carry junglers, everyone's been complimenting him as BDS complement themselves to a mid lane turret. They open up yet another part of the base. Juhan sends the ulti, but it's buffered by Adam. 5 members of BDS now spacing out, looking for the reset for Ice. And Giant X are grasping at straws here. Broxer, they say any game in League of Legends is winnable. At what point do we start running down the threshold and saying, maybe this is in the too hard basket?
That's actually a good question. Let's see.
Okay,
if you're GX, realistically, what is your win con? I think they are looking for it, to be honest. They're trying really hard to find the flank on BDS's backline, but the problem is, if you take out Nuke, Ice and Sheo are still there. If you take down Sheo, Nuke and Ice are still there. There's too many threats. And not only that, but it's so difficult to reach them as well, because BDS are playing really cautiously, knowing that, you know, they have all the time in the world. The only thing they have to do now is wait for Dragon, wait for Baron if they wish, and once they get their hands on the Baron, there's simply no way for GX to come back. And, I mean, really, sometimes this is League. You fall behind, you make some early mistakes, and all you have to do is sit back, enjoy the ride, and wait for the enemy team to make mistakes that you can capitalize on. Honestly, it doesn't really matter if you play in bronze or at the world final. Like, mistakes will happen, naturally. You just gotta keep believing.
Are you an FF kind of guy? Do you ever surrender, or do you not believe in surrendering?
I don't believe in surrendering. I try to lie to myself and convince myself that every game is winnable.
Okay. Do you think that is, I mean, I think that's the healthier of the mentality.
So imagine from a mental point of view, you're playing on GX right now, you're down 11k gold, you feel absolutely miserable, you know there's thousands of people watching you, getting completely smashed into the ground.
True.
If you also tell yourself, well, the game is lost, mentally you've checked out and you actually have a 0% chance of coming back. But sometimes, even in professional play, we saw Carmen Corp coming back earlier, the split being 10k down. It does happen, but you really need everybody to be fully on the same page and play towards the same goal. Usually, if you're this far down, the goal is to set up defensive vision, just, you know, hold your vision in the jungle, wait for Baron to spawn, and then try to look for a fight around it, because maybe the enemy team is going to scatter, or you can look for a steal. And it seems to be what GX is doing now. However, it's very, very hard for them to contest it here from blue side. And they may just need to give it up, wait for BDS to come into the base, and then try to one way or the other find a dream fight.
Some kind of slap from Antonio, or maybe from Ignar. Some dream engage. But I like it. As I said, I think it is the healthier mentality, not, you know, not surrendering. As the people that surrender every time at 15 minutes, game's even or behind. So props to you. Is for BDS, they safeguard this Baron right now, and Giant X, it's going to take a miracle to walk in, but maybe they just let it go. Juhan being ever so patient to see if there's a step up. Baron starts, they're walking in. There's Labrov at the ready. TP going to be burned as well. Bot wave is going to be crashing into the base though. So Giant X, they need to make this fast, or they are going to be in threat of getting absolutely wiped and taken down by BDS. In front of the pit, the steal possible no longer. Adam makes it so as Labrov's engaged on his 6th game of Rel is gorgeous once again. And it's Adam taking on the world with Jackie's running for his life. But even the hero of Giant X can't stand up to BDS. Their 6th win on the table is coming up now.
And this is the point where GX simply decided that they don't want to game in anymore and they want to go home. If you go in towards that fight, there's no way it's going to work out. You simply have to wait for them to make the push. But ultimately, also props to BDS for punishing. Juhan got very, very close to the pit and almost was able to steal it away. But, you know, Sheo got the smite, jungle gap secured, everybody on GX collapses, and overall a very, very impressive BDS win.
Yeah, how simple was it, right? Again, from jungle to top, from mid to bot, it doesn't matter. BDS is showing up as a top team in summer. A team prized to go to Worlds. That was a clinical win against Giant X.
Look at the man on your screen. Talia, 6,000 gold lead in the jungle. That is absolutely massive, especially when you take into account that this Sidwani was the first pick, the top prior pick from GX. But in this particular case, sadly for them, it wasn't very relevant.
It wasn't at all, but ladies and gentlemen, you can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Adam, Sheo, or Labrov. I mean, it is a hard one. I mean, again, Sheo, 2 games in a row now of the Talia. This has turned out to be a really nice flex pick for them. But also Adam with the individual lead, that macro diff through bot that you talked about. It felt like the early game was kind of started to be sealed from there, from a Cassante that really couldn't die.
Yeah, I think already from a drafting point of view, you gave BDS everything that they could have hoped for and dreamed of going into this game. And this is not a comp that they're known for losing with. They knew exactly what to do at every part of the game, and GX, they never really found their footing.
Well, with BDS moving up to second, we're going to toss to a break, but after the break, it is our match of the week in Fnatic versus G2. It's a classic, and it's coming up after this.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Just saying, I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ever since G2 joined the league, it has been about G2 and Fnatic.
But when there is G2, there is a bit more spiciness and you want to beat them.
Ever since I joined G2, I think Fnatic was definitely the team to beat.
Are you kidding me? That is a kill!
Against G2 is for sure gonna be a chaotic game. It pretty much always is.
Who's punishing who? Already used the opposite flash. Oh! It's still humanoid, baby! It is a Marek
are gonna fight a lot.
We've had so many finals against them. They're always trying to beat us.
Ending the game, he doesn't want the fight. He wants the trophy.
Winning against them feels great.
We are getting by G2 for so long, we just want to stop them.
They don't really have much of a chance against us.
We're gonna demolish them.
Fnatic versus G2. It's a classic. That's a classic.
It's a classic.
That's a classic.
It's a classic.
If you don't watch Fnatic G2, you're probably trolling a bit.
It's a classic indeed. Fnatic versus G2, our match of the week delivered by Uber Eats. League of Legends and the LEC is a 10-team league, and at the end of the day, it's always Fnatic versus G2. And on top of this today, it's the 100th time these teams clash on the Rift. 100.
I mean,
100. Like,
it's
that's
always
how,
such a banger. I've watched this league for years, 2019, 2020, all the time. The series always goes to 5 games as well whenever they play together. Every single time is a banger.
Yeah, even as a player playing against both of these teams, it was always something special, you know, playing against Fnatic individually, against G2 individually. But even as a player, watching them clash was always something that was on my mind.
It's even crazy looking at the montage we have behind us, because we even forget that some players were among such and such lineups. We had Wadid on the side of G2, we had Spirit Gamzo, so many iterations of this matchup, and it's still a banger. It's still the most iconic matchup we have in EU history. And on top of this, I feel like the stars are aligning here, because this will be Caps' 500th game in the LEC. This guy has been here through decades and ages.
He's been just such a pillar of gameplay, like the absolute pinnacle of EU gameplay in general, I feel like, and especially in the last year. He's going through so much improvement. Maybe kind of a shakier year last year, but right now you look to him as the standard for what everyone wants to aspire to be.
Yeah, and I think over time it's always been, you know, since it was always such a back and forth between G2 and Fnatic, but I always had this feeling that it was mostly Caps diffy in the sense where, you know, whichever team has Caps will win. When Caps was on Fnatic, Fnatic was winning. Caps switched to G2, G2 was winning. So I'm not sure if it's, you know, the magic in those teams or if it was just a big Caps difference.
Whoever has Caps has the victory to European success, would we say? Maybe not, especially given his recent form. What do we think about this matchup specifically facing off against Humanoid?
Against Humanoid, I think it's pretty close. I think something that people don't talk about was Humanoid's kind of crazy run at MSI. I think Humanoid has been stepping up recently, especially this year. There's no more memes, I feel like, about he needs playoffs. I think that's all. Those narratives are dead, because he was popping off against the Eastern teams. I remember his LeBlanc. I don't know if you remember it. It was fantastic. So yeah, close one, I think.
Yeah, and for me, it was always this thing about Humanoid, you know, come playoffs, you know, he's always going to be in form, but now, you know, screw 62% win rate, screw the playoffs. Humanoid is here to play, and he's here to play today.
And he said it yesterday in PGL, it's always an ego matchup between these two teams, and especially for him. And I feel like we needed to know more about the strength on both sides. So we've actually asked the entirety of the league what they think about this matchup and who they think who will take it today. Because we keep on saying that maybe Fnatic is favored this time around. What does the entirety of the league think?
That's a lot.
That's
42 votes. I know, guys, it can get a bit messy when you look at this at home, comfortably.
SK very biased and Heretics very biased as well, it seems.
I mean, that's the thing.
Wow.
At the end of the day, we have 22 votes on the side of G2. I don't feel like it reflects the strength of the team as we've been describing them.
Yeah, I don't think so either, because coming into today's matchup, I was always historically, G2 is always going to beat Fnatic because they're just so solid, consistently, reliably over the history. But today, I think is one of the only times where I look at this matchup and I'm like, Fnatic has it in the bag.
I want you guys at home to vote as well. We did not ask Noah, we did not ask on X because we know that Noah is not on X anymore. Sadly, he deleted the app. But I feel like it's been working so good for him. MSI was complicated. I know that he took a big hit, especially through what the community has been saying around this. And his confidence has been shining, blossoming, popping off here in summer in the LEC.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could tell through the gameplay, right? He's so damn confident. I feel like a big part of it is consistency as well. His adaptability in which kinds of champions he plays, facilitative Varus picks or Zeri early rotations. He can play the front to back, you know, and these utility style champions as well. And he never really steps a toe out of line. I think his KDA on Varus this game was something like 9-1. You know, he's so damn consistent at the moment, and I think it's showing.
Yeah, and for me, as a player going through the same struggles that he has, there's always the question where, you know, is staying off of social media going to help? And for him, it really looks like it's been hitting the mark amazingly well. What a performance he had ever since he came back from MSI, and the struggles he had over there. You know, whatever he's doing right now, he should keep on doing it. That's my boy #1 as well.
I mean, that's what we want. A happy Noah makes a happy bot lane, I feel like, for Fnatic, and they've been a huge part of Fnatic's success so far. I'm wondering though, can we count G2's bot lane out in this matchup? Because it's been about Noah and Jude, but it doesn't make it less about Hans and Mickey. Aragon, how do you feel?
My only worry is I feel like they've been a bit less consistent. Also, it feels like they're just playing the same champions over and over again. I don't know how everyone else feels, but I keep seeing the Poppy from Mickey. I keep seeing these kinds of champions that they're kind of crutching on to get these wins to make sure they secure playoffs and do well, when I'd rather see them branch out.
Yeah, Aragon, I'm sorry, but I refuse to believe that we live in a league where G2 is not the one innovating. We saw them bringing the Poppy at MSI. Maybe they're resting on picks that have been working for them so far, but I refuse to believe that the innovation is not going to come from G2.
I mean, that is definitely their complete strength. I think they're innovating topside. I will say their bot side is really important for innovation, but their top side with the Sejuani Xin, I think that was fairly innovative.
We know that in Euphoria, Dracos and Dagda have been able to talk to Fnatic's coach, Nightshare, who said that when we lose to G2, we lose mental. And with Fnatic having the momentum they have right now, how much would a loss against G2 impact their momentum in the rest of playoffs?
I think it would change a lot, especially because G2 were traditionally this team that was coming into every single matchup with extremely high confidence. You would play G2, no matter the draft, no matter how behind or ahead they were, you would feel like they knew how to win the game. It was really hard to close out the game. But right now, it feels like their confidence is a little bit shaken. You know, they're still on the upswing with their recent performances. But Fnatic right now is in this traditional G2 position where they're the top dogs. They're the ones with huge confidence, and they're the ones where, in my opinion, from the way they play, it looks like they're untouchable.
And it makes it interesting because even though Fnatic has been performing phenomenal lately, the audience at home voted in favor of G2 with 51% of the votes. We'll see in the ultimate match of the week who gets victorious here. But before we head into the draft, we have to do public service because Noah has been dodging us on social media for the past few weeks. So Jenny has cornered him backstage before the draft. Let's check it out.
Hi everyone, Jeannie here, joined with Noah from Fnatic. You guys are going 6-0 so far. Incredible. You're going up against G2. But I want to ask you a question because you've been dodging us because you've deleted social media more than a scripter thought, just shots in solo queue. But I want to ask you, do you think deleting social media has had an impact on your in-game performance, or are there other factors?
I mean, now I don't care others, so maybe I have more confidence and I can play better.
Do you think you're going to win this one against G2? You guys are the favorites.
I mean, I don't care others. If we play good, we can win everyone, so I don't care. It's only G2, you know?
Oh, okay. I love the confidence. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Guys, back to you.
Thank you.
I like that from Noah. And clearly the Dragon's in the house today. Hashtag always Fnatic. Very excited about Noah as well. You can understand why he's been looking pretty damn good set up on those carries. And I gotta say, I gotta respect the deleting social media angle.
Hell yeah. Great play.
Except for when you vote for Kia Player of the Game at LEC on X. Then make sure you got that bad boy installed.
But we're getting ready. The arena is packed for what is going to be an incredible matchup. We've talked about the history multiple times before. You can see that in recent history, it has been very much G2 favored. But we don't need to tell you about the history anymore. We don't need to walk through that because we're getting ready for the draft. G2 versus Fnatic. It'll be Fnatic on the blue side. Let's see what they've cooked up for us. Traditionally, when we see Fnatic on the blue side, they do have some trends. They do like to get rid of things like the Tristana, I was about to say. Teams often like to ban Caps' LeBlanc. Okay. I wonder if Fnatic consider it a concern. Humanoid, we know how confident he is as a player. I'm sure he has things prepared for it. Right now, they're getting rid of the Braum. Does suggest some sort of engage, maybe an Alistair. I don't imagine that'll be a priority, though. Things like the Leona, potentially Nautilus, Rel. A lot of engaged supports we already see a lot of, perhaps even higher on the ban, but there's the LeBlanc actually coming through from Fnatic.
LeBlanc coming through, well predicted, Betty. Alongside the Tristana, which has been something that Caps is obviously comfortable on here, MSI.
really going to be the bigger point where we saw that pick shine through, paired along something like an Ivern as well on red side. Ivern plus the Tristana early. Ivern now going to get banned away. Would be a powerful duo. And Ivern, one of those champions who, you know, in this metas where the games are going long, makes things a lot easier to play it out. Vi will be the lock-in though.
So it's a Vi Taliyah angle, very likely.
Yeah, the question is, do G2 want to take the Taliyah away? Again, on this patch, Vi Taliyah hasn't seen quite as much presence, just because, you know, Vi's been being banned, I think, more often than not. But G2, are they concerned enough about the combo to take half of it away? Because in general, there's a lot of stuff that Vi can work with. It's not just the Taliyah. Taliyah is just the scariest.
I was about to say, are they just thinking about locking in the Sejuani? Because the beauty of the pick is it's a flex pick.
Triple
Not
flex.
only is it top and jungle, but we know that Mickey will play it too. That's one of the most frustrating things about playing against G2 is their ability to flex so many different champions. They can also even bring out a Poppy here if they want to, but maybe they just want to lock in an AD carry. We have seen Hans Sommer prioritize the Varus so far this split. If they want to just get something safe, fairly reliable on the bot side of the map, that's a direction that they could go. Are they going to bring out the Poppy? Now we are on 14-12, so Corki did get some minor nerfs, but G2, I imagine this Corki is going to go in mid because it's G2, but truthfully, we don't know what they've been cooking.
Yeah. Also, of course, with the Sejuani as a flex, it's really difficult to say. If it was going into the mid lane, we'd want to see a little bit more magic damage elsewhere on the composition, but unsurprisingly, Fnatic locking in, if they commit to this Leona, an excellent three-man core. The playmaking potential of all three of these champions when Jun is able to get out of lane is crazy. I don't think there's a single champion in League of Legends except for maybe Lissandra who can get away from the sheer quantity of CC here. Vi, Leona, paired with the damage that Taliyah can bring to the table.
I also think that Poppy's just not that great into Leona. Sure, you can interrupt the Zenith Blade, but you just have options as LeBlanc.
Well, also you can just...
Sorry, LeBlanc,
you can
Leona.
solar flare the Poppy if Mickey does want to go for something greedy like Halo Blades, and then, well, can't push the W.
Oh, so they're looking at something like an Ashe Melio bot lane.
Ashe, another champion who was slightly hit to try to kind of encourage her to build more crit itemization, was getting a little bit too much without needing to build crit, so another champion that's been adjusted, but a pretty frustrating composition to play against if G2 can keep Fnatic away. But the immobile Ashe, if this is you know, a carry Ashe, an Ashe that they want to put money into, this is going to be a difficult game for Hans to play out.
Now, G2 do love banning away Renekton, something that they find very obnoxious, whether it be in the first rotation or the second rotation. Taking that away from Oscar comes as no real surprise. They're looking at blind picking their top next. You imagine something like, well, I was going to say Cassante, but again, you don't know where the Sejuani is going to go. So you imagine that Melio becomes a priority in Fnatic. Even if they do think that the Poppy is something that could be handled by the Leona, no reason not to get rid of it. Even if Mickey hasn't looked that terrifying on the champion this split, it's just not worth giving it to him because of his proficiency on the champ. On top of that, I think it would make a lot of sense to get rid of the Melio just because that's what they've shown so far this split. But you can always bring the Varus out and play Ashe plus Varus in the bot lane too. So G2, again, with a lot of flexibility in their draft.
Interesting. So the Zeri now going to be the call-out here. For Noah, obviously, I think this is the definition of comfort. 3 items on this champion, he really starts to take over. And he's a guy who hasn't needed a lot of attention this split. It's been a lot more about Jun roaming. So don't want to put him on a comfortable scaling option. Yeah, Ezreal, not as comfortable, right? Doesn't have the same guaranteed output that a Zeri does, but if you're having
Noah's Ezreal in particular, we've seen some really
last
standout games
split,
from him.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, him and Ice, both each having some incredible individual moments. This split, Carzzy obviously joining the ranks as well.
Band. They're still cautious about where the Sejuani is going. It's so annoying to deal with. Is it top? Is it jungle? You imagine support is going to come through. Let's see if it is the Melio or if G2 have something else prepared for us. Because then Fnatic, they're likely, based on these bans, going to have to just go for something safe top, something like the Cassante. It's going to be the Renata instead. Okay, perfectly fine. A little bit more aggressive than the Melio. Gives you great disengage tools. When a lot of things are diving into you, Renata is a great champion to mitigate some of that engage.
Yeah, I like it as well. You already have a Sejuani and an Ashe who both have these long-range, non-committal engage options, so it doesn't feel as bad. So you see a nice little confident look at the camera there from Noah. It doesn't feel as bad to not have engage in the support position. As much as I do love, you know, a flash hostile takeover. Doesn't always work out, but that's going to be the Ezreal. Noah.
So we were talking about a bit of safety for Noah. Imagine Jun is going to be roaming around the map, working with Razork and Humanoid to make some plays happen. What will the blind pick be for Oscar? I imagine he's thinking about Zac because it could be a solid matchup into the Sejuani. Tank versus tank, relatively safe. If that is the Sejuani top, the question is it Sejuani top? We're about to find out.
It'll be difficult. I mean, you're in a situation where Xin is good if he gets ahead because Ezreal and Taliyah are going to have a really hard time doing damage in the face of a Xin ult. But if you start to fall behind, the Zac and the Vi are are just going to eat you alive.
I'm kind of thinking Camille. I was just, I'm really sad he died.
The third time this round, you have been 1 second behind on the prediction.
I was I was going, I'm thinking, and then as he that's irritating. Yeah, the reason why I was thinking Camille was just because Sejuani Camille as a top side is very strong. It's good into the matchup against Zach, but also it just gives you some lockdown onto the backline of Fnatic. There's not a huge amount of follow-up to go along with it, but when you kind of look at the split push options that G2 have, it becomes very difficult for Fnatic to manage it when they've got a lot of dive on their composition. They want to team fight you, and so G2 is looking to play through top early and maybe even look to try and get this Camille into a position where you can carry through a side lane. Exciting drafts from both our teams. Can Fnatic remain undefeated, or can G2 remain the upper hand against Fnatic when you look at recent history?
We'll have to find out again the history you see in the back there. What part of what makes this matchup so exciting, but today is what it's all about. Only a best of one, but pride on the line, an undefeated streak on the line. G2 looking to punch their tickets to playoffs as well. That guy didn't have shoes on. He doesn't even need them. He's too excited. Let's do it. Fnatic versus G2 Esports. Our Uber Eats match of the week. And I love the energy from both of the respective fan bases. Oh, it's in the sky. They're going to put that in Arcane Season 2, I've heard. That's just actually canon, that that's what the sky looks like now.
Jinx, what's that? I think it's Fnatic versus G2.
Now, however, a quick moment to celebrate one particular player who I think both sides have been excited about as we let the runes go down. It is Caps' 500th LEC game. So before we get into the match, before there's any blood traded back and forth, everybody round of applause for Caps. Obviously,
I mean, the EU GOAT at this point, right?
The Western GOAT, I will say. We don't get to decide for NA, but I think they're going to have to agree with us on that one.
Yeah, I mean, what a veteran he has become. 500 games, and it's G2 versus Fnatic, the team that he made his name on.
He technically would have been the first mid laner in LEC to ever have reached 500 games, but he did that split bot, and it's ruined the numbers. So I'll have to check in again.
Yeah, because he's like 70-odd games
there's like you know, whatever for the bot lane games. So that kind of butchered what could have been a double record there.
Damn. And this is 100 times that G2 and Fnatic have faced off against each other as well.
I mean, it's a classic, right? That's the tagline. I think it does ring true. A lot of the times for these best of ones, it's sort of just a test. It feels oftentimes like a show match. It's a little bit about pride, a little bit about, you know, a perfect split.
You know, for the players, there's a lot on the line. You know, even though it is just a best of one, like there's a. They talked about it on Euphoria, but also we know it from the players themselves. Fnatic would love that undefeated split, right?
Yeah.
Not even G2 in our new format have been able to go 9-0. So Fnatic to do that would definitely be a huge accomplishment for them. But also Fnatic, they haven't had, G2 haven't had the best start to summer. Yesterday they looked phenomenal, clean sweeping their opponent. But they need to try and replicate that performance as we get closer and closer to playoffs. And so far on the bot side of the map, G2 having that control very much as you'd expect. This wave is in a very awkward spot for Noah and Jun. They seem to have over-pushed it, and now Hans and Mickey are really kind of having their way with the 2 versus 2. It should slowly start pushing its way back towards Jun and Noah, but for the time being, they're just going to have to accept the pressure that Hans and Mickey are throwing down.
Yeah, a little bit difficult. Jun, not at level 1, but obviously level 4, 5 on the first reset. A guy who likes to roam, has been leaving Noah on his own a lot to kind of enable other parts of the map, but that is an excellent handshake. And you can see why G2 prioritized drafting, you know, a range matchup like this. And Ashe, who can be so dominant in lane, really shuts down and limits what Jun especially can do. The Ezreal chilling in the lane phase, kind of an expected quantity, but making sure that Jun can't participate in Fnatic's early game is going to be a big boon if G2 can keep up this pressure.
Yike is pathing towards bot, which does make a lot of sense just because of the push that they do have. He wants to be in a position to cover, maybe even threaten a dive, but clearing up this vision, making sure that Mickey and Hans are safe is priority number 1, and priority number 2 is looking for a kill.
Sums up, available. Yike going forward, heal a bit of extra movement speed. Aftershock proc interrupted by the handshake. Jun gonna get taken down. One more auto gonna do it. Yike getting lower and lower. The bailout though. Yike's still gonna drop. They need to kill Noah, but they can't do it. Excellently played by the Fnatic AD carry to bring it back. And now he's got double buff. He's gonna start healing up. Mickey has to be careful. He has to be perfect. He dashes to the side. Noah absolutely shits on him. My God, it's beautiful.
Absolute perfection from Noah. Now Razork turns his attention to top lane.
Razork has to get the counter punch, has to get something back in his favor. Excellent play, the triple kill, but the interrupt. Passive burn, Broken Blade getting something back for his team. Tactical sweep will help kill some of the blobs, but I don't think he has the cooldowns. Hookshot wall dive in, wants to finish off the Zac, but he doesn't quite do it. Is forced to flash out. Flash traded for flash, but still, we gotta go back. The triple kill for Noah. G2.
A massive blunder from G2, but just great execution from Noah. Yike, though, he sees him on a ward. He's trying to get something back.
Noah in trouble now. Desperately wants his double buffs back. Please, sir! Those belong to me. Sadly, Noah, no flash, no way out. So while we were really about to just sing his praises, and he still does deserve praise, might have just overstayed a little bit there on the bottom side.
I mean, he needed to push that bot wave out, right? It was a bit awkward. There was a huge stacked wave. Humanoid not forced to flash.
They said in the video there would be fighting, but what? Handshake.
Mickey flashes.
And credit the timing on the handshake is so awkward there because he hits it, but already the Zenith blade is coming through. Now they're just going to flash.
Jun wants to fight.
Yike going in 2. They need a body block here. Raz are going to backstep. The TP's now coming in. Caps is getting lower. Bail out there, but I don't think they can finish the kill. Caps down. It's a bloodbath, and now Noah's getting involved. That Sheen already doing so much work.
And it's Fnatic just bringing the brawl to G2, outplaying them individually. Flash is spent across the board, but it's Noah with 4 kills.
And it's already a banger. It's only been 5 minutes, 8 kills. This is what you want to see. Caps leaping in before the minefield goes down. Aggressive trading in every lane. This is the most tower shots I have seen professional players take just for slightly positive trades in any game this season. Everyone is playing so aggressive.
I mean, it's Yike with the goal lead thanks to the shutdown he got onto Noah, but we don't even get to look at the bot lane play. We turn back our attention to mid. Mickey forced to flash out because this time Jun gets the Zenith blade timing. Flash with the stun. Caps then forced to try and disengage. But look, they sidestep the engage from Yike and then they re-engage. And look at this flash. Q. Oh, perfectly played from Razork. He trades his life in exchange, but 2 members die on the side of G2 and Fnatic feeling good. Only a 700 goal lead for now. A lot of that sitting on top of the bot lane. But now we turn our attention to our first objective of the game. Grubs are available. Dragon up 2. But the HP bars, look at mid lane. It's a scrap.
Caps out of mana.
Caps is playing incredibly aggressively in the mid lane.
Did he just get a biscuit? Ticked up in mana there a tiny bit.
But it's Razork first to start. And it should be the cross map coming out from G2. They turn their attention to the Dragon. And what an explosive early game. We're only 6.5 minutes in. We're at 8 kills already. And the bot lane dive really setting up Noah for success. We think back to some of his incredible performances from earlier in the year. This man is already having a great split, but you put him in this position, he's just set up to be the carry for Fnatic.
He is. I mean, 4-1. We know what Noah can do with these kind of resources. An excellent split again, stepping away, removing some of the pressure from outside opinions. But fun fact, guys, just a little light in the mood. Fnatic vs. G2 reminder. 150,000 minions killed, 212 Barons, 342 Dragons. These times have played. And
so much murder between Fnatic and G2.
This is why we get hype. If you're new to this rivalry, if you're wondering why the people here in the audience are so excited, we've just been doing this for a while.
Yep.
This is the good stuff. And if we take a look at the other stats, if we have the timing one too, I learned recently that if you were to watch the entire Lord of the Rings Extended Edition 5 times, you 5 times, you still would not have watched enough footage to match the amount of Fnatic G2 that we have had over the years.
Oh, we've even got it at the bottom.
53 hours. 53 hours.
58 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's counting up.
It could just continue to count up. I don't think we're even including this game. Betty, it's like a single weekend for you in Lost Ark.
Oscar in a bit of danger, but he's able to get away now. G2's bot lane, the one getting dived.
Knock up there. Nice handshake to delay the play, at least initially. Good stun, but Jun's still tanking crucially. Razork gonna be in trouble now. One more auto. Hans Thomas slowing him down. Jun's getting run down as well. Oh, Fnatic over eager to extend their lead. They fumble the play, and they give 2 back in return.
Caps with some nice rockets in the mid lane, but G2 hand kills over to Noah in the early stages, and Fnatic hand them right back. Handsummer now finds himself at 3-1-0. The dives are just not going the way that they want. Yike is looking for a dive in mids.
But Razork is here. Yike's only level 5. He's gonna walk in. He has to commit fully for the play, but he might die in the process. Jun walks up. Zenith blade. Yeah, that's
He's
a dead
gonna shut that down. 400 gold for Jun. Nice positioning for him for at the very least get something back for Fnatic.
6-6. Grubs traded for Drake. This game's dead even.
The gold is dead even as well. What an explosive early game. Listen, we all love Lord of the Rings, but
all I'm saying is a lot of those movies are just hobbits walking. I don't see anybody walking here. It's just violence.
Now, I'm not going to step on the toes of Lord of the Rings, of course.
Yeah.
Great.
Tolkien, streamer and author, very talented, but...
G2 so far, along with Fnatic, delivering it in our regular season summer matchup. Again, Fnatic are locked in our top 8 with a win for G2. They would also lock a spot in playoffs to join SK and BDS in our top 8 of summer, which means that the spots could get very low very quickly.
Yeah, and for some of our later matchups of the day, right, that pressure is only going to...
They're in mid again.
Get tougher, but flash forward, the ulti to fall, flash out from Humanoid 2, determination to kill this Corki. Bailout comes in from Mickey, should fade away, but yeah, Caps really just can't get a kill back. Ulti as well onto Mickey.
This is what we expected with the draft from Fnatic. Very much playing through mid, a very strong combo with Razork and Humanoid with great setup for the Talia. Jun just acting as extra crowd control to set up for the play. They find another pick, and just like that, they've extended their gold lead to 1K once again. Caps has been playing incredibly aggressively in the 1 versus 1. You look at the CS, Humanoid has been matching him dead even. Even with all this bullying and pressure he's been experiencing, he's been able to weather that storm and find the advantages thanks to the jungle support that he's been getting. TP now committed topside, Humanoid as he looks for a dive.
Nice ward timing from Broken Blade. We'll spot out Humanoid, but I don't know if it's going to save him. Hextech Ultimatum is there. It's all about timing it. Dodges the initial Zac Q just to make sure that there's no fallout. Flashes back as well, and will just make it out. Going to be a couple plates over to Fnatic, and again, Caps in the meantime just trying to push in the wave. Really won't be able to get much back because Razork is there to cover.
A really great placement from Fnatic. They hand the gold over, while Humanoid's still going to share that with Oscar. And there's no real play available on bot side as Yike is just committed to a reset. Razork going to lose a little bit of HP in mid, but at the end of the world as Fnatic continue to be proactive on the map. And Fnatic, one of the big issues from earlier in the year was not their early game. Their ability to get early game leads has always been very strong. They're an aggressive team, especially thanks to their mid jungler and how Jun has been integrating with the team. Speaking of that aggression, I have to hold my tongue. Yike is looking mid once again.
Dash in the ulti there as well. Humanoid too damn squishy. Caps might be a little bit behind there, but now he's going to find himself the gold lead on the back of that one. Yike grabbing the kill. 4-2 for the Sejuani. Not an ideal gold distribution, but Caps just happy to have that plate.
But pound for pound, they are just matching one another. Fight after fight, skirmish after skirmish. Really nice gank from Yike. They knew that Humanoid had no flash, and they make the play look seamless. Now the grubs are up for the taking for G2. There's no dragon to cross map available for Fnatic. Because they don't have their mid laner, they can't contest. They're going to have to concede these. Thumbs up from Yike.
All right, grabbing 3 for 3. Neither side going to get the grub buff. Again, we've seen a lot of games in the previous yesterday, that were 6 grub buff to 0. We saw how easy that was. But this already, ladies and gentlemen, they said there would be fighting. They were right. Bloodiest early game this split. More than 13 kills already at 14. I believe 13 was the previous record. We're at 14, and we're not even 14 kills. We're not even at 14 minutes.
Nope.
We could probably break 20 if they really wanted to, but I think they're taking it easy now.
Bang going to be started off. Looks like G2's not in a great position to contest. Oscar on the weak side. It's going to be fine though. No real dive threat for him. The wave being pushed in bot by Humanoid. So some of the swaps have come through for Fnatic. May have to hold my tongue here. Yike is looking.
Onto Humanoid. Mickey, will he get in range in time for the handshake? He does. Pulls back. Flick not going to hit onto Hansama, but again, they just don't have the chase potential. Once the arrow is down, that was their only real tool. G2 trying to zone the rest of Fnatic away from mid lane. Vault Breaker over the wall from Razork. Instead, turning back to the rafters. Fnatic starting to eke out a bit more of a gold lead. The Zac still doing really well on the top side into the Camille. Again, we've seen from Broken Blade before, however, even in the first few weeks where it was really rough for G2, he was that backup win condition. Oh, yeah. He was the one who, once he scaled, completely took over in that first week matchup and brought G2 the win. And have to see if he can do that here, because right now, Oscar favored in the team fights. The Zac going to provide a little bit more at this point, but we know what happens when Camille hits 2 or 3 items. Yes, we're, 12 to 15 minutes away from that point in time, but it is something that has to be considered. Fnatic under a little bit of pressure to keep the pace up.
I mean, I will say that I just really like Fnatic's team fighting comp. The tools they have, the amount of dives that they have. Right now, it's just been a lot of trading for objectives, and to be honest, if G2 want to, they can skip the next dragon, maybe try to prioritize the Herald instead. Basically just to allow more time to scale up, because Broken Blade, as you already mentioned, is going to be one of those huge late game threats, and in the side lane, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. And Fnatic looks like they wanted to put a bit more pressure onto him. Razork Jun teaming up once again.
Broken Blade locked up, but the buffer is brutal.
Razork tried to
Camille
interrupt
things.
with the flash there, but doesn't quite get it.
The timing just a little bit off. You want to hit her once she has started. Once the hooks are into the wall and she started moving, you can interrupt her. If you try to hit her while the hooks are still flying, she will get pulled anyway.
But recognize what Fnatic has been doing. Every time they have a stacked wave with Oscar, it was a dive. They said Razork there once, they had Humanoid TP again, and then just now, they've been threatening a dive with 2 members. Just really great play around topside to try and keep Broken Blade down, while also funneling some resources into Oscar to set him up nicely into the mid game. Level 11, it will cost him the bot tower, but they swapped.
Oh, the steal. Yike is there. He's going to waddle up. He's probably not going to be able to win the 1v1, but he might just be able to make his way out. How long on the cooldown? Flash over the wall. Humanoid going to try to follow, flick that board right back over, but the angle is good still. Coming through the bailout for Yike is there too. Broken Blade now in the midst of the fight. They can't quite get the reset, but Razork is in trouble. Fnatic trying to turn this back in, but that's the Hextech ultimatum. Broken Blade now free to do whatever he damn well pleases in the back line. But no, the stretching strikes. Oscar pulls it right back and says, not today, my support will stand. What a fight on the top side.
Initially an overcommitment from Fnatic, but the rest of the team are there to support. They make the play work out. They find 2 kills. They lose the Herald though. Yike with a really nice steal secures the objective. And we turn our attention to the gold once more. We find ourselves near dead even, a small advantage for Fnatic. But what more could you ask for? Nothing but a brawl between these 2 teams.
And Fnatic, good that they're able to get something back. Their messy fight, exciting to watch. We have to remember this starts with Yike getting a freebie on the Herald.
I wasn't expecting
no
this.
Vision?
Oh, you're right. I mean, wait.
What?
I am unclear how much he saw there, but as far as I could tell, he did not have vision over the pit.
It might have been lingering vision. I didn't see when the ward got cleared.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Either way, he gets the steal, and I think this is a bit of an overcommitment from Fnatic, but this TP from Oscar is such a good TP because the moment G2 overcommit, he's then there to split them apart. Notice what he's able to do, keep Hansama and Mickey from following up Broken Blade, and then he provides the utility to keep his support safe. Well played there from Oscar, 2 for 1 in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, Q's over the wall, flashes, gets stunned, still has enough time left on the Q. Stretching strikes to pull back Broken Blade and keep Jun standing. Now Fnatic is trying to leverage their superior numbers. Mickey in trouble, likely to just die here. Tower will fall, supports to follow. Noah not quite able to get the assist. Mickey gonna get the bailout. Noah gonna leap in, but Humanoid still grabbing the kill. Noah gonna grab an assist as well. And meanwhile, Caps is already split pushing. But again, so close, 10-8 the kill score. Gold still within touching distance. This game is absolutely delivering.
Marek Brazda.
Marek Brazda.
2-2-2. I mean, I will say the mid laners often the focal points when thinking about, G2 versus Fnatic, as is often a historic matchup. But 80 carries are the ones with all the kills. Top lane, there's a 1.6k gold lead in favor of Oscar just because of how well Fnatic have been playing around Oscar. A lot of the setup thanks to Razork and Jun. It's great to see how well they're working together as Oscar sets his sight on a play.
Nice sidestep from Hansama, trying to backstep. Good sidestep on the Solar Flare as well. ZachQ doing absolutely nothing, but Hansama still has to be careful. Again, he just can't be hit by a single skill shot, but now Noah leaping up, manages to land the Mystic Shot. Right as I say it, but the follow-up not there. Good pick, good punish onto Humanoid.
Yike with a really nice interrupt onto the engage. Then Hansama with just great spacing. Means that G2 find themselves a kill and they open up the mid tower. Now they get themselves a small gold lead and the Dragon is available for the taking.
Just back and forth, Vedius. Neither side able to get a greater advantage. With the map continuing to grow, G2 knocking down mid is big. A tough task at this point in the game for Fnatic. See what they can do when G2 reset after this Drake. See what they can get back because Broken Blade's already pushed in the side lane. The ulti, not going to do much. G2 happy to have their second Drake. Mountain Soul, big for either side, certainly.
So resets are going to come through. Mickey needs to be careful here. We'll see his vision get cleared out. Caps wants to clear out mid to protect his mid tower before he resets. He's going to be a bit disconnected from the rest of his team as they're all now making their way back out onto the map. There's no objectives to play for. So the priority for G2 is to just clear out some vision. As Fnatic slowly starts to extend the vision a little deeper, you can already see them moving into the river. They know they have a tempo advantage, but G2, now that they're back out onto the map, looking to try and contest them, and it's just this period of the game where it's a lot of back and forth between just control for vision.
Oh!
So we find ourselves with a pause. Once we get more information, we will of course share it with you. I can tell you that the pause did come out from Humanoid, but why? We don't entirely know yet. They're just delaying, building the suspense, building the tension. We're in a very even game state. The gold is 34,000 to 34,000. The kills are 10 to 9 in favor of Fnatic. The towers are 2 to 3 in favor of G2.
Yes.
We're 3 to 3 in Grubs.
Yes, Fetty.
We are
Read the scoreboard
2
to
to
me.
1 in Dragons in favor of G2.
Yes.
It's just about as close as you can get. What an exciting time to be a fan of the LEC.
Reported an environmental issue, I believe, out of game. So just
I
something.
love environmental issues.
Buying. All right, Greenpeace. Let's get into it. Let's talk about environmental. Might have been something with the lights.
It's a
Didn't
weird
get the
thing for me to
specifics.
say. I love environmental issues.
Yeah.
What I meant by that was they're
No.
often quickly resolved.
Yes.
But I just went straight to the point. I'm
You mean
sorry, that's not
in
what
the
I...
context of professional League of Legends,
yeah, that's
I
what I
assume.
meant.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah, I'm
Whatever.
sorry. I'm sorry, that's
Look,
not what
man.
I meant. We're getting back into the game.
One step at a time.
Yeah.
All right, we're resetting. Both sides taking a deep breath. And we gotta check in. Again, you already read the scoreboard for me, so instead I'll ask production. Earlier today, we went to Twitter. We talked about favorite memories from this series. Right now, this is a best of 1, but obviously 100 games of this. And we wanted to know what people liked, what people thought was, you know, their piece de la resistance. I fumbled that. Piece de la resistance. Fnatic Losco says
and
the
reckless base
hilly
race.
and
That's
reckless
a good one.
base race.
That is a
Classic.
good one. The Baron fight that was happening. G2 trying to, well, Fnatic trying to
An
interrupt
incredibly
the backs.
Hylissang play, not a very reckless play.
Yeah.
But they brought out the best in each
It was
other.
literally just one of those, like, trust me, big thing.
Sometimes you just gotta trustful
Yeah.
into the teammates.
And Reckless did, and they ended the game. It was an epic one, for sure. Summer 22 on Fnatic versus G2 Game 5, Adam Darius. That's all, it's another good one.
Really the origin of the Adam, back when he literally only
It's easy
picked
to
those
forget
3
that he
champions.
debuted on Fnatic,
Renekton,
right?
Darius, what was the other one? Renekton, Darius, Olaf, yep. That was it. Before there was gods, there was just Ord. That was it. Garen wasn't in the mix initially in pro play at least.
Whippo Trundle Pillar interrupting Ryzol and making G2 not qualify for Worlds.
That's a ruthless call.
That's so specific.
Hey, the thing is, if G2 weren't like doing well anymore as an organization, that would feel too ruthless.
That was the wait. Was that Whippo Jungle year? That was Whippo Jungle
Yep.
year. Yeah. That was when they got Adam top, right? And that was also the Whippo running through the towers on Graves. Remember at Worlds, he was doing this crazy stuff. Anyway, they're gearing up for a fight.
Time for a fist fight. Handshake good to interrupt the initial play. Razor getting shredded before he can push his R button. Ulti already coming on, hitting absolutely everyone. Noah's managed to cleanse out, but he really just cannot do enough damage. In the meantime, Caps empowered the hook shot, the wall dive, the flash out, but now the Hextech ultimatum locking him in this prison, and there is no escape for Noah. G2 just instantly win a fight. I don't know what to tell you.
Snap your fingers and you might miss it. G2 just wiped Fnatic off the map. 3 members drop almost instantly, and Fnatic were caught off guard. 20 minutes, Baron secured, and G2 have blown the game in their favor.
Excellent trap set here by G2.
Look at that, the handshake onto Razork, the chain CC, as you called it, Dracos. He didn't get to move. The follow-up engages, and there, Oscar, he doesn't TP. I mean, what is he even going to TP into? The fight is over before it can really begin. This is kind of the idea behind the Camille pick as well. Great lockdown onto champs like the Ezreal. Means that there's no way for him to escape. And it's a one-sided slaughter in favor of G2.
Excitement from at least a few members behind the scenes, a lot more tension on the faces of others. Obviously still a high pressures match. G2 aren't even locked playoffs yet. It has still been more of a difficult split for them.
But look at this. Caps has ballooned to a 2.2k gold lead now. He's already working on his 3rd major item. This Corki is now terrifying. Yeah, now Fnatic have to play from a deficit. We had a very close back and forth brawl. But now with the Baron, G2's aggression is not going to slow down. They have multiple side lane threats with the Corki and the Camille. Caps has the TP available, so they've sent him all the way up to top lane.
Again, in the meantime, Broken Blade remains that ticking time bomb for now. Set up to just hold mid as best he can. 3 members there, but Baron buff, of course, taken means that G2 don't really have to care about what should just be mid-prio for the Ezreal. Can instead push out with the empowered minions. Fnatic looking to collapse. Solar Flare, not going to slow Yike, crucially, when the passive is up. Need to hit the center or it's not going to do anything. Noah poking, and Fnatic just backing away without Humanoid there for wave clear. It's a little bit tough.
You see Humanoid maybe setting up... Oh, he is, a
The
wall.
there immediately. They're going to pull the trigger and try to start a fight of their own. Mickey off to the side. Pullback is there. It's decent. Hansama in the backline versus Razork, but still the peel from Yike is big. Razork getting run down, and Hansama starting to pop off, and the fight Caps jumping in as well, and the just cannot be stopped. Hansama continues to step forward. Yike frontlining beautifully, but Oscar in it! Is
is there in the clutch, and again, they didn't learn in bot, and they'll have to teach them the lesson again. Oscar and Noah hold the tower, and still, they want to keep going. Broken Blade off to the side. Noah has to be careful. He can't get caught out by Broken Blade. He has to play flawlessly. He has the front line. They can look to
Noah
chase.
trying to get the E. He's spamming the Q. Get it off cooldown.
4-second recall timing. Excellent handshake. Good interrupt coming in. Mickey can buy a bit more time. He knows he's down, or should be. One more auto. Bail out there, but the rest of G2 will escape. Good turn back from the side of Fnatic.
G2 will get themselves a tower to round out the fight, but Fnatic love the idea. Collapsing onto G2, maybe getting a TP out from Caps, but they then dive very hard, trying to get that kill onto Hansama, and the dive becomes too deep. The peel is too strong, and it looks like a lost fight for Fnatic. But then it's G2 that overstep, and Oscar with a hero play. Look at this initial play. Humanoid gets isolated off on the side lane. The follow-up isn't quite there. It's a 4v3. They can't lock down Hansama. Mickey gets away with just barely any life. You think it's going to be a clean sweep for G2, but then watch this play from Oscar. Connects onto 3 underneath the tower. Slams them together with his Q, and then Fnatic still has enough damage with Noah full health to turn the fight around. 3 for 3. And Fnatic even got a dragon off the back of it. So they're able to stymie the Baron, and just like that, they've kept things interesting. The gold's still very much in the favor of G2. Advantage is still very much in, I mean, Caps just ticked over to level 16. Humanoid's still level 30. There are still some differences that Fnatic are going to struggle to overcome, but they showcase that they're great at finding these fights, and as long as they can make them work, there's definitely a chance for them to still stay relevant in this game.
Again, so many good tools in the fight for Fnatic, but you can see how diligent G2 have to be about stopping the backline access. It was only the Q from Yike, stopping the Vault Breaker from Razork, that kept Hansama alive in the previous fight. G2 have to keep playing these ones out as close as they can. Of course, got over eager in the back half, and Fnatic continue to be a threat despite the gold difference. Frozen Heart coming in. Noah just wants to be a little bit tankier. Obviously, just generally a solid Ezreal item, but will lose out on a bit of damage. High value, however, if he's ever close up against a Corki and Ashe, even the Camille. The 2 items now for Broken Blade only gets scarier. The setup is good for Fnatic, though. They've got the Wombo if they can find it.
Broken Blade setting up for a potential flank. Fnatic recognize it. They're not going to take the risk. Back away. Overstacking together. Humanoid does have TP. And neither will. They love to keep him on side lane so that he can get what farm he can, but you look at that wave in top and it's just awkward. You'd have to overextend. There's a real risk of getting collapsed on in long lanes. Corki and Camille are really good at chasing you down. So Humanoid just going to stay with the team right now. He's going to catch the bot wave instead. Definitely much safer given that Fnatic do have that vision control in that area. Baron are going to be spawning in a little over a minute. So both teams going to prioritize clearing out these waves, doing what they can, get as much farm and gold into their back pocket.
For Fnatic, this is such a big test. G2 mid-game, I think it's terrifying. They've come out of the early game, they've got an advantage. It's the team that is incredibly good at leveraging wave control, at setting up around objectives. And Fnatic, you can see in little ways where Humanoid has less CS, where it's Caps who's level 16. A lot of the people, you just have to look back at the clips to see those moments where Caps is able to step away, farm an extra wave or two, where Humanoid has been forced to play with the team. But now, they're a very real deficit, and they can't afford to fall further behind. This next Baron will be lethal.
I mean, just look at how strong this Corki is now. We already mentioned he was level 16 earlier, but Infinity Edge down the rapid fire as well. He's going to be hitting like a truck. The Camille kind of reaching that 2-item spike that many Camille players talk about. Ravenous Hydra with Trinity Force is kind of where she just starts winning in the side lane, 1v1.
Turns out Sustain, very helpful against a Zac.
Yep. And so now G2, they have the luxury of having pressure on side lanes because they can send either the Camille or they can send the Corki. And so Fnatic's idea should be to try and attack one of these side lanes, see if they can find a pick and kind of catch G2 off guard, which is exactly what they did on the bot side. If Talia's wall wasn't interrupted, I reckon they could have killed Hansama. The initial play would have been very promising, but again, as you highlighted, it did get interrupted and things got a little bit messy for Fnatic. So they have the right idea. They know exactly what they need to do. It's all about making it happen, and obviously G2 is very aware of what Fnatic want to do as well.
Oh,
so,
and I mean, we heard Nightshare on Euphoria this week talk about the things he's trying to drill into Fnatic when the game seems uncertain, getting back to fundamentals. Fundamentally just need to make sure that they have decent setup around this objective, can't afford to skip any steps or get over eager. But G2 beginning to choke them out. They've got Camille consistently sitting on side lane. Threatening this objective is Fnatic still just going to fish for a pick here or there. For now, they can be happy with just a mid lane tier 1. It doesn't look like G2 are really going to be able to contest. Hansama finally walks up to the wave, and Fnatic don't want to show enough members to force G2 off.
Fnatic really want to make sure the vision around the Baron is clean. Even if they lose the next Dragon, it's not the end of the world. It just puts G2 at sole point, and then they can look to contest the next one. Fnatic definitely not completely out of this just yet. Humanoid wants to get a little bit more gold. Does he have the Crypt Bloom on base? Be a really nice purchase.
Ezreal all onto the Baron, very telling. Fnatic, of course, no vision in the area.
All right, so it's a big item pickup for Humanoid. At least he's been able to secure that, which means that Fnatic should have a little bit more damage in the upcoming fight. Dragon now 20 seconds away.
Last Whisper as well for Noah. Assume it will be Lord Dominic. Sorola's obviously fine, gets you the slow, but no lethality in the build does mean you're not getting as much armor penetration. Neither option 100% ideal.
Just kind of move into this mode of neutrality.
And this is the thing about Fnatic G2, right? Is you can have the first 5 minutes where people fist fight and you feel like you're having the time of your life. And now it's one of the most tense best of ones I've cast all year because it's so close.
Oh, and it's Fnatic to start off the Dragon. They want G2 to come to them.
Good stun. Humanoid off to the side, have to be careful. Again, TP coming in, that's Caps. 1 or 2 autos might be all it takes. Jun pulled in the middle of the team, Solar Flare in the midst of it. Yike getting a decent amount of damage down, and an excellent hostile takeover to kick things off. Noah going berserk, and now he's just trying to solo Broken Blade, but Broken Blade already taking down one, can just look for a few more. G2, they're just slaughtering Fnatic. The fight is so damn split, and Broken Blade single-handedly takes on both carries in the mix. Dragon next on the cards for G2, and they might turn to Baron as well.
And this is why Broken Blade's Camille is so scary once you reach at this point in the game. Single-handedly, he splits Fnatic apart. While the front line is diving, the back line is forced to retreat. The fight has to be played on 2 fronts, and Broken Blade is winning one side, and the rest of G2 are winning the other. Fnatic falls short, 4 members die, and the Baron is up for grabs.
Again, G2 so good at pulling back here on the initial engage from Jun.
Look at how much damage he takes at the start. He's forced to flash away, half HP already. Then the dive comes through from Razok and Oscar. But then on the backline, a great Renata ultimate as well from Mickey. Didn't recognize that initially, but keeping them locked up, hitting one another, and then Broken Blade can just disengage. The only target Noah got to hit was this Camille. And you look at Hansama, completely full health. Yes, Caps did take a lot of damage, but he was in no real danger. And it's just a clean, one-sided fight for G2.
And if we go back to the draft, one of the things we talked about was how hard it is to fight into this G2 composition. Now it's because there's a Camille on the flank in addition to the Renata. But for Fnatic, if they're not ones with set up first, if they're not the ones to jump on G2, find an isolated member, it's so difficult to win the ensuing fight because as long as Caps or Hansama are alive, if Broken Blade is a threat, the fight is not there. Now they'll try to take out Razor, ensure that they can get a little bit more here. Backstab is there, but not enough. Kill now gonna get finished. Hansama continuing to step up. Oscar doing what he can to peel, but G2 aren't even gonna have a chance to retreat. Oscar deleted. G2 want to end it right here. Back and forth in the early game, but once G2 got that lead, once G2 got that fight around mid lane tier 1, they have been in complete control and they have not given an inch back to Fnatic.
It's been a close back and forth with some crazy fights, but it is G2 that will get the better of Fnatic today.
Full committal, but the Nexus is gone. Hansama, eyes on the prize, finishing that one out. The synchronized emotes to finish the job. G2 take away the undefeated streak, lock playoffs, and look damn good doing it.
I mean, it was a great back and forth for so long, but this single fight around the river just blew the game wide open for G2. I think Fnatic had some great ideas, but honestly, starting the Dragon themselves, I think was a mistake. Because they then kind of opened themselves up to the poke from G2. Yeah. They kind of got split apart by G2, and if they were the ones initiating together, you know, making that dive happen onto G2 who had started that Drake, I think that fight could have gone better. But, you know, hindsight's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. In the meantime, you don't need hindsight, but you could look back at that game and vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X, Yike, Caps, or Mickey X. After the break, we're going to hear from BB and Caps as they're going to join the analyst desk. Don't know why that was hard. Don't go anywhere. BB, Caps on the AD to talk all about that.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
wrong side of Adam's blade as he slices in, dices forward, Finn.
Wait.
Oh, what? Okay.
Adam just gets a solo kill onto Finn.
Rogue call it off. Magnus Storm forward. Nuke looking for the seismic shove. And Rogue were in.
I've combined 4.
To bring it back, and now he's got double buff. He's gonna start healing up. Think he has to be careful, he has to be perfect. He dashes to the side. Noah absolutely shits on him. My God, it's beautiful.
Nice! Oh my God!
But Jun's still tanking crucially. Razor can get now. One more auto. Hans slowing him down. Jun's getting run down as well.
Get That was optimistic.
But no, the stretching strikes. Oscar pulls it right back and says, "Not today. My support will stand."
I'm on back. Looks good, very good, Yeah. Very winning.
Can end somewhere, mid or bot?
Amazing, thank you.
Post-game check-in. We have Broken Blade from G2 joining us after ending the 6-0 win streak of Fnatic. How does that feel?
Feels very great, especially after having a rough first week in the LEC, after we thought we had a pretty nice performance in MSI. Feeling pretty good to be the team that was also in MSI.
Yeah, and looking at Fnatic, particularly this game, it was so bloody to start off with. How do you keep your cool in games like that? Because it was fight after dive, after fighting for objective.
I mean, playing against Fnatic is always bloody. They are very proactive and they are never scared to, dive. And in this game, a lot of dives actually went wrong for both teams, which is quite funny. Especially top lane, I think they tried to dive me twice, failed both times, but...
Humble brag.
Yeah. But I like to play against Fnatic. I think they always put you, out there. They always challenge you. They're like, oh, if you're late, we're gonna kill you. They're very proactive. I think in this game we had a lot of tools to, punish them when they're misstepping, like in a wave, or like we killed Humanoid a lot this game because we just had the tools to do so. So, very happy.
Yeah, you should be, because this is another win for you guys on the board, and you also locked for playoffs, so that's a great spot to be. I also want to ask, in terms of going up against Fnatic now that they've come back from MSI, do you notice anything different about them?
I mean, it's hard to say. We didn't play against them a lot yet in practice, but they definitely do seem a lot stronger, right? A lot more confident as well. I think I really like the play style right now. Again, they really challenge us in the way of, like, we need to be ready in terms of, if you're not ready, they will just, kill us on the side lane. I feel like they play very well on side lane, very well on Humanoid's side. I think this game we managed to handle it very well. Very happy about that. I think we had a very good draft as well. So, shout out to our coaching staff.
Hey, shout out to the coaches. Shout out to Yike as well, because he got Kia Player of the Game. You happy with that?
I'm happy with that. I think Yike was very proactive on Sejuani. Had a lot of ultimates. I feel like, especially the Camille Sejuani is very nice combo. Very glad we got to play it. And Yike, if you listen, don't get cocky and keep improving. You're doing great.
Do you want to look in that camera and say something to Caps? Because he's on the other side on the desk with Lore.
Good luck.
Okay, good luck, Lore. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Ginny and Bibi. I guess I don't know what that luck was for, but sure, congratulations to Caps on taking down Fnatic today. There was a lot of milestones today. 100 times that these teams clash, 500 games in the LEC. How do you reflect on all these achievements, Caps, and also the fact that you beat Fnatic today yet again?
Yeah, I mean, definitely shows that it's been a lot of years now of playing in the LEC, and for sure the Fnatic G2 rivalry as well. And I probably had a lot of those 500 games were probably against Fnatic as well.
Yeah,
so,
there was a lot of them.
It's been a fun time.
On both sides of the matchup, actually, Humanoid was saying yesterday that it's often an ego matchup between these two teams. Would you agree on this?
I mean, I definitely think Fnatic historically even, but also definitely true right now, are just very confident and very aggressive, and they will force fights, which will give them a lot of advantages.
Yeah.
But also we saw this game, sometimes it will just be very troll, and we will all be around, and then they will just die. So they go for very aggressive plays, and yeah, sometimes they work out.
Yeah, and a lot of people would attribute, a lot of people are very confident in Fnatic, especially myself, because I was like, you guys were slumping a little bit at the beginning, you guys were ramping up and everything. Would you say that, it took you guys a little bit to ramp up? Because I think you guys also started the latest out of all the teams, the practice for LEC, but now would you say that your slump is finally over with this Fnatic win and you guys are back to being, the usual top dogs?
I mean, I definitely think the first week was very tough for us. I think it was like, we came in with a lot of expectations about like what the meta would be, and there was all these like AP junglers especially were something we were testing out all the different ones, and like we didn't really find the right approach for us. But I think already starting week 2 scrims, we saw a huge improvement, and then week 2 games, like sure they weren't the cleanest, but they were for sure better. And I mean, it's not like I think our game right now is clean by any means, but I do think we're back to winning at least.
And it showed because you closed out the game, but when I look at this dive, Odo, it was scuffed, it was bloody, it's everything you want Fnatic versus G2 to be.
Yeah, we had 16 kills at minute 9, but what I wanted to ask Caps is how does he feel being, you know, kind of like the spectator in this game? Because you see these failed dives on bot, and then on top as well they're trying to dive VB, and you're just sitting there in middle lane, and I'm like, oh, you guys are doing great everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I think the initial dive, I mean, the attempt, I think, and the approach was good, but then, of course, the execution went a bit wrong. And there, you're just a bit scared because you're like, oh, wait, they just did a bot dive, and we just did a bot dive and failed, and now they will do a top dive. And especially if that top dive ends up working, it could be like a big disaster. But the PP managed to survive, so that was...
Yeah, for me, this was a huge turning point in the game because I feel like you guys, I mean, they kind of hinted because they just randomly, you know, started fighting 4v4 when their stuff wasn't clean, but I feel like you guys are on the back foot. But also this fight, I feel like this is the game-winning fight, and I want you to walk me through this because you're playing on the limit here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Leona was the only one in river. Like, Talia was somewhat close, but like not nearly close enough. And then he just mega went on me. I think they were not really on the same page, I guess. And especially with me having champions like Renata on my team and like a lot of people who can peel me, it felt. I mean, I just didn't feel like I really had an angle. And to be honest, it was not. It didn't even feel really close. I think, yeah, there was no follow-up.
It was really clean, honestly, in the end. I mean, and it's always G2, right? Although the fact that they find the clutch opportunities and they don't give any chance for the opponent to come back, and they did this back-to-back.
For me, it's just Caps diffy. No, every single time we saw it at MSI, you know, you buffering all the Tristana vials. I mean, that's still like, that's kind of BS, you know. Doing it this game with Corki as well is just, yeah, when this guy's on form, he always, like, you know, carries the team so hard.
Yeah.
So today was just another one of those Caps games, you know.
I mean, we said it. It's a Caps diff most often. Caps, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats
thank you for having
again
me.
on winning the match of the week. We have a fourth game on our hands here. SK taking on MDK. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk and Caps. Please don't leave. I never want to hear a North American commentator say Caps it back to us. It will hurt. You have to stay here. No going anywhere. That said, time for us to move on to SK versus MDK. SK obviously already locked, still having a pretty fantastic season. And with Fnatic finally dropping a game, SK are in a position where they can start to really contest those top couple of seeds. Again, first and second will have the luxury of choosing their opposition from a small selection of the bottom teams at the top 8 when we come into playoffs. So seeding is still important, but on the opposite side for Mad Lions Koi, they're just fighting to stay alive. Quite frankly, it has been rough.
It sucks for them that Rogue won a game today.
It really sucks for them. And again, 6 losses doesn't concretely mean anything. We did double check before we got into the game. There's still too many scenarios to say things for certain. But I can tell you that 2 wins would be the better spot to be for MDK.
Basically, you have 3 games left, so the most you can get is 4 if you're Mad Lions. And 4 has been enough traditionally to get you into playoffs.
Well, and 4 at this point guarantees you at least a tiebreaker, right? We can say that with 100% certainty.
So, but we know for a fact that 3 is the most dangerous place to be at, and 2 is the worst place to be at.
Well, correction, 1 is the worst place to be at.
1 is the actual worst place to be at.
Let's shoot for 2 and go 1 step at a time. It will be a tall task because while Rumble has been banned away, Skarner has now been locked in by Irrelevant. He has been hit repeatedly since his rework, but he is still a very strong champion. Mirwan might be picking the top lane.
Sejuani has become like the new flavor in Europe. Like they love their Sejuani.
So good. Like
I mean, it seems like she's just the all-rounder, right? She just seems to be able to do everything. I do wonder if MDK was scrimming G2 this week based on their draft priorities. Sejuani Corki going to be locked in. We'll assume that the Corki is going into mid lane for Frescowy, but always the possibility of it being sent into the bot lane. Now, if this Kai'Sa is locked in, it will unfortunately end Rahel's unique champion mini streak that he has been going
Rahel and Luan, 6 games, 6 different champions. Over. But if it goes mid lane, because at Tristana...
It's true, if it does go mid lane.
Seems unlikely, however. So most likely we'll assume that Niski will be
So now it's all on
Tristana.
Luan to keep the mini game going. Will he pick a 7th
champion in every game? I
we'll
think probably he hasn't played Leona yet. It is actually possible.
Yeah,
the dream's not dead.
Leona. He also hasn't played Poppy support. Hasn't played Melio.
A lot of angles.
I could just list all the supports, which I won't do. Zeri locked in for Super. I was gonna. I completely
laughing
forgot
at your
the name.
own joke.
No. I forgot the name of Super, and so I just went.
Yes. Supa here, probably piloting the Zeri, something
Likely.
again that he's brought out before. And, you know, frankly, this is a guy who I still have a lot of faith in if he can get to that 3-item point where Mad Lions Koi aren't at a massive deficit. The thing that has been tough for Mad Lions this season is the thing is in Winter that made them so good. Their early aggression, how confident they were, their individual mechanic abilities have kind of fallen to the wayside. It feels like they've been scrambling to put together that identity in the early to mid game.
It's crazy because I think that Mad Lions, I remember at the beginning of the year, there was the whole D tier, and then, you know, them usurping the expectations. And I mean, you weren't exclusive. It wasn't just a podcast thing. We had everyone on the broadcast filling out that tier list, right? And
I got
you know,
roasted by many
those.
Spanish fans who
Yeah.
confused me with Gilius, who put them much lower down. I did not.
And yeah, I mean, just for what it's worth, Mad Lions probably thinking about a Rel right now based on those bans, either a Rel or Leona. But yeah, it has been disappointing to see them this split because they have kind of only trended downwards. Last split, I don't think they were anywhere close to being this bad. But the identity is the thing that they really have been lacking. And even if they do find advantages, like that game against KC, it's kind of amazing that they weren't able to close that one out.
Yeah.
So,
and that's going to haunt them, right? As we get into the last couple of games, again, this and then 2 more games next weekend, 3 final games, having that single win, finishing that game against KC might have been the difference maker. But for now, their fate is still to a certain degree in their own hands. We're going to see the Poppy, the Zyra, Alistar, and the Braum now taken. Leona likely to get locked in here. Obviously, just a solid pick.
So Rel probably, which means that Luon's
I love how attached you are to this.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was cool. I like seeing the versatility of individuals. And again, like, you know, Niski did have an incredible game yesterday. A lot of credit does need to go to him. But when we kind of look at the whole split, the talking point has been the introduction of this bot lane. And the fact that they have continued to show so many different bot lanes, I think is just a testament to what they have brought to SK. So the streak, unfortunately, will end. But I think that it's a very solid bot lane. The last time we saw Rahel play Kai'Sa, he was one of the early adopters of Kai'Sa. We saw him playing it last week. A lot of poke coming out from him on this champion. He was like a homing missile with this champion. Don't get baited by the hovers. You've done this long enough. You know the rules.
No, I get baited every time because it's not a bait.
It's not a bait. We've got Diana jungle.
Skarner jungle? No. Diana jungle. Diana jungle. Diana jungle.
So they wanted AP threat, a little bit more AP. They said that the Kai'Sa wasn't enough, so we want Di.
What?
We want something to follow up with the Rel.
What is the idea here?
Well, so Diana, I mean, well, AP junglers to get buffed. Let's not forget that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
They
yeah.
are just kind of stronger.
No, I'm with you.
But also Diana over time has kind of like slowly received like lots
a lot of buffs, a
little
lot more
buffs,
little attack
you know, like the
speed, more
quality of
sustained
life
damage.
things and all that
yeah,
stuff.
I'm with you.
Brand to round things out for Elyoya. It looks like that Mir, when adopting the Sejuani top from Broken Blade.
All I'll say is I remember a number of Diana games in the last few years.
Not
and
good.
Not good. It has not looked good at all. I remember Humanoid rolled up on the stage last split. It was bad, folks. And now I'm hoping that Isma has a different take on this particular
I'm personally
champion.
a massive fan of Diana. Just playing her in solo queue is like, she's really fast clear speed. She's a really fun champion to play.
Let me paint you a picture. 5-man of any one of these pieces of CC guarantees an instant follow-up from the other 2. That is Skarner ult, Diana ult.
The problem with Diana, she is inherently quite squishy.
Yeah.
Even if you build things like Rod of Ages, like unless there's a new tank build that I don't know about, once she's in, right? So she's kind of this champion that is kind of feast or famine, that she needs to be in a powerful enough spot that when the engages happen, she's strong enough to follow through and provide that damage in the team fights, because that's kind of all she can do. The idea of her resets are, well, they're not really resets. Her E is not something where she's like Katarina, where you get a kill and then you just start popping off and stuff. She's all about going in, and the E kind of helps her stick to a target. So I'm excited to see how this Diana works. Love Diana, but does she make sense in this composition?
Of course, last Diana jungle, summer 2022. Jankos brought it out in a win. We've seen another role since then, but
I don't remember that game at all.
Nor do
like
I.
I would remember a Jankos Diana game, but
we're getting old now, Betty. Our memory fails us when we must rely on production, putting fun facts in the prompter.
But I am excited to see Elyoya back on brand as well. We've been seeing him play a decent number of Sejuani games. Now he gets to play on that carry jungle role. Let's see what impact he can have on the map, being that extra AP threat. We know that both he and Razork have had great performances on this champion throughout the year. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do on the champion. So in terms of early game, let's see what they're cooking up. Right now it looks like SK is prepared for any early invades coming out from MDK. they want to assure that Isma is free to clear through his jungle. Now, it is worth noting that when we talk about jungle pools, the kind of joke that I was having with Medic yesterday was that all of SK were bringing out different champions every game, you know, all this versatility, all these options, and then Isma was like, so Maokai or Sejuani, you can have either or. So getting to see him on Diana is a step away from what SK have been doing this split. But let's not forget, when he joined the LEC, we saw him on carry junglers, right? We saw him on champions where he was having agency. The whole narrative was about him and Niski working together, then building leads together, and then it just kind of shifted once they introduced this new bot lane. So let's see what he can do on the Diana.
Yeah, an opportunity. He gets to take his turn. You know, shows us what kind of build he's going to cook up here, what kind of thing he can put together while the rest of the team...
We used to make this joke about Yankos, where every now and then Grabs would say, okay, you can have a carry, but if you don't carry, we're putting you on Sejuani.
Back to Sejuani duty. Hilariously, Sejuani looks really strong in the meta
I know, it's
right?
true.
So Sejuani duty, maybe priority. We'll
but
see
the
if
worst one was
Diana
when they put him on Braum. Do you remember that?
I do.
And he was like, please Riot, nerf it. I don't want to play Braum jungle ever again.
Yeah. Funnel was not a particularly great time for League of Legends.
Level 2 coming in for bot lane.
Luan immediately tries to engage. Nice back step from Supa. Angle good, though, from Luan. Means he doesn't take any tower shots. Still a rough trade overall, but the Plasma proc coming in on a Supa. Make sure that he gets some good damage back.
SK bot lane being as aggressive as they often are, fighting for control over this bot lane 2 versus 2. Doing pretty well. Still the biscuit advantage for a help of those pots invested early. Irrelevant on Skarner. For those that don't know, Skarner is the new Cassante. We are on 14-12. He has been nerfed. Pros don't care. They're going to keep playing him because of everything that he provides, and a nerf is not going to stop them. So he's going to have push in the early levels. I don't know if things are really going to shift for Mirwin. I imagine at some point it'll get to just like tank versus tank, you know, and they'll just kind of chip away at each other, but no one is really at any risk of dying. So the top lane likely not going to be relevant until the... No.
Good word. It's hard. It's like when Amazing was in the league. We need to stop letting players name themselves after phrases that we could use in a cast.
Yeah, it's really true.
Regardless, a slow early game.
Imagine if your name was I'm the best. How awkward would that be?
Very difficult to commentate that.
It would be incredibly difficult. I'm the best with a pentakill.
Look, all I know is, of all the names we've seen, Irrelevant, you know, not too bad in the grand scheme of things. But Elioya continuing is clear here.
Full clip for both AP junglers, not really too surprising.
Yeah, definitely. I think the 1v1, Diana can do a decent amount of work. Obviously, Brand all burst, a lot more sustained damage there for Diana, but it really depends on the context. Isma's been caught out. They're starting to fish. Elioya ready to come in with a bit of CC. It's going to get hard for Isma. Thumbs up, but he doesn't see. There's a Leona on the way. Now going to get the root. Instant flash out. Not a bad trade for the side of MDK.
Great setup for MDK. They knew the Raptors were respawning, but Isma's doing a good response. He's like, if my Raptors are up, yours are also up. I'm going to make a beeline towards them. But instead, he's going to go straight for the Krugs. He knows that those Raptors aren't safe. His top lane looking pretty good for Irrelevant.
Good burst trade back, but that's all the damage gone. Irrelevant just keeps shepherding him back. Guiding him away, but the shield coming up, the suppression, ticking over, but the E not enough. Mirwin again hits him with the sleepy Teemo. 2 days in a row, this man finds his 1v1 outplays.
Isma doesn't have the E though. He's just used it to get to the minion to close the gap.
He's waiting to wait for
cooldown.
passive. If he gets passive, oh, but he lost grass
Mirwin's
proc.
just healing up through the...
No, he lost the grass proc. Oh, the Q, the flash! The Ian auto! Conqueror proc to thumbs up back in response. That took too damn long for SK, but they will at least make it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that was a lot of time spent. Elioya was able to clear his Raptors and his Krugs, and he was like, okay, fine, I won't bother, I'll just base. 1-for-1. Solo kill picked up, and first blood for Mirwin. Great stuff for him. He's going to pick up the Barmy Cinder, going to help him in this matchup a little bit, but just goes to show the Sejuani. Quite the duelist in the top lane 1v1.
Yeah. I mean, Sejuani base damage, when you hit both sides of the W and you also get the permafrost proc, it's a lot of damage early on. If you take short trades, this is a tough champion to deal with. Passive as well does a lot of work. We'll see how Irrelevant does once he gets a few more items under his belt, once he's in a bit of a better situation. But right now he's falling behind. Level 6 there for Mirwin, and in the bottom lane, you're going to look for the play. Immediate root and lockup. Nice buffer comes in from Luan, not to get caught out here. Exhaust down. Flash out, Rahel. Trying to sidestep through, but already ticking, burning. The Blaze passive means Elioya will grab the kill, and NDK off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, really nice gank, very easy to set up. Luon, very few options of escape. Isma going to try and cross map. He should be able to secure these as the pings come down from SK as to whether or not the Dragon is being started. Keeping my eyes on Luon as he may be looking for a roam towards mid. But overall, MDK with a solid start. Admittedly, we've seen MDK with solid starts multiple times throughout this split. Often it's that mid game that falls apart. They're set up around fights, individual misplays, like transitioning from having a good winning position to closing out the game is the failure that we've seen from MDK this split.
Well, and a struggle for many teams, right? Oftentimes when you're in a land of early game and set plays, things that are really easy to practice in scrims, teams are gonna look more clean, but the mid game, the late game, the things that are harder to practice, often where it falls apart. We'll see if this game is going to be different as Elyoya. Bit of CC comes down onto him. Frescowi starting to step up and trade onto Niski, winning this one thus far. Bomb gonna explode, level 7 coming through. Niski forced to rocket jump out. One more auto, one more rocket, but Frescowi doesn't have the range.
Just a bit of back and forth trading, but overall MDK gaining control of the bot River Scuttle Crab. Isma continues to power farm through his jungle. His bot camps are up, and they want to make sure they protect them. Keep your eyes on Elyoya, making his way into the enemy jungle. They know they have the push in mids. They're trying to gain information here. They want to contest this red buff. They see that Niski's very low HP.
Dash in.
Rahel is on the way as well, so SK's feeling confident.
Again, as long as Brand has ultimate up, you really can't afford to stand that close to your ally.
And Isma's ulti this early on is not going to do that much damage. I think you're definitely right that the Brand ulti is probably what you need to be more afraid of. But ultimately, SK just wanted to bully them out of the jungle so that Isma could get the clear. He does have a small camp advantage, small gold advantage, but overall, MDK with the lead for now.
We'll see how these AP junglers play out. I feel like almost every AP jungler in the meta right now functions the exact same, which is they have one cooldown that's really important. If they jump in, die, and get that cooldown off, they've like done their job. Diana, not a Zyra or a Brand, but still, if she's behind, will probably feel very similar, where you leap in, you ult, you die.
Pretty much. Yeah, Zhonya's is really useful on Diana. Fun fact.
Bit of a luxury item, though. We'll see how much money.
I am curious as to, well, so I was going to say I'm curious as to what Isma was building. He's already going to start answering that for me. The Hextech Alternator.
Yeah, potentially just a rocket belt to come through first item. Oh, ulti or push back with the E. Now the ulti to come through just to keep that little piggy under the tower.
Okay. Yeah, that's a champ. Like, what was Merwin supposed to do there?
Well, he was winning lane until he wasn't. That much I can tell you.
He got E'd into the wall. That CC'd him long enough to then get ulted under the wall, and then Irrelevant spam off while watching him die to the tower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The real question is, do you think Captain Flowers feels like you did when mid lane Nocturne started getting playing and then it got nerfed into the ground because it was too good in pro? Do you think
the difference was
he regrets that Skarner is now popular?
My champ was never reworked. It was just...
Yeah, it was just buffed and nerfed.
I just had fun, and then the pros ruined it.
But he has become the villain. You know what I mean?
It's true.
You die the hero, or you live long enough to see yourself
Flowers,
be...
Feel the Nocturne effect.
The new Cassante of top lane.
Yeah.
It must haunt him, most assuredly.
Yeah, because he hates Cassante, and now he has become what he hates most. He's basically swapped to the dark side.
We're getting a little too dramatic. We've clearly been playing too much Elden Ring.
I just haven't spoken to Flowers in a while.
There's the pushback. Isma now ready to follow. Diana ultimate there. Oh, gosh, that flash was terrible. Merwin has to be frustrated on that one. Hits us with a nice thumbs up Alpaca emo, but good repeat play on the top side coming in from SK Gaming. 2-0 now for Isma.
Yeah, great news for Isma, because what you want on Diana is to be accelerated and to be in a good spot. Often the way that you do that is just by power farming and looking for opportunities around the map. You're not the best gank setter, or setup, I should say, but follow-up, you're great. And so he's been able to find some opportunities and get ahead. Now they're looking to try and contest this dragon. It's going down a little slowly. I've turned my attention to bot Rahel can't quite get to river. I'm fumbling all my words today. But they, looks like they don't want to contest. All right, SK respecting the early power. MDK gonna secure themselves. Oh, their first dragon. I actually thought they got the dragon earlier.
No, sadly when the grubs were taken by SK, they didn't really have room to make a counterplay.
Is this an irrelevant roaming mid?
That is going to be a problem for Frescowi to deal with, because here comes Skarner through the wall. Nice backstep. Ooh, Alvaro not quite able to connect though. Still wants to keep the play going. Oh, yeah, decent damage. Ulti not going to connect either. Knockback from Niski. Bit of a moment of desync there.
Yep, just a bit. But Irrelevant, he's going to lose a plate, a bit of farm, but he does have the TP.
It's an ulti from Supa trying to chase down Rahel. Rahel obviously can't get the shield. Nice sidesteps on the Q though. Rahel just dodging on Supa. He's missed so many auto attacks. One more plasma proc. Can he finish the kill? One more auto. Rahel styling in the 1v1.
Who's better than Def now? Rahel just straight up outplayed him. I mean, what? That was just an outplay. Rahel sidestepped absolutely everything.
Behind in items. Supa had barrier up, but of course, Rahel did have to flash. But that said, yeah, clean 1v1.
I mean, my goodness. Well played by Rahel. We have another fight around the grubs.
Well, now the TP coming in. Everyone's still frontlining. No one's proc the passive quite yet. Full commit though going in. They just want to burst through LEC. Moonfall going down with the exhaust is there. It stops so much of the damage and LEC is still able to get so much back. Good fight so far from MDK. LEC finally likely to drop Irrelevant. Gonna clean up that kill himself, but now they're just turning right back on Niski. A rocket from Frescowi gets the job done. MDK feeling good on the top side.
A huge exhaust from MDK to shut down so much of the damage from Isma. Niski also struggling to follow up on the dive as well. He committed with the W. You could see though he couldn't quite get that last hit on Elyoya to get the reset, create some space for himself. And it's a one team fight for MDK. We look back at this fight, the TP flank comes in. Nice patience from SK, the engage onto the backline. That exhaust was so quick. Locks down the Diana, and you can see Niski trying so hard to get this last auto. But now he's overcommitted, he's in an awkward spot. He tries to escape, the rocket connects, and MDK find themselves with the one fight.
Overall, good. Again, the exhaust for the Diana, similar to the Kennen, right? That's all of the burst damage, really. Lichbane start as well, so really going to be about hitting that single target, hoping for more from the ulti. Isma now 2-1. Now Elyoya with a small lead. And again, we talked about the Zyra earlier, right? AP junglers, the Brand. If it just comes down to who can push alt button, Brand is usually going to be happier. Unless it's a 4 or 5 man from Isma, much harder thing to pull off. Now heading to the top side, SK. Hoping to make a bit of a sneaky play. We get a pause. The audience are very excited.
Quick pause from SK, but I think it's going to be almost immediately resolved.
Do you have a reason to think that? Or
yeah, because the players, they paused and then they're already saying ready, ready from both teams.
Oh, okay. You saw ready in game. I was like, are you just out here predicting that?
No,
or are you just saying that full confidence that we're about to get an update? It's going to be 20 minutes. No, I'm kidding. We're going back into game.
We're going straight back into game. I don't know what the cause of the pause was, but
they didn't feel ready. That's what ready checks are for. Now they feel ready. That's all it takes. So here we are, 5-5 the kill score, but it's a 1K gold lead for MDK. The problem, 4 grub buff for SK is a bit concerning. Obviously, the pressure when you have a Tristana, if Niski's ever alone on the side lanes as we get later into the game, do a lot of work to take over. MDK moving well.
My instinct is that MDK have a slightly stronger team fight comp. I think this is... Ooh.
Go on. Rue waiting for the stun to fall up. Seer, the Blaze following up, instantly getting all the follow-up damage from the Brand. Looks good. Niski threatening a bit here, but clean combos there from MDK.
Yeah, just a great punish. They know that Luon doesn't have the flash available. They catch him over, not even overextended, I shouldn't say that. But they just find a nice play. Numbers advantage bot, funneling more plates than Frescowi. And MDK continue to build the leads. Really great stuff from them. Let's see if they can maintain this advantage.
I have a pause update.
Yeah.
Irrelevant was pushing one particular key on his keyboard so hard it flew off of his keyboard, and the pause was for someone to go pick it up. Because he's Skarner, I'm guessing it was Q, but that might be old Skarner, hard to say as we see a 1v1.
I really hope we have like a video of that. I mean, I just want to see a pro player.
I'm just asking you to look. I'm not saying you have to have the video.
But just a key flying off the keyboard, I've never seen that before.
Nor have I. But I'm not a Skarner main. Maybe this is a key mechanic.
Because like think about it, like Zeri, like you're
spamming Q. Also, you know old Skarner, you had one button and it was Q.
Yeah, and so I'm like, what was Irrelevant doing?
Hard to say.
All right, well, I'm excited for that update.
Yeah, it was committed to it. That's what we can say. But again, just a reminder. Overall, 2K gold advantage for MDK. In the last few weeks, this is looking like their best early game. They're pretty clean, they're pretty composed. Yes, they probably want to snowball this advantage even further, but now that they have the Herald and they've grabbed it uncontested, they have the tools to do so. Kraken Slayers on both the 80 carries from the side of SK, but first items completed for everyone across the board outside of Alvaro on the side of MDK.
I mean, MDK is looking great in this game so far. I'm optimistic with their game state. Frescowi is looking very strong on this
So they're probably getting this first tower, and that's 300 extra gold. What's the tower at, observers? 3. That's 3 HP.
Mild
Wind.
breeze could blow that
If we
over.
all audience together just blow on the tower, it will fall over. Don't do that. That seems unsanitary. Don't do that. But it might work.
Cool idea. Dragon Bean started off by MDK. SK, do they want to fight this? I don't think they should.
Here comes Frescowi. No, minions won't get close.
No, they
Niski
won't.
determined. Drake getting taken down. MDK pulling back as a unit. Again, clean, controlled, discipline. Not trying to get baited in.
Now, SK, I think, doing a wise thing of just positioning on the top side of the river, giving them earlier access to the mid wave, allowing them to hit onto the tower. If they can secure this, that would be great.
4 grubs, Luan now body blocking. So SK effectively getting that one for free. They're going to immediately collapse onto Elyoya. Elyoya getting pinned into the wall. Can't push a single button, but Alvaro's here, and now Supa's going to try to fight back. I just don't think there's enough damage coming in right now. Lockup is there. The ulti from the Skarner not going to connect. Supa flashing over the wall. Getting away from the Diana ultimate. The punish has to come in from MDK now. They need to keep this fight in their favor. Supa still with the ulti proc. Rahel trying to run the hell out. And Frescowi doing a ton of work here. But now Niski jumping in. 180 carry versus another. Niski continuing to free hit under Frescowi. Alvaro continuing to backstep. Blue buff. What SK are playing for. Not even interested in the fight. Ultra Shock Laser not going to connect. Frescowi tries to follow up. Irrelevant can go through walls.
Yes, he can. Okay, so that was quite chaotic. A bit of a misplay ultimately from Elyoya as he tries to enter back into mid lane through an area that doesn't belong to him. Luan, great awareness to just engage onto him knowing that Rahel can follow. They get great damage initially. He's just chain CC'd in the air. And then Alvaro chooses to re-engage knowing that the collapse is coming through. You look on the minimap, the double TP comes in from mid and top. They're looking to create this pincer, but SK still have a way out. So they start making their way towards the blue buff. Irrelevant flashes over the wall. Niski now arrives, and with him there, they can take down the front line. It ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of SK, but playing on the very edge of these fights. Again, though, a bit disconnected from MDK. The TPs were very far away. The positioning from Elyoya wasn't ideal. And now they're opening themselves up to another mid tower. Look, they've overstacked on top side, threatening that. But they're just leaving this objective completely isolated.
SK, the second you give them that edge, to bring themselves back to the game. Gold just about dead even. Supa burning both sums in the previous fight. Rahel still has the cleanse. Right now, a difficult one for MDK. We'll get the tower back topside at least. 2-2 the tower score.
Yeah, Niski can just go back and he can go and grab that for himself. This huge wave top. I mean, the map state feels pretty good for SK right now.
Irrelevant going in onto Mirwin. Oh, because Rahel's here, of course. Lovely, lovely Kaisa. But the immediate counterplay, Isma. Thought they were the ones making a play in mid lane, but it doesn't happen. Quick flash out from Mirwin. MDK get the pick back.
Yeah, MDK overstacking top. Catches Isma off guard.
Again, they have Herald here. MDK, this should be them breaking open mid lane tier 1 tower at least.
They can probably siege it onto the second one as well. They're likely not going to commit too hard.
Charge in. Irrelevant coming over the wall. Looks like they're trying to turn it back.
They don't even actually get this. They're so afraid of Irrelevant. Frescowi not being there, I guess, dissuades them. So they show that level of respect. The mid tower will not go down. They still hold on to the gold lead for now, though. This Corki is incredibly strong. Likely going to have the upgraded rapid fire cannon on base.
Which is big. That additional range makes it so much easier to poke and prod before the fight starts.
Base.
Luan, again, just trying to disrupt.
The beauty of that Rammus emote is that Rammus only says okay. So while he's giving a thumb up, he's just being like,
he could be saying
okay,
anything.
Bro.
It's like I am Groot. You know what I'm talking about?
No, he's saying okay. That's what he's saying. He's like, okay, bro.
No, but
okay.
doesn't he just say okay?
Yeah.
Like, couldn't there be a whole Rammus language of other things he's saying?
Oh, you're totally right.
It could be anything he wants.
Exactly. Yeah, it could.
He could be saying, you messed it up.
We need our own tiny raccoon to interpret what
yeah, what is
saying.
Riot, get on it. Oh, I'm saying we need a champ to translate for Rammus. We need our own Guardians of the Galaxy. Now we need a Guardian of mid lane tower. MDK really want to finish that one off. The TP now coming in, and he's in no man's land. Luckily, it's Mirwin, however, so it's not going to mean too much. Alvaro off to the side. Looks like he might just be sacrificed here. MDK immediately retreat. Irrelevant going through the wall, hoping to find an angle. Frescowi starts to poke. Slow
I think he's found an angle.
Upheaval.
The blast code.
Certainly has. Isma, if he flashes forward, has the reset off of Mirwin. Suppress now coming back. Brings him into the Diana ultimate.
and that's the combo they were looking for. Elio, you're not able to find the stun, immediately gets flashed away from the ulti, bouncing back and forth off of him, but it's a double kill for Isma. And I gotta say, Diana looks a hell of a lot better when you got a Skarner ult to set it up.
And just like that, we see the fall of MDK again. They're in a solid spot, they're sieging onto mid, and they can't react to the TP flank, and that happens. SK with a beautiful collapse, catches MDK completely unaware. A really nice 5v5 fight where they keep all 5 members alive, and now they're gonna get the Baron.
7K getting lower, Alvaro poking his head in, but there's really no opportunity. Super sprinting mid lane to try to get the mid lane tower back. He will be able to do so. Hoping to find some Raptors too, but alas, they are already gone. And again, the start here is just so disastrous. Alvaro dies before the fight really even starts.
The TP idea is good from Mir when he tries to react, but look, there's no engage. They're kind of on two sides as to what they want to do. Once they lose their support, they're trying to escape, but this blast plan, Super even tries to proc it beforehand, but he doesn't quite have the range. Oh, and then just look at the combo. Absolutely clinging from SK.
And for SK, right, when you're the one who starts the fight, when you've already got the advantage, you can just keep stepping up. The pressure is on MDK to find the perfect moment to flash, land your brand combo. And if they wait too long, if they hesitate, that window, that brief window, just disappears completely. And now, SK, they had the 4 grub buff earlier. MDK have been stacking Drakes this entire game, but I don't think they're going to get a chance on the 4th one because SK have the Baron, have the grub buff, going to start knocking these towers down and only further extending their gold lead.
And I have to say, the thing that we talked about with SK at the start was, can they maintain their form? They've had good weeks once before, but then it's collapsed. And to their credit, they've only gotten better. They've showcased an ability to snowball a lead, build it through their aggression, be it via the bot lane or the mid-jungle duo. But more importantly, they've showcased their ability to come back from deficits, the way that they do it, finding good fights, finding smart picks. And this is another demonstration where they just blew the game wide open from a single TP flank. And it comes from every individual member not only having those highlight moments, which I think has saved them in a lot of plays, but also just great map awareness and overall solid play. So SK cementing themselves at the top of the LEC, which I think has caught everybody off guard.
Certainly. The instant welcoming of this bottom lane, how good they fit in from day one. Given the short period of time they had to adjust, very impressive stuff. Good scouting from the side of SK. Met with a lot of initial skepticism, but clearly the decision has paid off. 1.6k individual lead for Rahel. He is a terror. MDK have to be careful about where they use their resources. If the Kai'Sa is allowed to run free in these fights, wreak a lot of havoc. For now, Rahel just ushering in the mid lane wave. Doesn't want to step too far forward until he sees the rest of MDK on the map. Luan potentially there to cover.
Siege is patient and well executed so far from SK. They probably want another wave in mids. They're a bit disconnected in terms of their waves right now, but the cannon minion doing some serious work on the bot tower. Irrelevant just throwing those rocks at his opposition. Rahel doing a good thing of escorting that wave in. Isma moving over to cover. MDK now have one too many members on the bot side of the map, exposing the inhibitor.
Mirwan now has to backstep, flash forward from Isma, immediately going to ult to bring him back. Mirwan getting cut down, will eventually fall. Rahel cleaning that one up, and again, MDK not quite on the same page immediately though. SKR, one carry down, looking to make it another. Pascal is still standing, trying to lock up, trying to kill the Kai'Sa, but the ulti coming out, the killer instinct. The exhaust there, but it's too late. Everybody's already dead. The exhaust does nothing, and now Niski is here when one carry falls. Another steps up to take their place. SK see weakness, see an opportunity, and instantly capitalize on it.
I mean, the bot lane is just duoing out, I should say, MDK's backline. Really nice initiation, great confidence from Rahel. Doesn't even burn the flash in that skirmish. And Luon loses his life, but the trade-off is worth it. 6-0-3 for the Kai'Sa in this game. 14-9 the kill score. And a near 8k gold lead. SK, they struggled in the early game a little bit. MDK finding those advantages, but we look back at this play. Mirwan tries to stop the tower going down, but it's SK that punished the mistake. And then Isma makes the choice, you know what, I'm going to get out. I see the collapse happening, I'll walk away. Luon says, no, I'm going in. Finds a two-man ultimate. They one-shot Super. Rahel then gets engaged on. And look at him, he uses the ultimate to create space away from the Leona and the backline trying to kill him. And then Niski comes in to secure an extra kill. Great confidence from this SK bottom lane, and again, we can't sing their praises enough.
Certainly can't. Almost an 8k gold lead now for SK. A lot of that in jungle and 80 carry, even 1,000 of it there for Luon. But part of the reason why Kai'Sa is so obnoxious, right? When you pair it with someone who has as much reliable CC as this Rel, you're so quick to get to that 5 plasma stack, proc point, an isolated target, that Acathian Rain, the evolved Kai'Sa Q. It just does too much damage. This isn't the poke build, this isn't the AP build, full-on focus on the on-hit here, so if Rahel gets to just auto-attack 4 or 5 times, there is nobody on the side of MDK who's going to survive that except for Mirwan.
Seen him just melt whoever he gets into contact with. They're keeping him isolated now. He has a 2-level advantage over Super. There's nearly a 3k gold lead. This is one strong Kaiser. On top of the fact that you still have Irrelevant that you have to get through, look at this tankiness that he's gotten for himself.
Yeah, the good news is you have a Brand, but Irrelevant doesn't even have that much armor, but he just has so much health. It'd be tough for them to shred through it. Brand bits and pieces. Obviously would love Rylai's, has the Seekers as well, just for the stasis active.
Yeah, he has 4,069 HP. Irrelevant.
Nice. Look, Scar seems pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know if he should make it through pick ban phase. That's my thought.
Oh, diggy, diggy, dig.
Here we go.
Okay, well, who knew that ice was so effective against rock types?
Yeah. Look, man, Pokemon's done us a lot of favors over the years. I understand the elements of the world much more clearly. Who knew? Fairies beat dragons. Not I.
Who did know?
Not me. But it makes sense when you really think about it.
Yeah, when you really think about it.
Of course, if you really,
100%.
yeah, the logic.
You have to really think about it.
You have to really think about it,
but it's
though.
there, yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Now, SK are just waiting for the Baron. They know that that's all they really need to close out this game, and MDK are praying for a steal so they can hopefully try and stall things out to turn this game around. But the pressure is on for MDK. Losing here puts them at 1-6, and while it doesn't eliminate them from playoff contention, they'll only have the final week of the regular season, 2 games to turn their split around.
It starts to feel like your destiny's out of your hands, right? All it takes is enough teams to find 3 wins for you to fall up short.
Here we go. Baron is alive, and it's going to be started by Isma.
You're going to shred through this objective. Isma and Rahel should be enough on their own, but all 3 carries going to focus fire it down. We'll get to lead it. MDK have decided this is where they want to fight. We'll spot the Baron getting lower, but then they realize the Baron's already gone. Mustered together, thought they might have the angle. Irrelevant stepping up with the rock just to poke. SK, TP to the bottom lane. I think they want to end it here. They're not even going to wait for resets. Just trying to keep the pressure up.
I mean, there's no need, right? You have the Baron. You know how much stronger you are.
Yeah, you're not going to get any more percentage-wise probably stronger.
I can tell you right now, Rahel can already kill the whole team. He doesn't need the extra item. Rahel?
Ah!
Yeah.
Important distinction. I don't think Luan does that much damage, but we'll have to see. Relevant just stepping up to frontline. Rahel pushing the waves in. MDK getting zoned off the bot side tower by most of SK, just putting so much pressure on. Niski taking his time, pushing into the wall. Isma ready to follow up with the combo. MDK hoping to punish, but Relevant is so damn tanky. Multiple members locked up. The Seeker's arm guard gets Elyoya a bit of space, but it's not quite ideal. Supa, for now, untouched, starting to stack up, has the ultimate. The lightning crash coming through. SK overcommitting. Supa with the double kill. This is exactly what MDK needed, but now he's been locked up, knocked back into the wall. Relevant punishing him for stepping up, and MDK once again getting pushed back. Niski wants to make the difference. Knock back on Mirwan, won't quite be able to get the reset. Niski now in trouble. 3 stacks 4. Permafrost not going to come down. Niski leaps in and gets the double. Mirwan just doesn't have the range or the angle, and SK say, hey, we'll just take the base. They can't afford to take the fight anymore. Elyoya wants to defend, but they're just dancing on him, weaving around them. Finally, Niski will drop. MDK trying to hold, but he's just empowering the minions. As long as Isma doesn't die, the base will. Oh, that has to be infuriating. SK, bring it home.
A moment of hope for MDK is shut down by the Winions as SK bring themselves to 6-1. An impressive performance, a nice bounce back from this team as they cement themselves at the top of the table of the LEC with 2 games to go. Great opportunities for SK moving forwards.
Certainly are. High seeding important. Of course, you can vote now for your player of the game at LEC on X, Irrelevant, Isma, or Niski. All good options. The only person who really loses out here from an outside perspective is all the people in solo queue who will see Diana Jungle. Of course, commiserations to the side of MDK. For now, we're going to go ahead and do a quick break. When we return, an interview with Coach Swiffer.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Rahel obviously can't get the shield. Nice side steps on the Q though. Rahel just dodging on Supa. He's missed so many auto attacks. One more plasma proc. Can he finish the kill? One more auto. Rahel styling in the 1v1. There's the pushback. Isma now ready to follow. Diana ultimate there. Oh gosh, that flash was terrible. I have a pause update.
Yeah.
Relevant was pushing one particular key on his keyboard so hard it flew off of his keyboard, and the pause was for someone to go pick it up.
Yeah, just base TP in your hand. Reggie! Rahel, I say no fight! Rahel! And you fight!
Welcome back to the LEC, everyone, with the Marriott Bonvoy checking interview. We have Swiffer from
Hello.
SK. Let's Before we even start talking about this game, let's talk about your own game on social media, particularly, and the tweet that you posted out before this one started.
Yeah.
I quote the final line being, Nisqy might not have been the problem, but I surely am. Can we have the inspiration behind that tweet?
Oh, you know, we looked at like the Nisqy history, the interaction and everything, and then, you know, to take the heat a little bit off Nisqy, we've just decided to read, yeah. I mean, there's a whole team at work, right? So, yeah, I'm actually really happy with how it's going so far.
Standard gamer pose too, you got going on, you know, like,
Oh,
the glasses, you're ready to go. Very Zoomer coded, I appreciate that, you know?
Yeah, well,
like, yeah.
They are the future, you know?
True, they are the future to an extent. But either way, let's talk about SK's bot lane particularly, because initially we're like, okay, what is this bot lane going to bring? Then I was like, is this a honeymoon phase? But now it looks like there are no issues integrating them. What's it like from the communication perspective?
There's still areas to improve, obviously. I think the top half of the map, so top jungle and mid, are doing a really, really good job making sure that everyone's on the same page and keeping everything quite simple, right? Keep it simple, stupid. And I remember talking about this earlier, but it's actually, the reason that I think it's actually improved how we play as a team is because there can't be any overcomplicated comms because we just lose 2 people if there are. So in that way, it actually just simplifies the entire game for us. It's just do this vision here, like this turn, whatever, right? I'm pretty happy, but obviously there's work to be done.
I hope you to be pretty happy, because you guys are going to do great. But these are BO1 series. We're going to be heading into playoffs. We're going to have best of series. Is there anything there that worries you, particularly because you are saying you're keeping it as simple as possible?
Yeah, so I want to see how we do again without the allocated period of time after draft to talk about level 1 or talk about how we want to play the game. Except for our bot lane, they're more used to the best of 3 format anyway, so no worries on that front. But yeah, I am really, really excited to see how we're going to adapt to the best of 3. Got a couple of ideas. So.
I think a lot of people are looking forward to the BL best of series. So thank you. I appreciate you for joining us for the interview. We're ready to head over to Aragon to look forward to the last game of today, because we have Vitality going up against Carmico.
Thank you, Ginny. Both Vitality and Carmico are 2 and 4, so this next win matters a lot in terms of stakes and pulling away from the middle of the pack. Ahead of the game, I want to show you why Vitality's early game is absolutely goated. So, in this upcoming clip, I thought this was a fantastic play by them around Grubs and Dragon and the trades involved in them. So normally what you see is a trade up topside for Grubs, and in response, someone will trade Dragon on the other side of the map. So if I just zoom in here, you can see Linces is on Sejuani, trying to take that over there. Now what's going to happen is Vitality aren't happy with this trade. So what they're going to do is they're going to try and contest both. Linces is going to hit 6 and move down. And in the meantime, Hylissang's actually going to die. Now, it's going to look troll, it's going to look grief, okay? You can call it in if you want to, but it's actually a good death. What's going to happen is Hylissang's going to die, and he's going to drag everyone away from the dragon, buying crucial time so that Linces can make it down from the Grubs he peeled away from to contest them as well. See, 3 people over the wall like this. And now Linces is here because it buys time, and the dragon is not dead yet. This means that they secure the Grubs as well as the dragon and end up winning this fight as well. It's a really nice way of managing the cross maps on the enemy team that Vitality seem to have really honed in on and practicing in the early game. So, in summary, really nice plays across the map. Vitality excellent in the early game, especially when it comes to these cross map plays. They secure the Grubs by bringing down Photon as well to finish off the Grubs, while Linces peels off, and Hylissang is really good at having good deaths. So, Laura, what do you think? Are they the next Gen G of the LEC? I've seen this play from Gen G. I think that's where they get their inspiration from.
They get to become Gen G if they have the consistency, I would say, that Gen G has, among other things, of course. But looking at this matchup, I think it's going to be really interesting because there's a lot of pressure on both sides of the matchup. And we went through the Vitality winning conditions and what makes them strong. What about KC here? Because they implemented changes. I'm not quite convinced of what I've seen so far. I don't know, average game 1, average week 1 on their side, but I feel like everything crumbled after that.
Yeah, week 1, I feel like, you know, I was analyzing their game and I was, you know, they have some good thoughts. Like over here, they're fighting a 2v2 top that is, you know, a good win condition for them because they actually have the tools to fight for this 2v2 top. But I felt like going into week 2 and 3, all of a sudden, I think they're just drafting a lot of scaling. There's a little bit of anti-synergy in their team comps, and I think when I look at them, this KC team, they really like to have tools in the early game so that they can, you know, get everyone ahead.
Yeah, when it comes to KC, the biggest thing I see is a disconnect in what they want to do. In early games, I really feel like it's very similar to someone like Team Heretics, where Trimpy's trying to engage, and the rest of the team wants to do something else. The same with Targamas. I feel like there's always a disconnect in the shot calling and the direction they want to go in, and it often stems from the support.
And there's 3 games left in the regular season, and for these teams to attempt at reaching playoffs, the situation is kind of dire for these teams, so they need to show up today. We'll see what the casters have to say. KC versus Vitality.
Well, Laura, I've got a bunch of facts. No, I'm just kidding. We're getting ready for KC versus Vitality. Our last game of the day, of course, of week 3 as well. As a reminder, LEC last few splits did have 3-day, 3 weeks. But now we've got 4 weeks, and we've got 2 more games next week, which is going to be super important for both of these teams as they find themselves on, well, I guess a rope's edge along with all the other 2-5 teams.
I like rope's edge. Seems less violent than knife's edge. Yeah, we are now getting ready to get into draft, but you highlighted it before we went to break, Betty. A lot of teams at 2 and 4. Giant X, KC, Team Heretics, Team Vitality, Mad Lions going.
We have probably, in this format, this is probably the most clear-cut top and bottom split we've had in this format.
We clearly have a top 4.
Yeah,
everything else is still a little wishy-washy.
Yeah, so a lot of these teams kind of just like, you just need to find wins right now. That's all that matters, because securing a spot in top 8, it's still very competitive. It's anyone's game, but it's a brawl at the bottom, basically, between all these teams as they fight to find a win. So KC banning away TF, Ivan taking away some of those power picks, especially away from Photon. We know how great he is on the carries top lane. Rumble, kind of a staple red side ban, with the Zeri being directed towards Upset. Let's see whether the Skarner will also be removed. Ezreal going to be taken away from Kazi. We know how confident he is on the pick.
We see Linces blowing kisses over to the opposite side. Obviously, a decent amount of history with a lot of the KC Blue players. Now, of course, a lot of targeted picks. You mentioned it, the Zeri. Also, the Ezreal taken away. Team Vitality, what is that final ban going to be? Tristana has been a popular ban. Vi has been a popular ban. Talia going to be the option here in KC.
I mean, Vladdy's Talia has been really good.
Yeah, I mean, definitely his best pick.
Yeah, for a rookie, I've genuinely been really impressed with what he's showcased here in the LEC. I think he has a very bright future. Unfortunately, things haven't gone the way of KC so far this split, but very optimistic around what he is capable of, and removing that pick just showcases the respect that Vitality has when he's on the champion. But of course, by banning away the Talia, you do leave open the Skarner, and Kana is going to get his hands on it.
And another challenger to find out how broken Skarner is really. But it seems like teams have just agreed that the Sejuani Skarner, if this is going to be a Sejuani top lane for Photon, is a fine matchup, right? But of course, the Tristana has also been an incredibly high priority pick, so not surprised to see that picked up most likely for VTO.
What a Carline respond with. They could just lock in the jungle. I mean, we're assuming that Linces is going to be playing the Sejuani, but we've already been seeing it flex towards the top side of the map. Now, Photon, we don't typically associate with those tanky tops. We often see him on things like the carry. So far this split, he's played Renekton, Camille, Kennen, and TF. So tanks aren't really his thing. Surprised to see Upset early prioritizing the Kai'Sa. We talk about a bunch of unique AD carry champions. Upset is up there with the number of unique champions that he has played. This will be a repeat Kai'Sa performance. We'll see how he manages it. Will Carmine look to lock in their support here? Things like the Rel, the Leona, also available. Nautilus is up too, if they just want to lock that in, but instead they're going for a little bit more dive, and so far Carmine have got quite an aggressive composition locked in for themselves with so much backline access with the 3 champions they've got so far.
And I also like having the Kai'Sa because she's so flexible in terms of her potential damage output, right? Around 3 items, if you go for the Nashers, really allowing you to have that poke profile as well if you convert that into the death cap. We'll see where Upset wants to go, but it doesn't give too much information away to the side of Team Vitality.
Aatrox is going to be his
Aatrox, all right. So cementing the Sejuani most likely in the jungle position. And now Aatrox on the top side of the map, again, changed to be...
Yeah, there were changes. Now,
the weird part about those patch notes is they didn't really tell us what they wanted him to be. Basically, they said he can't build lethality anymore, but he's not really a tank. He's not really a bruiser. I think they were saying, like, drain tank kind of vibes.
I mean, so I spoke to some people. I was like, are these nerfs? Are they buffs? The sentiment seems to be buffs overall. But seeing Photon picked the champion knowing that Skarner's open. He has to be confident on it, right? So we'll keep track of it, see what he does on the champion. I haven't been keeping up to date with Aatrox builds recently, but to be honest, they has a new Aatrox build every week. So with the Corki now banned away from the side of Vitality, they're going to pinch that mid lane pool a little bit more. I wonder if they will also remove the Azir, because when we look at Vladdy's champion pool, the split, that has been Taliyah, Azir, Tristana, and Corki. Tristana's gone, Taliyah's gone, Corki's gone. It looks like they're trying to force him on something that he hasn't played so far this split. Will they remove the Azir?
Also taking a little bit of safety away from Carzzy. I wonder if we're going to see a lot of bot side attention in this particular game. Wouldn't surprise me, especially because you can kind of trust Skarner to do pretty well in that matchup early on. Aatrox generally has been a champion, you know, past the phase when he was OP around initial release, that has been, you know, needs an item under his belt before he really starts to take over, short of some outplays or individual skill moments on the top lane. Now though, Nautilus taken away too. Again, just trying to remove reliable point and click. And I think Vitality probably learned their lesson yesterday, right? It got a little too creative in draft, composition a bit too complicated, a bit too hard to pull off the win conditions. Here now, you know, when you're at 2 and 4, these are the games that you absolutely need to start winning. So simplifying a bit here, Sejuani giving them that reliability and wanting to take some of that reliability away from KC.
So what will the AD carry lock-in be for Vitality? Or do they want to secure support? I imagine AD carry is what they're thinking about. Yep, Varus is going to be the pick. First Varus game of the split for Carzzy, however. We know that he's experienced on the champion. We've been seeing primarily the lethality builds. Against this much dive, I wonder if you will go for on-hit, especially when you're playing into a Skarner, but it depends. You do have a Tristana paired alongside you. A lot of AD damage overall.
I was going to say, that's what really hurts the lethality build. If you fall behind early on the lethality build and enemy tanks get items early, you're not going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, so we'll see if he goes for the on-hit, as Rel is locked in for Carmine Corp. So again, kind of feeding into the idea of dive. They could go for a control mage here, something like the Hui. I think Azir is also fine if they want to go for that.
Hui is a good call. I like the Hui angle. They don't really have a lot of reliable backline dive coming in, but instead
they were like, more dive.
No, and this is very creative. Look, again, split damage profile overall. So Kai'Sa and Yone both going to do a little bit of magic damage. We'll make sure that the overall damage picture is balanced. And again, KC, it seems like the name of the game is proactivity. Every single champion can just go in on this team. And now Vitality are going to do their best to mitigate that.
Alistar, I think, is like the pick against all this dive. Renata would have been the other choice, but of course that was read by Carmine, and they're going to ban that one away. But Carmine have a lot of dive. I mean, it's very straightforward. It's all in. You know, you have Vi ultimate, Yone ultimate, Kai'Sa ultimate, Rel, you get the point. It's all about basically just creating wombo combos, threatening the backline, eliminating the AD carries before they really have a chance to do anything. And Vitality, they have a little bit more of a front to back. Aatrox can create a lot of chaos in the fights, but the beauty of this Yone pick is it can outscale in the side lane. You look at what Carmine had drafted so far and you realize, hang on, we don't actually have that many tools to deal with Trist or Aatrox if they decide to split the map up. But a Yone can actually do that. He can match and answer that.
And important to note that Vladdy has played the champion previously. It was a loss this year, but overall, when you look at his most played champions, 15 games on this, wins 2/3 of those games, has won 10, lost 5. So this is a comfort pick, a historic comfort pick for this player. And I think, again, as we get into the final stages of the split, simplify, get comfort picks, and scale. And KC have very straightforward composition. Downside, of course, Vitality know exactly what KC are trying to do all the time. The good news for KC is if they're in a decent spot, Vitality really aren't going to be able to stop them.
I think that this Alistar is going to be the big linchpin, you know? Aragon gave us a great breakdown of some good deaths from Hylissang.
Yeah, I need him to explain for us when we die why it's a good death.
And I think that it can be so impactful if he prioritizes peeling for his carries. But let's see, both teams in desperate need of a win. With so many teams tied at 2 wins on the standings. Both these teams want to create that small gap as we head into our final week of the LEC Summer.
Any edge you can get, gonna matter as we approach week 4 in the playoffs. I heard something about Hilly, so woo! But a lot of cheers for Hilly, respectable. Now though, the early game is what I really want to keep an eye on here, because I imagine that press the attack Varus, even though Alistar doesn't do a lot at level 1, should still be able to outtrade the Kai'Sa early on, right? This is a champion that is so frustrating to lane against. part of the reason why he's allowed to build anything he wants is because he just wins lane no matter what.
Yeah, so I really hope I'm right in this. I believe it's 600 range he has. Because if in my head, Caitlyn has 650, and then he has 600, and I think Ash has 625. It's something like that. But basically, one of the big advantages that Varus has over many AD carries is that he's got a lot of range.
575. So
oh,
close.
okay, I was off slightly, but one of the big advantages is
more than Kai'Sa is really the fundamental.
Yeah, and I mean that's one of the big things. But his W combined with his Q, his E is also just really great harassment. And
look,
he just has a lot of tools for bullying you out of the early laning phase. And Kai'Sa, yeah, you're just kind of be forced to play defensively in the early lane.
I mean, look, 50 extra range to Kai'Sa's 525, and the slow on E that is pretty impossible to miss. Just means you pretty much always get to dictate the trades, right?
However, the problem, and this might not be a problem, but support matchup also means just as much as AD carry matchup.
Yeah.
And Alistar doesn't do anything. Alistar is just so useless at level 1.
But he looks so menacing.
He does. So, I mean, Upset's not going to be too afraid to walk up. Like, Hilly may have... I mean, I can check, actually.
The power of the spectator.
He hasn't taken anything yet.
Yeah,
he's going to wait.
Yeah, I have to headbutt target us back if they get too aggressive on the level 2.
Exactly. So like he's just holding on for now. But it all comes down to who gets the level 2 first, which looks like it's going to be Vitality. And so they gain control of the lane. And so, you know, supports mean, and there you go. And this is where Alistar becomes useful.
Yeah.
He just needs that second skill.
If you have the stronger AD carry, you headbutt Pulverize, you get 3 autos and triple Blight stacks. Upset already losing half his health bar, forced to pop his pot. Does still have biscuits too, but a difficult early laning phase. Really want to get some support down here from closer soon because Carzzy in isolation, at least pre-6, should just be fine to just keep fighting like this.
Now, Linsus has cleared his bot side, immediately moved towards closer's jungle, and he's just going for a fight.
Better AoE, Ball Breaker in. Poke on Linsus.
It doesn't matter. The Raptors have been secured, and so Linsus is pretty happy. Now this mid lane matchup should come as no surprise to anyone that VTO will of course get the early push, win out on a lot of early trades, and overall just be happy Yordle.
Yeah. And again, this is such a frustrating matchup before you have at least Boots 2. We'll see what Vladdy wants to go for early on, but Berserker's Greaves is just normally the best possible option as a Yasuo or Yone into a range matchup.
So to clarify, we've got a pushing bot, we've got a pushing mid, and we didn't talk about the top matchup, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that top is also pushing. So Linsus has 3 pushing lanes to play with. That gives him the freedom to do what he just did, which is move in, steal away a Raptor, and then leave. It's very hard for KC to really punish that level of aggression. They do have scaling elements. We talked about his side lane threats. The dive is all going to come later on, but Vitality just have a lot of early game options, which is where things can get scary for KC, because when you have this much control in the early game, that gives Vitality the ability to make plays, build early gold leads, and potentially snowball to a point where KC then can't deal with that pressure.
Kana, though, getting aggressive. Photon looks like he doesn't have the Q up. W there. It's going to pull him back in time. Infernal Chains. Just the edge.
I see Linsus, though.
Oh, Kana won the trade, but now Linsus, the Q flash to follow. Anticipating, immediately hits the stun as well. Big damage. Q flash forward. The Darkened Blade finishing the kill.
Nice patting from Linsus. Remember that he started on his bot side, invaded enemy Raptors, then went up to a top side clear, and was in position to assist Photon in the trade. Help secure first blood for Vitality, and setting up this Aatrox for success in the early game, I think is a great early game plan for Vitality.
Yeah, good punish as well. Obviously one of the few lanes where Kana can win out on the 1v1. You can see Upset now completely zoned away from the wave. As much as they want their composition to work, as much as it can just be simple on paper, you know, you fall too far behind in this early game. It doesn't matter if you hit all your CC. You need the damage, you need the money to back that up.
Now, Upset will have that giant wave crashing into him. The thing he has to be concerned about is a potential dive, but vision has been gained. Troll Ward dropped. Ward also in the Tri-Brush means that he's going to be safe to pick up that farm, so shouldn't be too upset for the time being. Or at least he's going to try. This wave is stacked right here, but instead the Dragon going to be started off by Linsus. Nice awareness. He knows that the collapse can't come through, but it comes back to the amount of overall early game control that Vitality just have in general. Mid continues to be pushed in, top as well. And so Close is very limited in terms of what he can actually do on the map. But the timing here is great for Vitality too, because it's just before grubs spawn. So Linsus can even choose to contest the top side if he wants to, after securing the first Dragon of the game.
Very comfortable position. Obviously, as a jungler, when you get to play with so many lanes that are pushing, that are winning in isolation, you just get to have a field day. You can go anywhere, you can do anything. But for Vitality, we know their early game is good. It's been really the only consistent part of their gameplay, I think it's safe to say. And now we need to see what it looks like as they transition. It's only 5 minutes in, yes. Grub's likely to be their next objective if they so choose, or instead perhaps covering bot side from a potential dive from KC as Upset's trying to crash this wave.
Kazi should be more than strong enough to thin out the wave. And so far, a relatively low action early game. Not too surprising, given that I don't think KC really have many options in the early game.
Yeah.
They can try and gank the Tristana now that Vladdy has level 6, but again, Tristana, Flash, W, ult, it's annoying. It's a tough one to gank. Bot lane would kind of be your best bet, but again, Alistar's so annoying.
Yeah.
You know, like, there's a lot of tools on the side of Vitality that just make them hard to fall prey to early ganks, which just only add insult to injury when it comes to that early control. Now, Photon has the push in top, which means the closer starting is a little dangerous. Targamas is here to assist.
Vladdy using Q3. Vitality stepping in. Hellsing only level 5, but need the level 6. Photon coming down now as well. Vitality, what do they want to go for here? Ready to look for the fall. Photon now trying to dash out with the World Ender. Kana coming through the wall, knocking him back in, and Photon just going to get picked off. Vitality coming for the Spectator objective and losing one in the process.
I mean, a great map play from KC. They swap their bot lane to top at the perfect time. Kazi's not able to respond quickly enough. They have the numbers advantage, and they catch Photon looking to contest with this team. They think it's going to be a 4 versus 4, but it's KC who have the numbers advantage, and it's they who find a kill. And crucially, they put it onto Upset as well. Now he finds himself with a 300 gold lead over his lane counterpart.
Yeah, this is big. Obviously, it can be tough in the laning phase to deal with the Varus. And the on-hit build still will do a lot of work, but Photon, as he starts to fall down, if he finds himself isolated in the side lane, so easy for Upset and KC to just continue to make those picks and those plays. Need to be a bit careful here. Of course, has access to cleanse, so can't always just step up. Doesn't have to be too scared of Karzi's ultimate.
Really nice. Oh,
good damage. Get the cleanse out pretty easy there. Of course, just traded for ultimate, so Karzio has the more favorable cooldown exchange, but Upset really can't afford to risk not cleansing.
Just hovering top. But so is Closer.
Ooh, I think he just showed. Hylissang, though, continues to step up. Karzio does a lot more damage. Once his base damages are big, and they're just going to delete Targamas. Immediately, KC back off. Vitality confident they put their cooldowns in the right spot.
I mean, they just hand the kill over to Kazi. A nice follow-up chain CC. You got to remember earlier, Kazi already used the ult. He burns the cleanse, which means the Upset's forced to retreat. Oh, nice interrupt.
Trying to get a bit more damage down. Lockdown in the meantime. Linz is still taking the tower. Linz is going to get picked off as well. A bit more damage coming in for Kazi. He's flashing to try to commit, but that was not it, Karzi! That was not the play! Double kill for Upset. Happy to have the money in the bank.
An overcommitment from Vitality blows up in their face as Upset gets himself a double. 3-0-0 now on the Kai'Sa. KC find themselves in a great position.
And again, for the first 5 minutes, it felt like Vitality could do no wrong, but now KC looking for the angles, knock up there, immediately gonna ult to catch him in the input buffer. It's so clean from Vladdy, layering the CC perfectly, but no, it's not so clean. Oh, they fumbled the bag.
Vladdy needed one more auto, and then the E would have been enough to secure the kill. I understand where the miscalculation comes from. Don't blame him for it. They get the flash out from VTO still. A nice trade overall. Is he in danger now? No, he is not. It's Lenses that's forced to retreat. And KC finding their footing here in this 5th game of the day.
Well, it is unfortunate that they're not able to find the kill. We take a look back at topside.
Look at that Q from Closer, interrupting the engage from Hilly, but then Hilly also doesn't get tower aggro because of it. So Lensis is the one tanking the tower, which is not the setup that you want. Hilly needs to be leveraging his ulti, but I genuinely think because of the Q that comes through from Closer, he doesn't connect an auto attack. So then when Lensis feels confident, he then tries to follow up, not realizing that he's now drawn tower aggro. So bit of a misplay there from Vitality, and Upset's like, sure, I'll take this double kill, easy peasy.
Yeah. And ultimately, it looked like Upset was pretty content to back off there. It is Closer who opts to turn back, who brings Upset in and makes the play pretty damn favorable for KC. Getting an early static would be big for the wave clear of this Kai'Sa. Allow her to contest a bit more. The Varus. Vladdy pretty happy. Obviously didn't get to play in mid lane, but the fact that he survived an early game where he had such an unfortunate first base, just a dagger and a refillable, has now back, got recurve, got boots too. The lane much easier to play out.
Kana also forced retreat. You can see these trades slowly starting to go in the favor of Photon. Even though there is a bit of an XP difference. I mean, Kana's like, why do I know that he's just going to interrupt me? So he's going to go around the wall, go back to base. No TP available for him. Dragon going to be secured by Vitality. That will be the second of the game. Grubs have been a little awkward this game, but KC still in a position to contest the respawns.
They can get that one.
Even though the double kill has come through for Upset, overall, Gold Silver are even. You can see a lot of the lead for Vitality sits on Photon with the advantages he's built, thanks to the early kill and how he's been doing in terms of farm. But Upset is a real threat that Vitality needs to be cautious of as this dive composition continues to get stronger as the game continues.
And the nice thing about a champion that is as mobile as the Kai'Sa on a composition like this, very similar to when Kai'Sa and Xayah were meta, right, is that she's a champion who can do her own thing in a fight, doesn't need additional support. It allows everyone else on KC to just go in and trust that Upset has the tools to kind of do what he needs to do in the fights.
I mean, we saw it from Rahel last game, right? What he was doing, crazy stuff on. It's just a great follow-up, great independence. Makes her overall a very solid champion when she's relevant in the meta.
Now though, KC, second spawn, again, they really just need to get 4, and it looks like they might even be able to get 5 for the breakpoint for spawning the mites, but Vitality not in a great position to contest. Hylissang getting here a little bit late. As soon as they spot anybody, I assume they will just back away again. Yeah, they got what they came for. Don't want to overcommit. Now they see Linsis as well. Upset waiting off to the side. Are they going to try to take Carzzy down? TP from behind. They just want to delete the bars. Upset immediately ulting, and they're going to find the first kill. Targman's now running. Kana on the way in. Vladdy only get connect with 1 on the ultimate. Hylissang immediately going to try to knock him back, but Upset still remains untouched for now. The flash forward. The headbutt is good. Vitality, though, they're still taking a lot of damage. Upset's already out of there. Kana going to try to flash out. Linsis running. Resets coming in. Vitality finding the fight. Photon. Linsis. Hilly, are they going to go for the dive? Upset trying to hold.
Not doing it again. Photon is becoming a problem. I saw a lot of aerials in that fight. Like, people were doing kickflips all over the place, but it's ultimately Vitality that come out on top. The 4th grub was secured for KC. They'll be happy with that objective, but I don't think that they wanted to lose the members that they did. Photon now finds himself with a 1.4k gold lead in top lane. Let's look back at exactly what happened. So they catch out. It's just a battle between supports initially, but look at Carzzy's positioning. It's a little awkward. The dive comes through. Ideally, what KC want, he gets shut down immediately. Targamas on the retreat. Closer then in a bit of an awkward spot as he doesn't have any way to get out. The chain CC comes through from Photon. Look at all the knockups, though. I mean, one must have been from the Alistar. I don't know where the other one was from.
Flash pull, probably sweet spot on the Aatrox Q. Would have to rewatch it.
I mean, it has to have been Targamas, right? I mean, yeah, I would need to know the rewatch because I didn't quite see how all the Vitality members also got knocked up into the air. But,
well, they failed to kill Targa, and then Targa got the pretty sweet re-engage.
Yeah, okay, it was the Targa re-engage. Yeah.
Photon now going straight Sundered Sky to just make his life that much easier in the lane phase matchup. In solo queue, people are still building a lot of Eclipse. Of course, no longer a lethality item, but not sure if it's
optimal.
optimal.
The patch notes are very explicit. Don't do that anymore. They were like, stop that.
Please. Build life-stealy items. Tanky,
and
Healy items.
I believe they nerfed the healing on his E, right?
Yeah, they gave it the max health ratio instead of the...
but then they buffed the healing on his ult by a lot.
Yep. Later ranks in the game, if they don't have healing cut... I mean, even if you do, right? Healing cut is just going to be a cost-effective thing to purchase, but even then, Aatrox is still going to heal a lot.
So I wonder if this pick will be the difference maker, because right now Photon's having a very solid game. Upset was able to dish out some decent damage in that last skirmish, but it's the Herald that'll go in favor of Vitality. They'll likely use this to secure that mid tower.
And I gotta say,
a tower hasn't fallen yet, Dracos, which is quite strange for a 14-minute game.
Looks like this could be the first one in bottom lane, but Vladdy's gonna need to wait a little bit of time for this wave, and if he sticks around, Vitality are in a good spot to punish. Of course, Vitality also have access to the Herald whenever they do want to use it. Got to give some credit to Closer, though. He has made multiple really proactive plays.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the nice thing about the Vi is it's just such a clear go button. You've seen some backsteps from other members for a brief moment, but when he says go, everyone has been following up. While it hasn't been flawless, proactivity we're seeing from KC is a good indicator of things to come. But on the opposite side for Vitality, they're only getting scarier.
They don't want to take any risks overstaying on the map. Dragon spawning in about 40 seconds. KC probably feel pressured to fight this. In terms of their itemization, I mean, it's very even, of course, with Vitality. The question is, do you feel confident enough to actually take a fight with your composition at this point in the game? I just feel like, even though they're even in itemization, I still kind of prefer the Varus at this point in the game.
I mean, it's also static, right? Static is a very cost-efficient item right now. Part of the reason it's so popular, but a lot of what it does is wave clear. You don't really get any effective teamfight damage unless you get a kill from that active, whereas Karzi's going to get a lot out of the lifesteal, a lot out of the percentage health shred, especially against someone like Kana or Targamas.
But Karzi also just kind of like, Boris just hits, you know.
Yep, just keeps going.
That we're going to be dropped mid. Won't actually secure the tower. It will be dropped to give access to the river for Vitality. Vitaly taking a nice little trade there. I like this. Doesn't really take any damage in exchange for chunking out a bit of Lintus's health, through choosing not to go for the early Warmogs.
And instead, all the AD, you can see early Frozen Heart. So I like the adaptation. As good as Warmogs is, Frozen Heart against this team composition are very, very strong.
Yeah. Attack speed reduction, very valuable. Let's have a look here. 4 versus 5. KC.
KC need to back up, but instead they want to get the fight started. Ulti still comes through despite the ultimate instantly upset is into the middle of the fight. Trying to get a bit more damage down, but Photon just happy to solo out that carry. It looked so good at the start for KC, but now they can't quite put the pieces together. Vladdy off to the side of the fight, but he can't walk in to start stacking the queue. A little bit more life steal coming out, but KC are slowly but surely losing the exchange. Targamas running, Kana running, upset on the way out, but the headbutt pulverized from Hilly. Gonna try to seal the deal. Blast cone back from Kana, but he will not save his carry. And now his entire team has left him to die. Kana cannot escape, knocked back into the wall. Slowly the Skarner will fall, and not even Lintus will get taken down. Vladdy, it's too little. It's too late. Vitality go right back to the Drake.
And all 5 members are alive for Vitality. The engage looked promising, but it was 4 versus 5. KC tried to make the dive happen, but they can't actually get the kill onto Karzi. He's able to flash over the wall. Hylissang immediately provides peel, and then Photon's just on the front line doing Photon things, meaning that Vitality walk away with 3 kills, their 3rd dragon of the game. And we look back at this. Again, look, 4 versus 5. Skarner's not there yet. He TP's in as quickly as he can. The combo looks promising initially, but they can't quite get the damage down onto Karzi. Upset immediately forced out of the fight because of Photon. He's tanking up 3 members. Basically, a nice ulti from Kana doesn't really result in much, as KC are immediately forced to retreat.
Yeah, and I think the struggle is you still get the Yone ult out because he starts the channel at the perfect time as the ulti comes in, but then the follow-up just doesn't exist. There's so much CC on Vitality. VTO isn't locked up that while it should feel like it's going to be this wombo combo, everybody's going to die, this ulti hits, Targamas hits multiple people, and it's just not enough to finish any kills.
It's not. And the crazy thing is, like, you think about it, right? The idea is you kill Karzi and then you have the numbers advantage, you then clean up the fight, but Karzi was able to deal so much damage. Even if he had died, he would have contributed enough in the fight to allow Vitality to still make it a winning position. So that's kind of the risk of these dive comps. It's all or nothing, you know?
Yeah.
You are really just going all in, and you got to be ready to make that play happen. And I think KC was just 1 step too early. The angle was good, doesn't quite work out though. As a game pause comes through, once we have more information, we will of course share it with you. But right
Checking
now,
in.
I have no idea.
No, nor do I. But we will see. Derek's Gage potentially going to come in second here. See what the adaptation is for Photon. Obviously, Eclipse still a pretty good item.
Ready checks already coming through from the players.
This is the fastest day of pauses ever. We didn't even...
Another keyboard. If a letter flew off again.
There's something... Chance coming through. Ready checks there. About to get back into game. Not gonna be a big deal. See, it's like nothing happened. Just a nice pause, a nice breather.
And as a reminder, both these teams find themselves at 2 and 4. And there's a lot of teams at 2 wins in the LEC. We've got a clear top 4 with BDS, SK, Fnatic, and G2. Everyone else is at 2 wins. Literally everyone.
Yep.
Unless your name is MDK, in which case you're at 1. So a win for either one of these teams in this game is massive because you immediately separate yourself from the pack. And that is crucial as we head into the final week of games.
And we talk a lot about the value of wins as we get into later season. There is nothing more important than beating someone you are in close contention with
100%.
because you put yourself up and you knock a contender down. It's double value. If this was against a top team, it would be good, but it wouldn't be nearly as critical for both these teams, though. Win here feels like much, much closer as we approach, right? The only team that will be at 3 wins as we enter the final week will be one of these 2 teams. And that just sets you up so well. It relieves a little bit of that pressure. We've seen so many teams play so much better when the pressure is not on. And why Vitality, you can see still lighthearted on stage. Mac and Pad, obviously.
I mean, the good news for these teams that there's like a lot up for grabs, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of anyone's game. A lot of the possibilities to qualify for the top 8 is kind of in your control. But ultimately, you got to perform on the day. And right now, Vitality is getting the better of KC, but the difference isn't so big that KC can't turn this around. They just need to find the right fight.
Ooh, recall coming in, though, from Photon. He's about to hit 2 items. Eclipse, I believe, should be finished. Instead, Spear of Shojin.
Here we go.
I like it. Obviously, if you've missed one of the mini Spear of Shojin updates, the more spells you hit, the more damage you get. Hylissang, bit of damage onto him. Ignite ticking. Hilly, not quite dead. We're gonna cheer for that. Good job, Hilly.
I mean, he gets, what, Ignite out, he gets Cleanse out of Upset, and he's alive.
Then that was a good deal.
That was a good deal.
That was a good deal. Like, it felt a little bit at first.
I mean, Hilly is at 0 deaths this game, okay? He's having a flawless game so far.
All I'll say is, it was either really good or it's like that meme where the guy puts a pipe into his own bike and then flips over and then he got up and we're all cheering. Like, he made that problem for himself and then solved it.
Yep.
But he did get a Cleanse and an Ignite, so I guess
well calculated.
Good. Well calculated.
Don't try and understand
all planned.
Our mortal minds can't comprehend, Dino Dragos.
I'm not,
we call that a dub. Hilly will walk away the victor. Reset back out onto the map. Control wards stocked up. Some vision as well available to him. Scanning around, trying to find information on KC as the 4th dragon of the game spawns in 40 seconds. Vitality pushing out topside. Hilly's responsibility here is just covering for VTO, making sure that he has the information he needs to push out top wave. Now he's going to do a quick reset, spend what money he can, get back out onto the map. Kazi's just done that. 2nd item completed for him. Now the TP coming through as well. The dragon is the priority. They want that soul. Vitality still actually contesting the vision around the top side, but they still have control over this mid wave. Bot already pushed in, clear access into the river, and this could be it for KC. Do or die moment.
Tries to slide and glide, get a creative angle there. Photon still waiting off. KC, do they see this as their opportunity to fight? They will need to contest this objective. They cannot give away Chemtech Soul. Kana waiting over the wall.
Doesn't have his ult though, so
Photon spawning out. Kana has pushed him back. Upset immediately going to collapse. They're going to try to kill Photon. The ulti still hits onto him. That's going to be big. The Aatrox gone. All of that gold lead deleted. Vladdy can now snap back. Does he have the Q3 ready to go? Yes, he does now. Q's over the wall. Falls on Targamas. Excellent execution for KC. Vitality set, running, and finally all of the pieces come together with a quadra kill for Upset.
A single fight was all they needed. They found a huge pick onto Photon. The raid boss was taken down, and Upset secures himself a quadra. The Baron now up for grabs for KC as Vitality make a crucial mistake.
Excellently played. A bit of hesitance there at the start. Was it going to work? Kana burning everything on one of the strongest members of the team, but they have the damage. The ulti does connect.
Just snap reactions from Upset. Notice how quickly the ulti comes through. He works with Kana and Closer. The target is clear. The lockdown comes in, and now we're back at the Baron.
Hylissang ready to go over the wall. They just have to finish the objective. Have to play for the objective. KC getting the Baron, walking away, getting Photon's TP for essentially nothing.
They denied the soul as well. They get everything. That fight was massive. We were just talking about a single fight could be enough to turn the game around, and they've done just that. A gold lead has returned to them, a fully completed item, and a single base for Upset.
We look again.
So again, CC comes through onto Photon. Surprised that grab reached that far, I will be honest.
He tried to dash out, must have just hit him on the edge of the hitbox there.
But then look at the positioning of Upset. Has a clear front line to play around. Nice engage comes out from Targamas. And then it's just a matter of chasing down.
And all it takes is one piece of CC to hit.
But that's the idea behind the comp, right? Obviously, it wasn't all like fully on die, but they found a pick and then it's just chase, 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 right?
Yeah.
It's so easy to run your opponents down. And now they have the Baron. KC in a great spot. I would say that they've kind of reset the game, right?
Definitely.
There's a lot of standing gold available for them to grab. They've been funneled a lot of extra gold overall, so items are going to start getting completed. Do I think they're suddenly in a winning position? That's hard to say. This Aatrox is still very strong. I think Vitality still have a lot of great team fighting elements. If anything, they've just kind of returned it to neutral. Hilly goes in.
Really full committing. Nice buffer out from Targa. Hilly getting lower. Plasma Stack's going to do a lot of work. Ulti consumed. Flash away to avoid the Skarner ultimate.
Questionable engage there from Hilly. Doesn't really get that much out of it.
If you can slow the Baron push, though, helps a little bit. This tier 1 tower likely to fall. Vitality very committed to defending this. Photon matching up against Vladdy on the top side of the map.
And this is the ideal case for KC. We talked about it in draft, where Vladdy can be this great side lane threat on the Yone, and now he should feel pretty confident to match up against the Aatrox. I don't have enough insight in this matchup specifically to know at what point it swings in favor of the Yone, but he should, at the very least, Yone should be able to hold this Aatrox quite comfortably, especially with the level lead he has.
You really want to be pushing with the Baron, and now you can see Vitality are actually the ones stepping up. Use of the buff, very, very muted. The waves are just desynced, and it's been pretty awkward this entire time.
KC's also quite short range. Kai'Sa's not comfortable stepping up to that tower. We already talked about it in the laning phase. Varus does have that range advantage. You add a Tristana on top of that. Upset's very scared to approach the tower, and it's understandably so. And so they kind of, as you rightly said, want to create these multiple points of pressure. Maybe you stack a wave up top, you then push in mid, and then you rotate to top. Or you can do the alternative where you kind of push through top and then collapse into mid. You kind of need to leverage those other lanes. So Vitality have been able to weather this pressure. The Baron's going to wear off. Only really the Baron gold gains. But the good news, Vladdy, level 16, caught up on farm. The gold between the two mid laners, pretty much the difference non-existent.
Yeah. 2.5 items, 2.5 items. We'll see what that Noon Quiver is going to turn into. Most likely a Mortal Shield Bow. Could be a Lord Dominik's. We'll need to see. Again, instant play, though, in the mid lane. Carzzy just going to get taken down. Again, that's what the KC comp is supposed to do. Point and click, upset, instant follow-up.
Nicely done. Very nicely done. They've taken a key player out. Still not enough to secure the tower, though.
Wave on top side is going to need to be answered, most likely. Photon not going to play there. Instead, just trying to cover bot lane. Targamas starting a playoff. Lince is caught out for a brief moment. Hylissang, does he want to try and turn? Again, they're missing one of their 80 carries. Vladdy Q3 forward. Hylissang taking a lot of damage. Ulti, fate sealed for Hilly. Knockback over the wall, not going to matter. As Vladdy snaps right back to that soul.
I mean, Upset is unstoppable right now. 9 kills on the Kai'Sa. He has been funneled almost every single one of them. And another tower drops. KC now what had been a small gold lead balloons into a big one. 3K the advantage that they now have. Pretty much all of that sitting on top of Upset.
And frankly, it just looks like after that play where they finally want to fight, they just look more confident. Again, as Upset is 9-1, he's having a fantastic game. I want to give more credit to Closer, though, because this is the guy who keeps pulling the trigger, keeps making the play. And this is a team that we know, you know, under so much pressure, obviously have a ton of support from the fans, but they themselves can't be happy with how they're feeling. So having that person who is willing to pull the trigger and go, even when there's so much uncertainty, has been massive for KC in this game.
100% KP in this game, right?
Yeah.
The Vi, been involved in every single
As well as Upset. It's literally this duo defining so many of these fights.
Finding so many great plays. Targamas has found a number of great engages as well. This mid tower is still a big mountain that they cannot overcome.
And the problem is, again, if they make a mistake while Dragon's up, it's instant soul for Vitality. If they give Baron to Vitality, their composition is way, way better at using that. They have so much range. It will be so hard with no control mage, with not a whole hell of a lot of wave clear when it comes to sieging, for KC to defend that. So 58 seconds of the objective spawns. Vitality, the ones with control on the top side of the map, haven't placed down too much vision, but that's something we're going to need to keep our eyes on.
Vladdy now level 17. The shield bow secured. Photon ticks over to 16 himself. Imagine he wants to finish off that item on his next base. But it's a tense situation. You highlighted it. Both teams have strengths and weaknesses. KC really good at finding that target, locking them down. Overall, the dive, very, very real. Vitality, decent wave clear, good range. They have poke option thanks to the Varus. In a team fight, a traditional front to back, especially with Photon getting to a point in the game where he's becoming much harder to deal with. It's going to be difficult. Let's see, could this be the pick? Hilly face checking.
Once again, caught out, ulti in, gonna try to keep this fight kicked off. Off to the side is the ult from Lince. Lince is making it out to safety. Vitality, do they want to keep going? 5-man strong. Targa again with the re-engage. They don't have the ultimate, but that might not matter. Upset uncontested, allowed to just keep hitting. Photon, all that money, all that gold does not mean a damn thing. The Wombo combo alive and well for KC.
Fantastic patience from Targamas as he connects an ultimate onto all 5 members of Vitality. That could be the fight that secures them the win and separates them from the bottom of the pack in the LEC.
Oh, it's only a single game, but in a 9-game regular season, when you're down fighting for your life, it matters so much. Smile on the face of upset 11, 1-4. KC, bring it back and take down Vitality.
KC will not go 2-7 3 splits in a row. They will get themselves 3 wins, and they will increase their playoff chances.
You can see finally joy on the face of the coaching staff. I think they were so nervous behind the scenes.
I mean, it's a stressful game.
Even when there was a play going right, I don't think they wanted to get overexcited. And on the opposite,
going to be feeling frustrated with that one, though.
Yeah, and we have to say that, again, this is a team where when we look at their best performances, there's still so much optimism for how high they should be in the standings, but the reality of their results is catching up to them very quickly. With result today in favor of KC, player of the game at LEC on X, Kana, closer, or upset.
I mean, it's probably going to be voted for upset, but you made a great call. Closer was so impactful in this game. He deserves a massive shout out. And overall, he's been very impactful for the team in a lot of their wins, and even in a lot of their losses, we've seen what he's been able to do. So credit to them, a much needed win for KC. The fans should be happy with this. They now go into the final week with a small advantage over so many other teams that are sitting at 2 wins, but the job isn't quite done yet.
And again, in a perfect world, a win is just a win, but when you're this far down, it means so much more, right? Confidence, momentum heading into that final week. You don't want to lose another game, but you have the luxury that you can if you need to. It's a tough schedule for all of these teams fighting near the bottom, but KC now 1 step ahead. Targamas, of course, man of the moment in that final play. 5-man engage, multiple turnarounds, and it wasn't clean from start to finish, but they found the window of opportunity they needed once, and then again to bring it back. So overall, good game from KC.
And a small shout out to Vladdy. 0 deaths that game. Again, just a great debut for a rookie player. He finds himself in a challenging situation, joining a roster with a lot of pressure on their shoulders. KC as an organization had high expectations, and so for them to be struggling like they have, I think he's been performing very, very well.
Definitely has. A single game here. Still the road to top 3 for KC. We'll see if they can make it. For now, we're going to send it down to Ginny and closer in the Marriott Bonvoy check-in.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome, everyone, to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with closer from Karmine Corp. Congratulations. 3rd win on the board. The fans are loving it. You're loving it. Talk us through the emotions right now.
I'm very happy. I think we really needed this win for playoffs. I think we still made some mistakes in the game, but I'm happy like we were not scared and going for fights. So, yeah, I'm happy for the win.
You're talking about being happy, needing this for playoffs. You have 1 more week left to play. What is the biggest focus going to be going into that?
I think we made some rough mistakes in the early game, but also we need to improve our mid game as well. Like, we just need to improve. I don't think we are that bad, but like the games we showed on stage, like totally different than our scrims. So I think, like, I really liked how we played this game. So we just need to be more confident, I think.
What do you think makes the difference between scrims and on stage?
Like confidence.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think stage nerves sometimes gets us, probably. I would say that's the biggest difference.
How has it been as well in terms of having additional, like, newer players? You're now 3 new players in the top side of the map. How has that been for you coming in and thinking, okay, KC finished 10th, 2 splits in a row. It's now my turn to try and improve.
Yeah. I wasn't really pressured or anything. I just wanted to take my chance on playing in LEC. So I wasn't really worried about the past results. Yeah, that's my answer.
That's all good. What's it been like for the team to gel together? Because you had such a short time period of everybody getting picked up, being together as a team, and then thrown onto stage and you have to perform.
Yeah. I think our communication is still not that good, especially around Kana. Because of the language barrier, obviously. I think like it's getting better every day, and hopefully it's gonna be ready in playoffs.
How do you actually approach that when you have a player that has a language barrier? Is there one particular person who makes the calls? Are there specific words that mean certain actions? What is the approach here?
Yeah, we try to set up like some words for the plays, but obviously it's still hard. But I would say he's improving his English very good, and the team communication is getting better. But obviously in stage it's still a bit hard, but we just try to do best out of it.
You're now here in the LEC and you have a lot of fans cheering for you guys as well, both here but at home too. We've talked about it very briefly when we had the interview earlier during the season, but I want more of an in-depth answer in terms of having the fans behind you. Was that a worry? Is that a worry for anyone in the team? How are you guys dealing with that?
Oh no, it's definitely not a worry. Like I'm just like more sad because they are supporting us a lot, and the results are not that good. So when I lose, I'm more disappointed. Because of the support. Like, I really appreciate you guys.
Aww. They very much appreciate you too. When we're looking at the players this game, who do you think would deserve Kia Player of the Game? Who do you think has genuinely popped off and made the difference?
Upset, probably.
Do you guys agree? It is. It is Upset. He does get Kia Player of the Game. Want to talk about that bot lane focus too, because like you said, the early game is maybe not as punchy as you want it to be. How can you, from your role particularly, focus more on having that earlier game going a bit more smoother?
I think we just have to play better. Like there's not really like a there's not really like a answer. Like we just have to be better individually and as a team. And I think that's just it.
Fair enough. Do you have any words of wisdom for your mid laner, Vladi?
Oh, I think Vlad is very good. Like, I think Tristan is very strong in the meta right now. And today he was able to step up and just bring Yone. And I think he did really well. So good job, Vladi.
Oh,
First time you played good.
Whoa, okay. First time you played good, I guess. I mean, Laura, we're going to head over to you so you can dissect this one.
Amazing to hear from Closer as well. Welcome to the post-game lobby here with Carmine Corp. I'm so happy to have you guys. We just heard Closer on stage. Vladi saying that you played good today, especially around the Tristana. That's really, really strong right now. How would you rate the performance that you had and the praise from your jungler here?
In this specific game?
Yeah?
I mean, yeah, the game was a bit slow. We had the lead in the beginning, but we kind of messed up. But I think our comp was better overall, and the skirmishes and overall the team fights are just way easier to execute and play against this comp, so we just made it work.
I feel like it was a general sentiment, Aragon, online. People kept on saying, KC right now, they have the best composition, quoting this corner especially. We see the kind of engage that this champion can provide here. That was the game to win.
Yeah, absolutely was. And I'm really impressed going into this week. I thought like my issues with you guys were like often you're on different pages, especially when it came to different engages and choice of fights. But then there was that insane rel engage right there. I mean, maybe not this one, but you know which one I meant later on, the 5-man. How did you come together and fix those comms issues? It feels like you guys were much more on the same page. Could be either of you answer.
I think we were not. I think in scrims we were way better. Like our communication and overall gameplay was way better. We just couldn't bring it in officials. But I'm just happy with this game, and hopefully we continue with our synergy.
I mean, I think for sure. Like, we're still a new team with the new people who can engage, which means basically that we still need to go on stage and get the confidence of engaging. The games are different because they are way slower than scrims, obviously. So it was really important for us to be ready to fight whenever we can. And it comes also with having the right engages, right buttons, which we had in this game. So yeah, I'm happy about this.
But I kind of feel like it may be the issue for you guys, the urgency of grabbing these results, because again, there's been a roster rebuild, an expectation of results, and the fact that the year is going by and you're getting less and less chances to turn things around. So when Vladi, you talk about you guys performing in scrims, but not being able to showcase this on stage, Rea, what was the difference maker today, maybe, and in the games that you had won, that you have been able to channel on stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes from individual stepping up. Just I think having Vi and Rel is easy to engage, and everyone was really confident. And confidence comes from the early game, obviously. Also, as I said, it's really important that we come into the game with having the right tools, the right champions. And if we don't have them, it's really hard to play. And one thing also that is really important is in this game, early game was actually good for us. After 5 minutes, it was a decent game to play. So we just had to be in this position, make the right decision, which we did. And I think everyone was really violent toward each other today, meaning that they were just okay, let's fucking fight. No, sorry, let's fight. And this was good, I appreciated it.
Vladi, I have a question for you. Okay, because I've casted you for ages now, back in the NLC as well. You were on Natives, was it?
Yeah,
I think, yeah, Natives are banger. And I've played with you in solo queue. I've watched you in EMEA Masters, right? How did you get so damn good at Azir? Okay, I want to know because there was that crazy, I don't know if you remember, that crazy game in EMEA Masters where you held on to that game, split pushing constantly versus Acel, I think? What were your thoughts? Like,
yeah, it was.
Is this like your main?
I mean, it's for sure one of my most confident champions.
Yeah.
And I mean, I wasn't really an Azir player back in the days, like a year ago.
Yeah.
I just started spamming it in solo like 24/7, so I just kind of became an OTP, and I made it work.
In EMEA Masters specifically, I wanted to throw back to that. Were you like, because you're against Lintus here, that's why I'm trying to bring this back here. It's quite a dynamic, isn't it? But were you like the crutch of that team? Were you clutching it out? Were you holding it together on your own? What do you think? Were you like the sole carry?
Last split?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
This was a rough EMEA Masters, right?
Yeah, there is also Kalist. Like
Of course.
this guy was pretty good, and he is really good. So I wouldn't say I was the carry. Linkus was also the main shot caller. But yeah, I was just.
I was always impressed with Azir. That's why.
I know that when I talked to Zrywaru, when he joined Heretics, he was telling me, actually, the level in the mid lane is not that impressive. I feel like I could challenge most of them. What have been your thoughts and your reflection on the overall mid lane level in the LEC?
I mean, I agree that the mid, the level of the mid lane is not the best, but I think we have young talents that can that are coming slowly. One of them is Jakic. I think this guy is improving from time to time, and I think in the next years we will for sure have a really good mid laners in Europe.
Rea, I spotted a reaction when he said this, raising the eyebrows. Any thoughts on what the mid lane
No, he's
just
being
said?
honest. Like the level is not that high, and it's. I mean, I'm not really sure about exactly how it is. For sure, that's. I think there are like good mid laners who can also show the way. I think having players like Caps, Humanoid, and Nuke who are just showing that they are like what needs to be done also internationally. That's a really good thing. And yeah, I think there's a lot of new mid laners actually this year, including Vladi. So it comes with a process for them to grow and to be up to the level for sure. But it's quite contested, I think. Yeah, it's quite contested.
Talking a bit more about KC as a whole, we know that the year has been really, really difficult for you guys. A lot of changes from the coaching staff to the team and everything, leading to this point where you have the best score line you had since the beginning of the year, which is not the greatest, but still, it's improvements. But moving forward and reflecting on the mistakes you had, do you feel like you're getting your things together now? Do you feel like the team is clicking and working in the way you would want to as a head coach, Rea? And
I mean, for sure, like today's game and just the way we play today, I'm really happy because we showed a good face. I think in the 2 wins we got, we played decently, but like not really good. I think today we played actually good. There's mistakes, obviously, that we need to fix, like a couple of things that we can discuss. But overall, we're ready to fight and ready to play the game. Also, macro-wise, I think it was, things could be better too, but we actually showed a good face, so I'm quite happy. And obviously, like what's really important and behind the scene, which as I have already said, is we are giving us time, both individually, both as a collective, to show a better performance in the next weeks. And that's what really matters, because we need to go to playoff. We need to have these weeks of scrims. We need to have this best of 3, best of 5, just to make sure that players like Vladi, just overall as a group, we can grow, because we're a new group compared to the other teams. And yeah, it comes with growing process, yes, for sure.
I'd love to know, Vladi, about your process of transitioning from all the different stages of ERLs, right, and coming at all the levels of different play. You're surrounded now by huge veterans in Kana, Closer, who's won LCS, and all these players. What have you learned? What was your biggest takeaways? Is there anything you're like, wow, I didn't see the game like this, or do you think it was actually kind of easy to slot in? And
I mean, I think it was quite easy, but obviously there are some aspects that I can improve from veterans like Closer and Kana, who have end upset, that have a lot of experience. So yeah, it was kind of easy.
So what you're saying is NLC is a similar level to LEC?
I mean, maybe.
Exactly.
Nice. Good takeaway.
I mean, ERL, LEC, there's a debate for later, actually, given the state of the league right now. But you're telling about learnings, saying about learnings and what you've been able to learn from veteran players. What have you learned the most so far with the games that you had?
I mean, it's obviously macro and tempo.
Yeah.
There is, there are a lot of things to learn, but macro and tempo are the most important things in the game, in my opinion. So yeah, mostly these two.
It's crazy because rookie players usually tell me about the laning phase.
Yeah.
Being the thing that they will learn the most, but I feel like Vladi has high enough level.
I wonder if it depends on the role, right? Would
Yeah.
you say, like, depending on the role, micro and laning phase might matter? Maybe more in top lane, you know, where you've got the 1v1 heavily focused, and whereas you in mid lane, you have to work with the jungler and what have you. Do you think it's maybe it's role dependent?
In the laning phase,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, obviously top is the hardest one. Like you really need to be good in laning phase for it to work. So.
Rea, moving forward, you're going to have 2 remaining games. We're going to take a look at the scenarios a bit later. But before that, anything that you feel like you should implement from one week to the other for you guys to make playoffs? What should be the fastest learnings for you guys to have the smoothest ride?
I'm not really sure if it's like something to implement particularly. I think it's having consistency both in scrims now and also on stage about early game plans, about how we want to play the game. I think it only showed today, but we actually improved really a lot, and also like Vladi after the 10+, how we play around sides. But overall, I think it's really important that we bring consistency, how we want to team fight, what's the process behind it, how do we actually play the map together, how do we use our spells, you know, just basically good lessons kind of, but it's true, that's what I really want us to keep doing in the following weeks, early game plan and also how we want to play better team fights, because I think macro-wise we're getting better around tempo, as what you were saying.
Looking at the rest of the league so far, we have Fnatic, G2, SK and BDS locked for playoffs. We've talked about this at the beginning of the day, Aragon, the fact that I did not have SK on my bingo list, of course. Here, G2 joining the rest of the teams with this victory here. I feel like still this is the teams that we could have expected making it to playoffs.
Yeah, outside of SK, I think for a lot of people, I kind of expected it. But I think KC honestly is the big surprise for me. I suppose with the addition of the new players and Incana, huge talent as well. I suppose that's not a surprise, but still really, really impressive.
How do you reflect on the standings and the overall state of the league, Vladi? Because we entered today saying that there's a clear top 4, and then there's the rest of the league, thriving into chaos, trying to making it through. You're making it one step further today by grabbing this week, actually improving your outlook. 95% of the remaining scenario lock you guys in playoffs. But yeah, the state of the league, top 4 and the rest battling to make it out.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, in my opinion, the teams that will get playoffs this year at least.
Okay.
I didn't expect SK that much. Like when we screamed SK, I found them kind of weak. Mostly they're bot lane, but it looks like in officials. Yeah, it looks like in officials they are like they look like gods, but in scrims they were kind of running it down.
That's what I keep on hearing, that they run it down so much in scrims.
Actually, can I ask? I've heard the same thing with Kana, but Kana doing the opposite, absolutely stomping scrims and now doing well in officials as well. Is that true as well?
I mean, not really, to be honest.
Okay.
I think, I think for sure. Like the thing is, to be honest, in scrims they were like really good always. You know, it's like just that's the difference between scrim and stage, and this is what we're working on. So I think for everyone we could say this about our team. So I mean, I don't necessarily think like Kana is really different.
You said that the standings make sense to you, Vladi. Who do you think is going to be left out here? Who will be the 2 teams not making it out?
I didn't think Heretics will be out, but after they lost today, their next week is pretty rough. They play Fnatic and G2. Yeah. So I think Heretics will be one of them. And the other one, most likely Mad Lions.
Okay, I'm putting you on the spot here. I'm so sorry about this, but I guess that's fair. Rea, any thoughts on this maybe, as a coach?
I'm not really sure. I think it's always tough for Rogue, probably. And yeah, I mean, probably one of these teams. I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Well, looking at KC's schedule for the next week, you guys will play against SK on Saturday and GX on Sunday. GX have been ramping up lately a lot, falling against BDS today, but still, and SK, again, we said, looking at like one of the strongest teams we have in the league right now.
But upset with that 9-1 performance versus SK's bot lane. Looks pretty good, no?
Yeah, I
think.
Any thoughts on the matchups we have next week?
I think the matchup against GX and Zaki specifically will be interesting. I mean, I don't think SK will be, at least the mid lane matchup won't be that hard. I play Niski, I think he's one of the worst mid laners in the league.
I was about to say, you gotta humble Niski, he's unstoppable right now. His ego is off the charts.
I think he's getting hard carried by all 4 of his teammates, by the way. Like, I think he's really bad at the game.
Truth hurts. But yeah, we'll settle this one on the Rift next week, I guess. Rea, any closing thoughts on your upcoming schedule in the hope of you guys making it to playoffs, as we
hopefully,
say?
Most important for me is we show good performance. Like the results are the results, right? I think we can win both teams. It's the most important is like we actually play the way we want us to play. So yeah, I mean, I think both teams are good. I hope you will assume your words and smash Neski. And yeah, I think also Jax is a decent team. They can be surprising. So okay, we have to be ready for them for sure.
Gotta love some trash talk ahead of the game. Wishing you the best of luck, of course, in humbling Niski next
Thank
week.
you.
And Vladi, it was amazing to have you on your very first PGL.
Thank you very much.
Rhea, plaisir également. Amazing having you as well. And Aragon, fantastic job. As always, it was great having you on PGL. And that's all for us here in week 3 of the LEC. Wait a minute, actually we have a game 6 coming just now with Vedius presenting it. So I'll send it over to the stage for Vedius. Take it away, dear.
Thank you, Lord. Hello and welcome, my brethren. Hear ye, hear ye. It is I, Razius, and welcome to the special extended broadcast, the LECS. Hot off the presses, we've got Team Liquid and NRG. NRG, those sandbagging devil. They sandbag spring splits for heaven's sakes. And those Team Liquid anarchists, they're looking to continue their reign of dominance. But don't fret. These top 5 players will topple them. Fnatic Whippo, you may have lost versus G2 earlier today, but you Belgian brute, you will take those down. Rogue inspired, the mastermind, the shot caller, he will continue his reign later today. DDoS Jensen, that's all that needs to be said. Get to work, G2 Sven and OG Mithy. We've got some of the finest European players to ever play the game here as we continue the broadcast in the LECS. Euphoria! This is probably the hardest thing I've ever done.
Rob spawning almost immediately because Jankos cleared him right away. Whereas right now he's in the face of no camps.
Tomorrow, what?
I mean, that is aggression.
That was aggression.
It's some kind of aggression.
Please, dash it.
Try to click on that.
You can do it.
If you're GX, this has to work because Alam is just pushing bot lane.
That's working.
Holy!
That's working.
He'll lead it.
To bring it back, and now he's got double buff. He's gonna start healing up. Vicky has to be careful, he has to be perfect. He dashes to the side, Noah! Absolutely shits on him, my God, it's beautiful!
Nice! Oh my God!
But Jun's still tanking crucially. Razor gonna be in trouble now. One more auto, Hunt Thomas slowing him down. Jun's getting run down as well.
I was optimistic.
But no, the stretching strikes. Oscar pulls it right back and says not today. My support will stand.
Looks good, very good. Very winning.
Can end somewhere, mid or block.
Oh, obviously can't get the shield. Nice sidesteps on the Q though. Rahel just dodging on Supa. He's moving so many auto attacks. One more plasma proc. Can't even to get one more auto. Rahel styling in the 1v1. There's the pushback. Isma now ready to follow. Diana ultimate there. Oh gosh, that flash was terrible. I have a pause update.
Yeah.
Relevant was pushing one particular key on his keyboard so hard it flew off of his keyboard. The pause was for someone to go pick it up.
Yeah, just base TP in your end. Reggie! The hell? I say no fight! And you fight!
At least I want you to I can talk better. Keep going. Look, Tristan,
Tris.
More. I flash. Can we go Nash?
Don't drink.
Hedge a flash.
Yeah, kill the inter. On jump, I go!
Varus no flash. I go Varus?
Yeah,
we can end.
We can end.
I back.
Let's f***ing go, guys. Let's end this.
Good job.